Wow, the blue button actually showed up pretty fast that time. I wasn't expecting it that fast, but there it is. We are live. Oh. So, how are you guys? Now would be a good time to insert ads. We just started! What do you mean? That was not a good time to insert ads.
Open up
YouTube
with a
is
fucking
desperate.
with an ad.
Hey, they wouldn't have to be so desperate if they didn't demonetize my 3.5-hour video.
No, Cree, that was clearly your own fault for not reading the rules that they had just made like a couple weeks before you uploaded the video, clearly.
Yeah, and it's completely arbitrary and got them such an ass reaming that now they're being like, we'll backtrack, we'll backtrack. No, stop making fun of us, we'll backtrack, guys.
Your microphone sounds a little bit not crusty, but not the normal
Nothing
quality.
I can do about it, so it is normal quality. Literally nothing has changed. So
I mean, it's sounding worse to me, so.
The crust has infested his home.
$5 from Itigo the Tricky, thank you. Patrolling the first minute of the stream almost makes you wish YouTube would F off with the ads, or for a nuclear winter, either one, I guess. Oh. Well, thank you. Do we have anything to talk about before we get into the video? I did... Me and Peg had finished Season 2 of Game of Thrones yesterday.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was very disappointed that Cersei didn't poison her child before. I always forget his name. I keep wanting to call him Stannis. Yeah, it's Tywin, but I keep wanting to say Stannis, but it's not. Stannis is the other one. Yeah, like before Tywin ran in, that would have been fucking hilarious. Like we did it. We repelled the attack, and fucking Cersei and her child are just dead on the throne, poisoned. Like that would have been so fucking great. I would have been like, yes, but no.
My community watched Galaxy Quest yesterday. That was fucking fantastic. I love that movie. That movie is so good. It is a love letter to Star Trek and fandom in general. Nice. And with all the good and bad about it. It's a really good movie.
I think that might actually be Mexican pesos. 129, I assume Mexican pesos, because MX. From Confused Cabal, thank you. Creetosis, thoughts on the Drinker Glass Onion drama? Well, I watched the EFAP yesterday, covering that video, and that video seemed pretty fucking shit. Based on what I saw. It seemed pretty dumb. $5 from ScorcherCast. Thank you. Sorry about the vid. Here's some pity money. Arbitrary furry accusation. $2 from Danger Dave. Thank you. Thoughts on the new Velma show, if you've all seen it. We have not seen it. Well, I can't speak for these two. I doubt they've seen it.
I've seen bits and pieces of it. It is fucking cancer.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm considering doing episode by episode, like, quick reviews rather than an in-depth breakdown, because those in-depth breakdowns take fucking forever, and I've got, like, a dozen I want to do. So, I might just watch an episode and do a quick off-the-cuff rant about it, at some point. I don't know when. I did see one scene from it where they're in, like, a courthouse. I guess Fred is accused of being the murderer, and they prove that he's not the murderer because he's too stupid to live, by putting a stake in front of him and having him try to cut it, and he's trying to cut it with the handles of the fork and knife. He tries, like, rubbing the plate against it to cut it, and he just pathetically goes, "Mommy, cutties." It's like, oh my god, this is so fucking garbage. I hate it so much.
Yeah, that's the only clip I've seen of the show as well, is that one.
That is the big one that's going around. But yeah. Membership.
It turns out Velma's a skank and a hoe.
Membership message from Itigo the Tricky. Thank you. 2 months at our Owl membership. which is the only tier right now. What you chaps have to eat and drink for this shit show? I got A&W cheese curds and a cheeseburger. Oh, I've got a burger in front of me, but I'm not eating it yet.
There was a pretzel burger I tried at, was it a Wendy's? Yeah, I think it was a Wendy's. They have a new pretzel burger there that was really good. Highly recommend it, actually. Right now, I've got pizza from Pizza Hut. Got Pizza Hut pizza. Oh. And I got myself some water.
And Rage vs. ML with a 14-month membership message. Thank you. How's it going today, Stag Crew? I exist.
I'd say it's going really well. Obviously, still trying to recover.
It's going to stop going well in a few minutes.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm still trying to recover a bunch of the lost data and everything, because that's 2 terabytes of data that is gone now because the old hard drive died.
Damn.
Yeah, so that's a lot of it. So I need to get my video editing software back. I'm not going to get any of those videos I saved or anything. All that's gone.
Oh shit.
So that sucks. Tons of like different data and information. It's just delete forever now. Well, maybe not forever. There might be a way to recover the hard drive. Well, I'll have to try some things. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it sounds bad.
Otherwise, the new computer has been fantastic. So yeah, I've been enjoying that. I used Sony Vegas 14 Breaking Benny. Got it in a long time ago when it was in a Humble Bundle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been using the same one for a long time too until I recently upgraded. Just a warning to everyone in chat, if you see Vegas 18 in a Humble Bundle, it's not worth it. Anyways, should we get straight onto the video then?
Yes.
Sure.
Alrighty. Yeah, so today, I believe this video has been suggested to us numerous times. I've just never looked into it. And then, when it was posted in the Discord, it came with the message of, essentially his idea is for every Fallout game, it did 2 things amazing and 1 thing terrible. And I guess he's going to go through what these things are and cut out the best parts to say what would make the best Fallout game.
Yeah, I'd love to know what he could possibly have to say that Fallout 4 or Fallout 3 did 2 things that were amazing.
To be fair, Fallout 3 was pretty bad at existing. Yeah.
But a true welcome to how to make the perfect Fallout game, because you know one thing I love about Fallout? It's constantly evolving. Every generation brings us huge changes to the franchise, and that, for me, is a good thing.
For me, it is not a good thing.
Well,
I'll just put that out there right now, because we haven't had good changes. Again, good changes are just good by default, because they've been well thought out, and they've been, put together with care and craftsmanship. That is something that Bethesda has never done with Fallout.
Yeah.
I would be okay with big changes if they were good, but I have to clarify that, because that's no, they're not good. That's the problem, though. Bethesda's not making good changes. They're just making very big bad changes.
Yeah. It comes down to that thing we've had to talk about countless times on this channel by now, on this podcast. It's change is neither inherently good nor bad. It depends on what you change and how you change it. If I turn Fallout into a fucking dating simulator, that's a change. It doesn't mean it's going to be good.
Yep.
You probably could make a good Fallout dating simulator, but, the assumption would be that it's not good. $5 from Rage vs. ML, thank you. My computer just broke last week, and it's cheaper to build a new one to fix, so I won't have a computer until I save up some money. Yeah, that sucks when that happens, but if you're trying to save up money for a new computer, why are you sending it to us?
Yeah.
Rather Fallout was stuff rather than endlessly playing it a bit.
Oh no, the video's lagging for me. I actually didn't get anything he just said right there because it kept skipping. He expects you to build it, Cree. That ain't gonna happen.
To the franchise, and that, for me, is a good thing. I'd rather Fallout was constantly trying new stuff rather than endlessly playing it safe and maybe eventually becoming a bit stale. But the downside is that not every change is gonna be good. Every game has introduced something that doesn't work and would be best forgotten. Yes, even that one. And
I hate how he keeps doing this shit with New Vegas. Yes, New Vegas isn't perfect. New Vegas has flaws. Stop treating it as if everyone worships it. God.
Yeah, that's really annoying that he had to specify New Vegas specifically.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, even this one, guys. Like, okay, I don't know what. You don't have to do that. You don't have to act like that. Like, Jesus Christ. Just because it got more things right than the other two doesn't mean that. I don't know. It's just weird how he's fucking doing this. That like immediately poisoning the well.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Credit though, because it's rare for someone to say that. Yeah, not all change is good. Because we've had a lot of people we've covered where they act like, oh, changing. Wasn't that the video we covered a few weeks ago from Bad Company Sarge? Is that, hey, it's Fallout is changing and that's a good thing.
Yeah, like he basically was saying that any change
it's not
is
for you
good.
anymore.
Yeah, it's not whether the change is good or bad. It's just not for you. So you just need to leave and let other people who enjoy that change enjoy it.
Yeah.
So basically to him, there's no such thing as a bad change. There's just a change that either you like or you dislike.
Yeah.
And if you dislike it, then fucking leave. And it's like, fuck you, no. Piss off.
accordingly, something really cool that we should preserve or
God, it keeps skipping while I unpause it. This doesn't normally happen. Hopefully it doesn't keep happening.
forgotten. Yes, even that one. And accordingly, every game has introduced something really cool that we should preserve or bring back. Yeah, even that one. So that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to explain...
What did Fallout... Like, I know he's going to get to it, but what did Fallout 76 do that would be actually worth bringing back?
Maybe the base building, I guess?
Yeah, but Fallout 3 had that. Or, sorry, Fallout 4.
Yeah, I was about to say, Fallout 4
had
that,
designated areas. Here, you could do it where you wanted.
Yeah, but when he says the games did some things really well, it should be kept, I don't think it's... Like, would really taking off the limit of being able to build in specific locations to being able to build everywhere be that big of a thing?
I don't think so. I think he's going to specify something else. I think he's going to try and say
we'll have to see what he says. I'm just trying to think of like what you would keep from 76.
Yeah, I'm worried he's going to say something like, "Oh, the nuking thing was so inspired. We should they should bring that back where you can nuke towns and it does loot and everything." Like, oh, so you mean the antithesis of fucking Fallout? Oh yeah, we should totally keep that.
Well, I don't think he'd make a point that bad.
Well, we'll see.
Oh no.
How to make the...
God, it's doing it again. Someone suggested lowering the video quality. I might have to do that. Because
also, he just said, and I know it skipped for you though, but to make the perfect Fallout game, you're never gonna make a perfect game ever. That's not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. A very poor choice of words to title his game or his video that.
I think it's just weird that so many of these people we cover have this obsession with perfect or perfection in some way. Either this, like, you know, this thing would be perfect if this, that, these, and those, or this thing is perfect, or, you know, you shouldn't expect perfection.
Like it.
You didn't like it.
Didn't like it because it's not perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, it's so fucking weird, and I hate that people accuse us of that all the time. Well, you just didn't like it because it's perfect. Like, motherfucker, I am totally fine with something having many flaws, so long as the overall package is still good. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh no. Well, I don't think he'd make a point that bad. We'll see about that, Mr. Creed. Oh no. Oh no, please no.
Cool, that we should preserve or bring back. Yeah, even that one. So that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to explain how to make the perfect Fallout game by discussing two things that worked brilliantly in every main Fallout game, and one thing we should throw away and never talk about again.
Okay, so my problem with this is restricting yourself to such a bizarre two good, one bad for each game. It kind of puts you in the position of, well, what if there's more than two things a game did really, really well that you should keep? And what if there's more than one bad thing you should forget about?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if the bad thing is throw it away and forget about it, then it can't be Fallout 4's story, so what is the bad thing Fallout 4 did that you want to get rid of permanently?
God, I'm dreading this.
To make a sort of perfect Fallout 5. So, let's kick off with the original Fallout. And I want to start off by talking about the world, specifically how the world is introduced to you, because the original Fallout is, to my mind, the best example in the franchise of how to facilitate organic discovery and exploration. So let me give you a simple example here by looking at how Fallout games begin. So in Fallout 2, you're looking for Vault 13 and a Gek. You're advised to go to the nearest town where conveniently someone has a lead for you on the guy who knows about the Vault 13 flask. You go where they tell you, a guy there can direct you to the person who sold him the flask, and the trail continues. In Fallout 3, you're looking for your father. You're advised to go to the nearest town where conveniently someone has a lead on where your father went. You go where they tell you, a guy there can direct you further, and the trail continues. Fallout New Vegas, you're looking for Benny. You're advised to go to the nearest town where conveniently someone has a lead on where Benny went. You go where they...
Okay, I'm just going to stop this here. It's not conveniently, you idiot. Alright, so what's happening is you're just following a logical series of progressions. You're going to the nearest town from wherever you are. So in Good Springs, it's like, hey, which way do we go? Do we go through the, irradiated hellhole this way that also has death claws in it? Do we go up to the Cazadors? Or did he likely take the road south, which is safer? Okay, he probably took the road south, which is safer. You go to Prim. Prim doesn't have exacting details, but they can give you a clue of like, hey, we saw a guy like that at some point. He went this way.
Yeah.
Same thing in all the games. And a lot of the times, especially in Fallout 1, you get told, I don't know fucking anything. Why are you asking me? I'm a junk dealer or whatever.
Yeah. In fact, when you go to Shady Sands, they don't know anything about a water chip, and they just say, hey, go to this nearby town. Maybe someone there will know something. And I don't know, this just seems like he's trying to... I'm not even really sure, but the fact that he's putting so much emphasis on, well, conveniently this, conveniently that. So, a dude who lives in a town who sold the Vault 13 canteen, it's convenient that this Randy had it and sold it, and he has maybe a bit of information on it.
It's like one of those things of like, hey, where did you get those shoes? Well, I bought them over there. So then you go to there, and then that person conveniently knows where they got it, too, because, they're the supplier or something like that. That's not convenience. That's you just following through on a clue. That's following through on what somebody told you. That's not convenient.
Yeah. It'd be like if there's a murder mystery and you're, like, looking for clues. It's just like, oh, it's convenient that the killer dumped the weapon in these bushes over here. You know? It's like, yeah, the killer's probably going to get rid of the murder weapon somehow.
Or, it's convenient that all these clues are near the dead body. It's like, you fucking idiot.
It's convenient that the corpse has a stab wound in it.
Yeah.
$5 from the Dwarfcast Noah. Thank you. What are we watching today, boys? Setch, by the way, read the first Expanse book. They did Holden dirty.
Yep, absolutely.
They did him dirty in the show.
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, the show, Expanse, is an okay show. It's okay. But they fucked up, and they do Holden dirty as shit all throughout it. And there's going to be a lot of stuff where they'll give credit to another group in the show, which totally fucks over the entire like theme of the book and everything. It's like, no, that doesn't happen. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
The Gabo Jones says, I mean, I guess it's convenient that the NPCs didn't suffer sudden amnesia.
Yeah, I just don't like this framing of following clues in a logical way is somehow absurd convenience. It seems very silly to me.
It is, and it almost seems like he did that specifically so he could deflect off of Fallout 3 again. Because notice he jumped from Fallout 1, which is, most fans will consider the birth of the series, as they should, and that's kind of what Fallout should be. And then he immediately jumped to Fallout 3, skipped Fallout 2.
No, he did do Fallout 2.
Had to go. I don't remember him doing Fallout 2. I remember
That
going
was
from
the
Fallout 1 to
canteen.
Fallout 3.
That was the Vault 13 canteen.
Oh, okay. Well, then, disregard what I was just going on. I did not see him go to Fallout 2.
Oh. Alright. $10 from Adam Riley. Thank you. It's convenient that your father escaped the vault, traveled to Three Dog, got to the vault on the other side of the map, and didn't die. Must have missed the mountain of corpses he left behind. That does actually bug me.
Yeah.
How does this guy with little to no combat experience...
No weapons.
He has a 10mm pistol, but how does he get through the mutant-infested DC?
Non-effective weapon.
Not effective against certain enemies.
Yeah.
I should say not effective because you can still kill super mutants with them. It's just not the weapon of choice against them.
Yeah.
But then he also travels halfway across the wasteland, actually most of the way across the wasteland, to go to the other vault. And there's like a big raider base in between DC and that vault. Evergreen Mills.
Your dad in Fallout 3 has a particular set of skills.
$5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Hi, Tops. How are you guys? Good news. My boy is due any day now. I'm so excited. Congratulations.
Yeah. Absolutely. Congrats.
Liam Neeson just used fast travel. Duh. He would have been fucked if he was in Morrowind. Maybe he used his science powers to retcon reality into giving him 100 in every stat.
They tell you a guy. The trail continues. Fallout 4. Looking for your son. Advised to go to nearest town. Conveniently, someone has a lead on where your son is. Go where they tell.
Okay, so the Mama Murphy thing is still fucking dumb. She knows because she knows. That's the game's explanation. She's a psychic.
Yeah.
Whose powers only work when she has drugs. And
yes, that one is actually like plot convenience. That one's actually a contrivance.
Well, it's worse
of
than...
like she knows because she's psychic.
Well, no, it's
there
worse
are psychics?
It's worse than that. She's psychic, and that's how you know the son is alive. But she says,
Yeah.
I don't even need my powers to tell you to go search Diamond City. But this is, as far as I've been able to find, this is one of the only ways to learn this information. I think you could find it from a random caravan that you're not directed to, and you have to be lucky enough to stumble into. And you could find a perk book that will mark Diamond City on your map if you happen to stumble upon it, if you happen to travel in that direction and look in that particular cabin. But the game directing you on the main story will always direct you to Mama Murphy, unless you just ignore the main story, obviously. It's dumb. I hate it. Psychics are well established in Fallout. Psychers, but not like... I could sense people, like, whatever you're looking for, psychics. Because, even
Yeah, we're not fortune tellers and stuff like that.
Yeah. That perk book is actually useless. Yes, it is. $5 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. Hot take. Fallout 3... Is that the greater than arrow?
Yeah.
Fallout 3 greater than Outer Worlds. I am pressing
Call that a hot
X to
take.
doubt
I'd call
so
that a
fucking...
shit take.
Yeah, I'm pressing X to doubt so fucking hard I broke the button.
Yeah, I would definitely call that a shit take, not a hot take.
Yeah, same.
I haven't even completed Outer Worlds, but from what little I have played, I can tell it's better written than Fallout 3.
But yeah, like that's kind of like Chase Face's shit take on the Yakuza series. It was literally called the nuclear shit take. I wish, because so many people forgot it because it was so like mind-bogglingly shit that it didn't get brought up in EFAP 150. That would have been great. I think a ton of people would have voted for that if they had been reminded of it. And I had only remembered it too when we were doing EFAP 150. It was like, what was the worst shit take on EFAP? And his wasn't on there, and I was like, oh god, because I remember we were roasting the shit out of him in Mahler's Discord for a long while after that. About how mentally retarded Chase is.
What was his take?
So this whole thing started with the video games you play dictate what kind of person you are, right?
Oh.
And so one of them joked, and I can't remember who it was joked, says, "Oh, I clearly want to go to Japan and just beat up Japanese men all day because I've been playing Yakuza." And then Chase starts on this whole diatribe about how awful the Yakuza games are because the main storyline is serious and the side content is silly, and how dare it, have both seriousness and silliness. That's just stupid. And, oh, dude, it just goes wild. And he's talking about how, like, he can't take the world seriously at all for everything. It's like, what the fuck?
$5 from Zaxxon Raphael? I know you said last time how to pronounce your name, I forgot. I hope that's the right way. Sorry if I fucked it up. This is extremely off topic, but if Cree is a weird fish and Setch is, oh god, it's moving too fast. And if Setch is a snake, what would that make Artemis, or just wolves in general? Probably a cat of some kind. $5 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. God, I hate when this chat jumps. The corporations are written terribly because Tim Kaine is a soy anarcho-communist. They have less nuance than Three's Enclave.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna say that's just bait at this point, because that is beyond reality at this point.
I was gonna say, that sounds like bait.
Or as we would say, that's fucking glows.
Tell you guy that video continues. The common thread here is breadcrumbs. The game tells you where to go bit by bit. Sure, you can ignore it and just run off in any direction you choose, but there is an obvious intended journey. A convenient string of people who just happen to have the...
It's not convenient. Oh, God, because you can hear exactly where his argument's going. They just happen to have the exact information you need. No, not always. Like, again, you brought up Fallout 1. A lot of times you'll go to a town and talk to somebody and ask them a question. They'll be like, I wouldn't fucking know that. Maybe you should go ask that town instead. The town that would be more likely to know this shit. You're in a fucking backwater here where we live in sand huts. The fuck you think we know about vault technology?
Yeah.
Why don't you go to Vault City, the people that might know about that?
Vault City didn't exist in Fallout 1.
Oh, that's right. You're right. It was still Vault whatever, because they had just started out. And it was a big... they had all their sentry guns on.
No, that's a different place as well. So, Shady Sand sends you to the ruins of Vault 15. Because that's where they came from originally, but that was a long time ago now, it seems, because the vault is in a terrible state of decay. The place you're thinking of with all the sentry guns is the military base in Fallout 2, where you get the weapons for one of the families in New Reno to take out the other families. I forget which family it was, but it was the one where their son died, and you're like investigating this murder.
I know I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of the wire fences, and they had sentry guns on it. They had just opened their vault, and it is what would become Vault City.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't exist in Fallout 1.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh God, man. Yeah, my memory then is got that wildly confused because I swear I remember in Fallout 1 that existed.
Nope.
Because I remember in Fallout because this is what I remember. Again, clearly it's wrong, right? This is what I remember was that in Fallout 1, the vault if Vault what would become Vault City was opened, and they had started colonizing the immediate area around the vault. And as part of that, they'd set up sentry turrets and had troops there to protect it.
You are absolutely thinking. Okay, here's how I could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt you're wrong.
Yeah.
Shady Sands is in the northern part of the map here in Fallout 1, right? You can't go any farther north. See that green thing there? That's Vault 13.
Yep.
You go east to Vault 15, which is on the same like row in the grid, and Shady Sands is dead in the middle. So there's only one square north of Shady Sands. Shady Sands is NCR in Fallout 2, which is at the southern end of the map. And Vault City is way north of that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Yeah, some people said that it might be a mod that I'm confusing in with it.
Possibly.
It could be. But yeah, so this was the thing that I remember. Game Trailers did a video on this. It talked about how fascinating it was when you go from Vault 13 to Vault 15, and you pass a town as you go by, because you're only told the location of Vault 15. So you're going straight over there. You immediately pass over Shady Sands as you go by. You go in to the vault and realize that you need rope to go down. It's like, well, let's just go to the town I had just passed.
Yeah. 10 pounds from Threadnought, thank you. And here we see Creed going after MatPat again. Why do Creed and his cunnies? What the fuck? Why do they want to take all my joy? Why do they want to took all my joy? Also, Creed is a turkey, poisoning the body of the road down the burden well. Gerbil, gerbil, gerbil. That's quite the super chat, thank you. 5 pounds from Threadnought. You got mud on your face? A big disgrace kicking the burden of well can down the poison road well. Alrighty then.
Exact information you to the next person in a perfect unbroken chain that leads precisely where you need to go. But not in Fallout 1. In the original Fallout, you're looking for a water chip. You're advised to go to the nearest vault. And it's not there. It's abandoned. It's a dead end. There's no convenient terminal or note or tape or survivor telling you where to go next. What there is, however, is a town. You pass it on the way to the vault. Yep. No one tells you to go there. There's no reason to believe they'd know anything about your mission. And they don't. They have no idea what a water chip is. But there's a guy there who can point you in the direction of another town. You have no reason to think they'd know anything there, but they might. You see the crucial difference here. Fallout 1 just lets you loose in the world and leaves you to it. You can figure it out if you pay attention and ask around and put the evidence together. But the convenient breadcrumb trail of helpful NPCs isn't there. Instead, you explore the world, slowly learn about the universe, figure out the story at your own pace. Meet the Brotherhood early if you feel like it.
I feel like he's trying to make a thing out of nothing here.
I don't know. I was gonna say I kind of agree. Like, I do kind of wish the Fallout series would go back to doing stuff like this.
Yeah, it was a much better time when it didn't handhold you as much. But honestly, New Vegas does this decently well. You have the convenience stuff, sure, like the stuff where you'll find an NPC that can guide you in a more specific direction, or the terminal logs or whatever. But a lot of it is just, using your brain. Like, where would he go? Would Benny cross the, hazardous Deathclaw Valley? Quarry, technically. But would he go across that? Probably not. He'd probably go south, which is the safer way to go. So you just follow south and you just ask around there. And again, those people don't know who Benny is. They're just like, if you mean a guy in a white suit who's, nice dressed white suit, yeah, we saw him. He went that way.
The thing about New Vegas is that it's just a logical progression because people actually see him is the thing. Because obviously they stayed in Good Springs and they know that they went towards Prim when they left. So you go to Prim, you meet a guy who saw this dude, who saw Benny, and he left towards, well, obviously because I'm trying to think, is it west? Yeah, it's west. He went west, which means if he's going west, he has to be going to Novak if he's on his way to New Vegas, like he overheard them saying. Then you go to Novak, and you meet somebody that directly talked to him and knew who Benny was, and who Benny told that he was going to Boulder City. So it's just a logical progression of following the obvious trail. Like, there isn't really room to be like, oh, we'll go to this random town that doesn't actually know and stuff like that. Because the way that the map is laid out, it's like, well, if he went this way, then he had to have crossed this town. And people actually do see him when he goes into town because he talks to people.
Also brings up something, though. Duncan says, the Death Claws were hibernating when Benny shot you. They were released afterwards when the Powder Gangers woke them up with dynamite. So the road north would have been safe when he left. When did the Powder Gangers wake up in comparison to when we got shot? Because what if they passed from that road and it was safe, right? They shoot us, and in that time, while the rest of the wasteland is still going on, then the Powder Gangers wake up the Death Claws. So he can't return that way.
As Astura says in chat, all that matters is that the hints are found in places that logically make sense for the world. It doesn't matter if Miniature Nerd finds it convenient or not.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. That's my main problem I'm getting at, is the whole convenient thing here. That's what feels like he's trying to make something out of nothing. Because I could see the argument of finding your own way purely like by asking around. But at that point, I don't see what the difference is between like Fallout 2 and the other games that Fallout 1 has, It's like, someone in... I should explain the example before I describe it. It would be like someone else could just as easily say that it's super, super fucking convenient that an NPC in Shady Sands tells you to go to a place where you might find information. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, in that regard, yes, this does feel like a bunch of nothing. Especially in comparison, because there's nothing wrong with doing it the way, like, say, New Vegas did it. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would agree in the sense that if we get a new Fallout game, I would be totally fine if they went back to this kind of way of doing stuff like they did in Fallout 1, but they don't have to.
Yeah.
So here comes an interesting question. Pagan specifically would know this more. Would it be more interesting if it had a story system like an Elden Ring? Where you get the information here and there, but nothing directly, like, tells you that, hey, you must do this, you must go there. Or even in the stuff that says you must do this, you can completely ignore.
Kind of. I would agree, sort of, but not fully into that. Like, I don't want Fallout to become like Dark Souls or Elden Ring's story, where it's everything is very open-ended and kind of hidden.
I don't mean that, because Elden Ring's story isn't actually that open-ended and hidden.
But no, but I don't know.
People get confused with the Souls series. No, this one is a lot more straightforward, and you're getting a lot more information, a lot more people interact with that actually tell you things.
It is, but as I've mentioned on stream, I'm not. I've said on stream, there's nothing wrong with telling a story the way that FromSoft tells stories. There's nothing wrong with the way they do it. It's fine. I just personally am not that into it. I personally would have really liked if Elden Ring had had a more traditional way of storytelling, like Morrowind or something.
I way prefer Elden Ring style of story. I can't stand. We got to see a more recent example, which was Lords of the Fallen, which did the Souls style system of gameplay and everything, but had a traditionally told story. And fucking hell, it was awful.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I can't really get into FromSoft's world because it's always like, oh, well, here's one of a handful of NPCs that you're going to meet. Don't bother getting invested because you already know they're going to die like 90% of the time. Like there might be a couple of exceptions where they just disappear, where they just leave. And it's like, okay, well, I guess they didn't die, but they're just gone too now, but whatever. But whereas like 90% of the other ones you meet, it's like, okay, you know exactly how this is going to end. You know they're going to die, so don't bother getting invested. They don't really have any quests. Like at most, the only characters that you really get to interact with like continuously and get, well, you don't even really get quests from them, just shopkeepers and the turtle dude, the turtle pope. That's about it.
I find that incredibly disingenuous, honestly. I really do. Like, what the fuck? You just know they're gonna die anyways? Like, Jesus Christ.
90% of the time. I mean, we've literally talked about it on stream where like we'll meet somebody and somebody in chat will be like, oh, this character seems cool. And I'm like, okay, yeah, like you think so? It's like, okay, well, because like they'll like.
So by your logic, you should never get invested in anyone that's going to die ever.
90% of the time, it's like you know exactly where this is going. It's like, oh, okay, we ran into a new character. All right, who wants to bet that they're gonna die?
Is that just FromSoft games? You feel like that?
I feel like it's most FromSoft games.
Any other game though, if you know a character's gonna die, you still get invested in them, and it's only FromSoft that does this for you.
It's mainly the fact that I know 100% that they're gonna die. It's like I could play other games, and it's like, well, I don't know where this story's gonna go. Maybe he'll die, but I don't know. Whereas in FromSoft, it's like I know this person's going to die. It's like it's almost guaranteed. Like there's a 95% chance that this dude's gonna die.
I'm gonna say that's a pretty shit logic, honestly.
I don't know. I think it's pretty spot on. When, like I said, I don't know.
No, like your literal statement here, and I apologize, and feel free to correct me, is that you cannot get invested in a character if you think they're going to die. That is a statement you have now made.
No, it's not so much that you can't get invested in them. It's just it's annoying when you know how it's going to end.
No, I mean I can get invested in them easily. I'm not saying this in general. I'm saying you personally say you cannot get invested. You, as the entity Pagan, cannot get invested in a character that is going to die.
Maybe. I don't know. I could get invested in some of them. Like there's a few where it's like even though they die at the end, it's like, oh, that was, it's like, God, that really hit me. But a lot of the time it's also just like with some characters, it's like, oh, okay, well, there's not a lot going on with you, but I also know you're gonna die. So it's like, that kind of sucks. Like it would have been nice if maybe because you already don't have a lot to your character, maybe if they had done something different with you, it could have been interesting. But no, it's like you're just gonna die at the end of this.
So can you not get invested in any characters in Game of Thrones then? Because the vast majority of them are going to die.
Slightly. I will say slightly. Because as I've been watching it, there has been a couple of characters where I'm like, I can't really get that invested with you because I know you're going to die soon.
Which characters exactly?
Littlefinger for one. I really don't care about him. I'm just like, yeah, I know you're going to die. You'll probably play some role in the story, but probably not that big, and you're definitely going to die.
When do you think he's going to die?
I'm gonna say this right now. Shut your mouth. Don't say nothing.
When do you think he's going to die? I'm not going to spoil it.
Probably. Probably next season. Either next season or the beginning of season 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and chat, don't say nothing. Pagan literally hasn't seen anything about Game of Thrones. That's why I'm specifically asking with this thing. Just nothing. Just shut your mouth.
Yeah, so that's one. example where I would say kind of.
Yeah, but did you?
And again, and I wouldn't say that with every character though, because it's like I was pretty invested in Ned when he died, and it was pretty.
That.
Yeah, and I was pretty invested with him, and I was like, "Aw." But I didn't lose investment because he died. It's just annoying when, to me, I will say it's annoying to me when I know the majority of the people I am talking to are just going to die, and there's nothing beyond that. And it's like, God, I kind of wish this story had some more traditional story elements to it, where it felt like maybe not every character was going to have the exact same ending.
Now, is part of the problem how much characterization or time they get?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so in season 1 or 2 we get bits and pieces of Littlefinger, but we don't see like a great deal of him. He's not a major focus character, so that's why you don't get invested in him as a character, because he's gonna die in season 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a bit more sense to me.
Yeah, that's how I think that's how I would clarify that, where it's like, it's not every character who dies I can't get invested with. It's, well, there's already very little of this character and you know he's going to die, and it's like, well, why even get invested with this character then when there's so little and you know he's going to die soon?
Alright, fair enough. That makes a lot more sense.
And I would say like the worst example of something like this would be something like Fallout 4. It's like, you're not going to give a shit about your wife and kid when you've barely had any fucking time to get to know them, and they die, at least the wife dies immediately in the game.
Yeah, that's one of my
so
arguments.
There's no reason
Fallout 4, because you spend all of 5 minutes with your significant other, and
they assume the connection will be there instantly.
Yeah, so that's kind of like, on a scale, I would say that's like one of the most extreme, like, other end of the spectrum kind of thing, where that's like one of the most extreme examples I can think of.
But yeah, so again, the thing I want to point out is you can save a lot of people in Elden Ring, a lot of them. That's why I'm more curious now about this. It's like, good lord, okay, so the ones that you physically cannot save no matter what, did you get invested all in Blight?
Yes. Funny enough, he was actually one of the ones I was just talking about, where I said, like that one really hit me. I was really invested with that one. Blight is a good example of one that, like, well, that's the thing though. I didn't actually think Blight at first was going to die, because it seemed like his quest was going to converge with Ronnie's and end with him there, but he dies. And it was around that time that I started to realize, oh, most of the people in this game are going to die, just like in Dark Souls, aren't they? And that pretty well rang true for the most part. Oh, obviously there was exceptions. There was like a handful of exceptions where that didn't happen, but for the most part, I could say you're going to die pretty soon, aren't you? And that would typically happen. And it would just get frustrating whenever there was like a character that seemed like they got a good ending, where it's like, oh wow, that's rare. You actually got a good ending. Wow, I'm actually surprised. And then I come back later and it's like, oh no, they're dead. No, they're just dead. EG being one example. It's like, oh, okay, you're just dead. Hoslow.
You knew he wasn't going to get a good ending.
I kind of didn't, but I was kind of like, oh, you know what? Maybe he'll live. No, I think the biggest one though was Hoslow. I was like, wow, really? I was like, okay, you're just dead.
He had a great ending for his death. What the fuck? That was like,
I disagree.
That was a redemption for him.
I don't know. I liked the thing of him being like, I liked his story ending there, where it was like, you know what, fighting for blood, and like, you know, his whole thing of like, Tale Hoslow is told in blood and everything, and he's so obsessed with all that kind of.
Yeah, the tale of House Hoslow is told in blood.
Yeah, but then he kind of, after everything he goes through, he's like, you know what, maybe fighting isn't all there is, and he actually like finds the Jar Village and becomes like their they're a keeper, and he actually becomes happy. He even says like, "Don't pity me. I enjoy my life now." And I'm like, "Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
That's kind of wholesome. That's pretty
and
nice."
Did you not realize how great of an ending that was? Was that he wasn't taking up arms for vengeance or for violence, but to protect something he cared about, and he actually saved some of them?
I mean, that's
part of what makes that such a good death.
I mean, I don't disagree with you on that. It's just that the fact that that's everybody, though. That's almost everybody in the game, though. Where it's like, okay, but I know that that's going to happen because it literally happens with everyone.
But it doesn't happen with everyone. Like again, you can save a shockingly high amount of the NPCs and people.
I mean, true, I guess, but at the same time, I don't know. Again, like I said, like when I'm playing it on stream and we got the chat, with us and stuff, and whenever we meet a new character and then they die, everyone is always like, "Oh, okay, like does this just happen with everybody?" And then it's like, for the most part, yeah. And every time we think we find one, or the chat thinks they found one where, oh no, surely this person will get to live, and we get some sort of ending that isn't just complete fucking depressing. It's like, no, sorry, this is a FromSoft game. Like, I don't know why you expected that.
They all fit, though. They all fit perfectly. The world is literally coming to an end so that something new can be born of it. That's what the whole point of the game is.
And I don't disagree with that. I just, like I said, dude, I'm just saying, personally, I was just kind of hoping Elden Ring would have told a slightly more traditional story and been a little bit more like, because like I said, I was...
More traditional story than... What about Sekiro, then?
I haven't played Sekiro. I don't know the story of that.
Oh, because that one is very much, that is more traditional told. You are a specific character. You don't make your own. You are Wolf. That is your character. That is your story. That is what you're going through, and that's the experience you're going through.
Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to either watch a playthrough of it or play it myself to really get an idea. But because one of the things we discussed on the stream was, as much as I love Elden Ring, I think Elden Ring would have been a better game, at least for me personally. I think it would have been a much better game if it had been like how it is, like the world, the combat, all that kind of stuff, and the voice acting. But it had the more traditional elements of something, say, like Morrowind.
Well, now I'm gonna have to call you on the traditional thing, because traditional stories are tons of people dying and barely anybody makes it out. Like, look at the Odyssey. You have a single person in the Odyssey that survives it.
Okay, well, I feel like you're being a little pedantic now.
No, okay, but that's traditional stories. That's how they go. It's all about, like, there are people that'll be lost on the way. There's death and destruction on the way.
Let me clarify then. Traditional video game stories. There. Where I was basically saying, like, imagine if we had like Morrowind's NPC system, and where there's like, there's more dialogue, there's more quests, there's actually towns that are actually filled, that feel lived in. It's like there's actually kind of like what Jarburg sort of was, but didn't quite. But even Jarburg doesn't quite reach that. But just a place where it's like, oh, it's like there's actually stuff going on in this world that isn't just crazy people everywhere. And I don't know. I wanted a more dialogue focused thing. I wanted more dialogue. I wanted more RPG elements in the game. I think it would have just been a better game personally for me if it had had more traditional video game story to it, but it had Elden Ring's gameplay and world and lore and all that stuff. Like, that's all great. I love all that stuff. They nailed that for Elden Ring. Probably the best I've seen from FromSoft in terms of that. But I would have loved if the game had also been partially something like Morrowind mixed in there with that.
Maybe, I guess, but I gotta go with the chat of what the hell is a traditional video game story?
I guess stuff where maybe literally not everyone you meet dies. And there's actually like, return characters and maybe a bit more of a character focus. Melina is like the closest thing you get to like what I'm talking about, where there is a reoccurring character that keeps showing up and you actually have some sort of interaction with them that goes for more than one meeting and stuff like
Ronnie?
that.
What about
Ronnie is a little bit, yeah. She kind of gets there. Not quite what I'm looking for, but kind of close.
What about Lady Tan at the Volcano Manor?
No, she literally just sits in a chair and is basically, and you kill her. Well, you can kill her, but I mean, she's gonna die anyway. She eats Rykard, so she's gonna die regardless.
That doesn't mean she's gonna die. She's gonna become one with the Great Serpent. That's the whole goal of the Volcano Manor.
Fair. I'll say that's fair for that. Yeah, it doesn't technically mean she's going to die. It won't be a good end, but it doesn't necessarily mean she'll die. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure how else to explain it. Where other than just like take all the good elements of Elden Ring and tie in a more, like I said, Morrowindish way of like with characters and storytelling and dialogue, where there's towns and there's people you can talk to in those towns and they have quests and you have things you can do there and people you can talk to that reoccurring and they don't all just die.
But yeah, a bunch of them don't. That's the part.
Okay, a bunch, but what do you consider a bunch? Because from what I can tell, at least 90% of the characters you meet, like that you can actually talk to in Elden Ring, will die in some way. Like they just die. Like what's his name? The priest that helps you with God, I always forget her name because everyone's name is so similar. Not Melania, not Melina. It's the one in between. She also dies, regardless. The red-haired chick with the one arm that you get the prosthetic for. She dies. The priest that oversaw her, he dies. He just passes away in his chair. There wasn't much to him anyway. So he just dies. You get really nothing from him other than go find the needle.
He's talking about Millicent, guys. Yes.
Yes, Millicent.
But no, his whole thing was to guide her on her journey. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to do this in a way where I'm not literally just going to name off every single character in the game. Especially when I can barely remember their names because they have that R.R. Martin style of naming to them where everyone has a sort of similar name.
Yeah, well, especially here it makes sense because they're gods, so you want to be named similar to the gods.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad, it's just, it's hard for me to remember, which also happens a lot in Game of Thrones. So the same thing happens with me in Game of Thrones as well, where I will regularly forget the names of certain characters because they will either sound somewhat similar or I will get them confused with each other. But yeah, like I said, whenever, especially when I'm playing it on stream and chat is there and they're talking about oh, I like this character, and then they die and they're like, wow. And it just keeps happening to the point where chat was asking, is there anybody in this game you talk to where they don't fucking die at the end? And I'm like, yes, there are some. It's not everybody, but it is a lot. And I do have to agree with chat that yes, it is a lot. It does feel like 90% of the characters you meet will die at the end of their quests, even if it doesn't make sense.
Wait, even if it doesn't make sense? What do you mean?
Sometimes characters will just fall over and die at the end of their quest, where it's not really explained why they die. They just kind of fall over and die. Because it's the game basically is okay, well, you're done with this character's story. You have no need for them anymore. We're now just going to kill them. They're just going to fall over dead.
Okay, like who?
The priest.
You mean Millicent? Like how the way she dies?
The priest dude that helps her. You come back and he's just dead in his chair.
It's not just because he killed himself.
Did he kill himself? Is that
she
why?
Didn't go through with the destiny that he wanted.
Oh, see, I didn't even get that. I couldn't even tell that he'd done that. I just assumed he just died. Like there was no real hint that he had killed himself for me. I just looked like he just died.
He failed his life's mission. He failed his entire purpose in life. Like he had one goal and one motivation, one thing that he had to do, and she refused the call in the end.
God, I would still say that that's kind of crap, though. It's like, oh, so he killed himself out of despair. Yeah, that's very FromSoft. Yeah, okay. So another depressing ending.
Yeah, that's fair, because there's literally nothing he can do. He can't change that now. It's done. It's over with. Now's a great time for ads, by the way, Cree.
It's just the fact that it seems to happen with a lot of the characters, and it's also a part of the world, the way that the world is, where yeah, everyone is crazy. There's basically nothing here for anybody. So yeah, everyone's gonna kill themselves most of the time. They're either gonna die or they're gonna kill themselves, because that's just how this world is. And it's like, I don't really like that aspect, especially when it's in most of their games where yeah, this world is fucked and everyone here is probably just going to die. And it's like, oh, that I do lose a little bit of investment with that kind of stuff. It's like, especially when they do it a lot, where it's like, oh, another world that's doomed and everyone's going to die in it or kill themselves because of despair. Great. I'm just saying, like, it does get on my nerves a little bit, and I have said multiple times that I do wish.
I understand you, but I mean, the chat is being rude.
Yeah,
I haven't been reading
have
chat.
to disagree with Duncan McCockiner here. Rainbow Hawk's whole thing was the endings weren't perfect because things are slightly not so great. Pagan is talking about everyone dying. There's a huge difference there.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about at all.
I push back on that everyone dies, and also that.
Okay, but you know what I mean. I don't need to use exact.
No. I know. Not you, Cree. I'm specifically talking about the argumentation itself, not what you just said. I push back on that everyone dies. Also, the deaths that do happen are very fitting. They are well explained and thought through. Like, I don't see that as a problem.
I'm not even saying that they're not, that the deaths aren't. Now, there was a couple where I said, like, it didn't seem to make sense, but that's because I didn't know that they, like, killed themselves. It literally did seem like at least a couple of them just fall over and die for no reason. But if there's actually, like, lore reasons why it happens, then okay. But it's just that it happens so much. And I know you say it's not literally everyone, but it feels like the majority of people you meet, besides a handful of people, are going to die or kill themselves. And then when, like, the good endings you get are when, like, what's her name? Oh my god, why does everyone have to have such a weird name? Zarya, like, leaving.
Oh, yeah.
And she leaves her heartfelt letter to you. I mean, that's kind of nice. I like the heartfelt letter, but it's also like, okay, well, now she's just gone. And it's like, it's like, I will at least say, hey, at least she didn't die. Hey, at least she didn't die. You know, like, that's what I had to tell chat, because they were trying to be like, oh, this is so depressing. I'm like, no, come on. It's a nice letter. It's nice. Come on, she's not dead.
At all.
I was like, she's not dead. She left. She went to go on her own little quest.
Her entire world was shattered, and you, out of kindness, like, showed her that no, there's still good in this world. No, you know, I'm somebody that doesn't give a shit that you're actually a snake monster. I don't care.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you know, it's like, yeah, see, it's not all bad, but it's like, at the same time, it's like, okay, that's one of your only, well, not only, but that's one of the few where you get an ending like that where it actually feels kind of satisfying. And where it's like, oh, they didn't just fucking die at the end. Nice. Cool. That's rare.
I suppose I will have to disagree with the satisfying thing, because I found a lot of the deaths to be satisfying because they made sense to me.
I don't know. I lose some of the satisfaction when I know that most of them are just going to die at the end of their story, and there's not much else to them besides maybe one quest, sometimes, if even that, and then they're just going to die at the end. Nefeli is one of the few. It's like, she doesn't die. Kenneth, he joins her in service to her and stuff. He doesn't die. I was like, oh, that's nice.
The blacksmith and spirit tuner don't die. Ronnie doesn't die.
Okay.
Fucking Ronnie wipes the floor with his 2 fingers.
Yeah, and you know, and that's another thing I told chat was, like, objectively, Ronnie's ending is the best ending. Like, it is hands down objectively the best ending for everybody.
Yeah, if you get the corrected floor.
Yeah, if you get the corrected
correct translation.
Yeah, which I did have to explain that because some people were like, no, it's not. And I was like, well, no, if you get the proper translation from the Japanese version, no, it is the objectively best ending. It's not a sad ending. It's actually very nice ending.
Ronnie's is so badly translated. It is kind of shocking that it happened.
Yeah, it's really bad. I really hate that they haven't, like, fixed it. It's like, come on, you fucked it up. At least fix it. You can update that.
No, objectively, you can't top the dung ending.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, Chad, Chad, I gotta push back against you too. Pagans is saying characters die, therefore bad. That's not what Pagans is saying.
No, and like I said, there's plenty of that do die that where I said I was invested with them. Blythe, loved his story, loved everything about that. It's just annoying. It's just annoying to me when the majority of the characters I'm going to meet are just going to die later. Especially the ones that don't have a lot of character to them. Where the game doesn't go super in-depth with them, and you hope for something more, and then they just die. And it's like, oh, well, there wasn't a whole lot to that character to begin with, and now they're dead, just like everyone else. And it does get a little annoying to me. And like I said, I do think if you took all the best elements of Elden Ring, of which there is a lot, and then you just put something where it's like you mixed some level of like Morrowind into that, perfect game for me. For me, I would say that is the perfect game.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I guess we'll just have to leave it there at that.
Yeah, which is fair. And I am trying to specify that it's a personal thing. It's for me. I'm not saying that the game is good or bad because of this. I'm not saying, like I said, there's nothing wrong with FromSoft's way of telling a story. There's nothing wrong with Elden Ring's story at all. It is still good. It is still a good story. I just personally like more traditional video game stories.
Not a traditional video game story either.
You cut out. I didn't hear anything.
I said that is not a traditional video game story either. So again, but we're just gonna go back into that.
Well, I know. I know Elden Ring isn't a traditional.
No, I'm saying what you're saying. What you want is not a traditional game story either. That is not how games traditionally went.
Okay, well, what would you consider a traditional video game story?
I wouldn't consider there to be one. Because video game stories were wild and experimental, especially back then. Nowadays, you have more of the generic heroes fantasy where everything turns out good in the end. And I fucking hate that.
Are you really gonna make me call it the normie thing just because? Okay, fine. The normie way of telling stories in video games. How about that?
Yes, I guess it would be the normie way. Yeah.
Okay, there. Then I prefer the more normie way of telling stories in video games.
Because I wouldn't consider there to be that much of a traditional video game story, because video games were insanely wild and experimental for the longest time. It's only the modern day where we've got the genre staples and the this must be the way it goes, and the traditional hero's tale sort of thing. Which even in the traditional hero's tale, tons of people fucking die, heroes included.
Nah, I don't know. It's just, I wish that some of the characters you meet would stick around in some way, and just, like, I don't know, it just feels like there's no hope is the problem for me, where it's like, okay, almost everyone you meet is going to depart from you in some way, and it's like there's just it just kind of just takes me out of it a little bit, where it's like, okay, yeah, this is gonna keep happening. It's like I want to care about these characters enough that they live, at least some of them, but it just doesn't happen.
It's suppose that difference is that I feel like I'm the one creating the hope when it comes to like Elden Ring and the Souls games. I'm the one that's creating that spark, that's lighting that torch.
Fair. That's fair.
Like, the world is bleak, and you're rebelling against that bleakness. You're the one that's pushing on, you're carrying through, you're upsetting the status quo to make hope, to bring hope back.
Yeah. I guess...
And even in Dark Souls 3, like, even when you go to the dark ending, the King of Hollows ending, is like, that's bringing hope to an entire people that have been neglected and looked down upon for God knows how many cycles.
Yeah. I think I'll just end it with, I don't think Elden Ring should be changed in any way. I think the way it is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I would just hope that someday a game like Elden Ring gets made, but with those elements that I really like.
Say, try and do Sekiro. That's what I would say.
Okay. Yeah, I will. I've been meaning to play it. I guess this will finally be the spur that makes me finally download it and play it.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna warn you. This Sekiro is about the rhythm and flow of combat.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I know. That's one of the reasons why I've been holding it off on playing it, is because of the, like, I don't know if I'm going to be good at the, like, rhythm mechanic. But alright, I think we've talked about this enough. Let's move on.
Oh.
Shut up, Threadnought. And also you too, Creed.
What? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I sat here and listened patiently
Yes.
to that whole discussion.
The Threadnought was throwing you under the bus. That's why I told Threadnought to shut up. But it says best part about the tangent, how Creetosis tried to get them both back on topics for the last half hour.
No, I didn't. I didn't do a goddamn thing. I let them speak.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I first started with shut up, Threadnought, and you too, Creetosis.
So, if we could get back to the video then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright.
Yeah.
It's too bad every character in Elden Ring dies.
You can run into a super mutant.
Ah, you motherfucker, listen. Alright, hang on. We also need to go back because obviously it's a skip. So that was just perfect time to put a joke in. Alright.
Story at your own pace. Meet the Brotherhood early if you feel like it. Go exploring and you can run into a super mutant immediately after starting the game, though you probably won't survive the encounter. Stumble across the final boss at level 1 if you want to. It's all just there, and I hugely respect Fallout 1 for that.
Okay.
I thought meeting the Brotherhood was optional in general, so how can you meet them early? You know?
I mean, if it is optional, I guess you could do the optional thing to meet them early.
Yeah, but when you have a world that's as open as this, is anything really that early? That's kind of more what I'm getting at. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah. I don't really know.
The second good thing was the Master, possibly my favourite antagonist in the whole franchise. I love everything about this guy. I love the way he looks completely alien, a human face meshed into machines and architecture. He's one of the strangest, most interestingly designed creatures in all of Fallout. And then there's the amazing echoing robotic voices pieced together out of recordings so the flow of his speech is all wrong.
I don't have to prove anything to you.
I love how he's unique in Fallout, in that he's a final boss you can defeat without ever meeting him, if you just sabotage and blow up his home. Just like the game doesn't gift you free breadcrumbs to guide you, it doesn't force you into a staged confrontation with the Master. If you'd rather sneak in and blow him to hell without ever seeing him, you can do it. Fallout 1 truly just let you do it your way. I love how he's not just a tough fight, but also a genius who has perfectly sound reasons for what he's doing. You likely won't agree with them, but they do make sense. You fully understand why he's doing, what his end goal is, and how what he's done so far helps move him towards that end goal. And that
Okay, yeah. So far, I don't disagree with any of this.
Yeah, but I would like to contrast this with Lanius and how Miniature Nerd does not understand anything about fucking Lanius.
Which is what I was going to say. I agree with what he's saying here, and the fact that you can deal with the master without ever talking to him. However, the way he's framing it is as if, oh, but if you do meet the final boss and you are forced to actually see the final boss, then somehow the game has failed. It's like, no, so long as it's done well, it doesn't matter.
But it's crazy here. He's talking about how you can see his motivations and understand it. When he, through his New Vegas, through him talks about New Vegas, does not understand anything about Lanius or understand why you can get him to retreat as long as you don't tell him he's retreating. Because holy fuck, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. But yeah, it's exactly that. It's like there's nothing wrong with Lanius. Like, his motivations make sense. There's a reason why you can talk him down. He does, and also the thing of, oh, he just comes up out of nowhere. It's like, no, he doesn't. You hear about him all throughout the fucking game, and there's all kinds of stories about him. Some are true, some aren't. That's the thing. You don't know. He's a legend. You don't know what is true. It isn't until you meet him that you start to get a proper idea of who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do find it kind of shocking how many people think Linus is poorly written when everything is set up there for perfect understanding of him as a character. The very fact that if you say, oh, so you're retreating, he will instantly fucking turn on you. He even chews on the word for a little bit. Retreat? It's like, yeah, by framing it that way, you completely fucked over talking him down. I don't know why people don't see this. Maybe they've just never taken that dialogue option.
Maybe. It's just weird to me how they seem so adamant of like, well, the fact you could talk him down. It's like, he's a human. Yeah, you could talk him down. Like, it's not impossible to talk someone down if you frame it in such a way that it's their idea. If you make it seem like it's their idea and what they're doing isn't like dishonorable, yeah, they'll do that. And there's a reason why the moment you fucking make it about, oh, so you're retreating, he immediately changes his fucking mind.
Yeah, because now you have just placed in his mind and has just shown him that other people will think that Lanius, that Lanius of legend, has retreated like a coward instead of fighting to the death.
There's many ways to fuck up talking him down. Yeah, there is. Yeah. And the fact that there's the scaling speech checks too. You do need speech at 100 to talk him down. But it goes from like 40 to 60 to 80 to 100. That entire back and forth between the player and Lanius is the whole like trying to drive home the point that this is, you're doing a lot of work to try and convince him to back down.
Yeah, it's not a simple thing. It takes a lot of work, and you have to be good at speech. You have to have a high speech skill to even do it.
Yeah. Oh God, Chad's talking about the Legion also having guns. I
really
want us to do this other video. I so want us to do this other video with the whole don't idolize the factions, because that person is a wild narcissistic idiot. And they're gonna make some wild claims.
Alright. Well, we could do that next time. Well, not next time, because we're probably not getting through this video today, but yeah.
I will give you a preview of one of the claims.
Oh no.
It is embarrassing and dumb that the Legion would have lost the first Battle of Hoover Dam because they ran machetes at sniper rifles. I mean, duh!
Yeah, it's a typical idiot thing where they don't even try to understand the Legion at all. And they pay so little attention to the game they don't realize that the Legion does fucking use guns. You can see them using guns.
Yep. Or, even better, the fact that bringing a knife to a gunfight does not mean you automatically lose. I would like to present as my argument the fucking Zulu, who massacred the British, who all had guns, and the Zulus had spears and oxhide shields.
Last time you brought that point up, people in the comments were kind of going at you for, apparently that's wrong.
No, it isn't. again.
Okay, look, I'm just saying what was in the comments.
I don't give a shit.
Okay, whatever.
The Zulu massacred the British. All right, and because the British, in their arrogance, didn't think that people with spears and oxenhide shields would be a threat, marched right into a trap, got surrounded, and massacred. Then this small detachment went after the outpost, which they weren't supposed to do. They were not supposed to do that. But no, they did it anyways. But that's where the British outpost at Rorke's Drift actually held strong. Now, if we don't want to do the Zulu, how about we talk about the fucking Gurkhas then?
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about, was the Gurkhas.
How about the people that they don't even use machetes. They use fucking knives. Big knives, mind you, but they're fucking knives. They use the kukri. Okay? And in World War II, while they were fighting the Germans, they ran out of ammo. And then they all drew their kukris and in unison charged a fortified machine gun nest. A fortified machine gun nest. They massacred every single fucking German there. Or, what if we talk about how they held off 400 Japanese with their kukris by themselves for 4 hours to the point the Japanese had to retreat. Or, let's do 2010, where a single Gurkha got surrounded by God knows how many Taliban fighters and fought through the entire night by himself, sustained not a single injury, and killed 30 fucking Taliban. With his knife only. And yes, the Taliban were armed with AKs, SKSs, Mosins, everything.
Yep. Yeah, no, the fucking Gurkhas, they're no joke, and they are proof that melee weapons are still effective even in a gunfight.
Again, the Tueler drill exists for a reason, right? So for anyone that doesn't know, what the Tueler drill is that trained police officers who are trained to draw from their holsters can be killed by someone wielding a knife if they were within 21 feet. It takes 21 feet for a trained officer to draw from their holster, aim, and fire. You could close that distance in enough time and stab the person to death.
Yep.
Again, it is ludicrous to think that just because something has melee weapons only, that they immediately lose to something that has guns. No.
Yeah.
That takes out all fucking context.
It's ridiculous, and it's also just plain wrong with the Legion because they do use guns. So, God, it's like they just see the foot soldiers, like the front line, and just assume, oh, well, that's all of them, right? And it's like even some of the frontline soldiers have guns. It's rare, but even some of the frontline soldiers will have guns. It's just that's not typical because they're fairly new recruits. They don't get the good gear until they prove themselves. It's why the Deconuses and stuff tend to have the better weaponry. They tend to actually have guns, especially the assassins and stuff like that. They get the good stuff.
That's what I'm talking about in the Texan Bowl. Again, the British were so arrogant thinking our guns will beat their spears that they marched right into a fucking trap. Because, oh, we're the British. We can just do that. You know, these savages can't hold up with us. They marched right into a trap, got surrounded, cut off, slaughtered.
Yep. And the Legion does tend to use ambush tactics as well.
Yeah. So this was actually the first Battle of Hoover Dam, and why this was a point, was because the NCR turned the tables and ambushed the Legion instead. They set up a trap at Boulder City. The Legion fucking kicked NCR's ass and then came through in force. And they didn't expect to run headfirst right into a booby trap of their own.
$5 from DilioCon. Thank you. Hey Stag, have you seen Tenma, Face Connect, highlight of South Park Stick of Truth, and her trying to have her stream not taken down? No, I haven't.
Wow.
What?
Somebody's trying to take down somebody's stream? The fuck?
No. Let me find it again. Have you seen Tenma from Face Connect? The highlight of, I guess, her South Park Stick of Truth, and her trying to have her stream not taken down. So probably...
That's what I mean. Somebody's trying to take it down for her. Why?
It's YouTube.
Yeah. I don't know why you would assume somebody instead of just YouTube.
I mean, that's fair. YouTube is pretty shit.
Yeah, she probably said one too many gamer words, and YouTube's like, "No, you've used your allotted amount of gamer words. Stream must come down."
I do love that they're getting roasted. YouTube's getting roasted so bad that they're actually having to backtrack now because they're getting roasted from everybody. Everybody's going after.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say it makes sense considering everyone is fucking pissed off about it, except for like a couple of retards in the comments that we got to see.
Yeah,
Pretty funny.
except for the fucking left-wing NPCs. You should follow the rules. You only say that because the rules don't apply to you for some fucking reason.
Also, I love the fucking degenerate comment. Like, oh yes, cussing makes you a degenerate. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's weird.
Fucking idiot. What?
Oh no, you swore.
That's arguably a lot better relatively paltry information we get about Horrigan, or Autumn, or Lanius.
I like that he includes
Wrong.
That's rare. But yeah, we do get quite a bit of information about Lanius. I've only played Fallout 2 the once. I know we get some information about Horrigan, but it's not...
Yeah.
I would say we still get a lot more about Horrigan than we do again about Autumn.
You do. You absolutely do. You even get to see Horrigan executing people.
Yeah. Like, literally, that's your first encounter with him, is you're traveling in the Wasteland and you happen to run into him and a couple Enclave's soldiers trying to get some scientists and his family to come with them. And when they refuse, he just fucking Gatling guns them apart.
Yep.
You meet Horrigan several times in the game. Yeah.
But most of how the game handles the confrontation with him. Specifically, how you can't really just talk him round. And of course you can't. He's a genius who's been doing this for literally decades.
Except you can. You can talk him round. You just provide evidence with it. Part of that evidence is you talking to him and explaining through, and then them finding out that, hey, has any super mutant had a child?
We're about to get the Lanius argument. I fucking guarantee it.
Yeah, we are. I could feel it. Like, he's about to go full retard.
Like, any time the villains come up or whatever, like, he brought it up in his speech video. He brought up his Fallout 3 video.
It's funny. He built this retard mound, and now he has to die on it instead of just admitting, hey, that is a bit of a retard mound. Let me get off of that.
He doesn't even have to say it's a retard mound. He could just say, you know, hey, I was wrong about this thing. I didn't look as deeply into it as I should have. It was deeper than I thought it was. Whatever. It doesn't have to be, you know.
He's mutated giant immovable mass. There's no backing down from where he is. The only way to persuade him he's wrong is to prove to him, with evidence, that his plan is flawed and everything he's done has been for nothing. Specifically by presenting him with the autopsy report that demonstrates his creations are sterile and thus his society is a dead end.
And how do you do that, Madden? Might it be talking? Actually having a conversation with him? Talking him down?
Oh my god. I will say that it would be nice to have more confrontations like this where you need to have evidence to dissuade someone. But again, there's nothing wrong with being able to talk someone down, especially if it's not easy. Which with Lanius, it is not easy at all.
Yeah. If you're paying attention to how that conversation flows, that would be ludicrously difficult. I think the one thing that would improve the Lanius conversation, remove the things that show you that it's a skill check. I would remove those.
Maybe, yeah. Because that's what I was just about to say. I genuinely wonder at this point if what many a true nerd did when playing New Vegas, however many times he's played it, is just hit the speech check options. Oh, yeah. 80 speech, I'll do that. Oh, 100 speech, I'll do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I almost wonder if for that segment alone, do a bit of a gameplay break and hide what are the speech check options.
Yeah.
Because you are given all the information you will ever need to get Lanius to fall back. Not to retreat, but to get him to regather his strength and prepare for a new conquest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Creetosis, what advice would you give to someone who wants to create any form of content but are too afraid that anything they make would be complete shit that would make Rings of Power look good? Just do it. There's a very high chance that your first video is not going to be good. My first video, looking back on it, is not very good. That's why I'm remaking it. Slowly but surely, I'm remaking it. If you're doing... See, I don't know what kind of content you want to do. Because if you want to do, like, Let's Play stuff, I can't really give advice on that. If you're trying to do stuff that's more like what I do, the analysis or critique or reviews of games, just make sure you have all your facts in order. Double check to make sure what you're saying is right. If you're saying, you know, this thing never gets mentioned again, but you haven't checked all the options to see if it actually gets mentioned again or not. And I'm talking about, like, main story critical stuff here, you know?
Yeah.
That's one thing I don't think I've actually mentioned it on stream before, but it's one thing I thought of. If a game has like 100... Sorry, I should be more... Well, yeah, I'll use game. If a game, the main story has 100 plot holes that are just completely unexplained, but there is a note in a cave in the corner of the map that's easily missable that explains every single plot hole, I would still say that's bad writing. Because even if all those things are explained, they're tucked out of the way where a lot of people aren't going to find them. You know?
I would mention the fact that I would even bring up, if this is your example, I would bring up that yes, it is explained, and this that's way over here, out of here, that no one will ever go to.
Yeah. Now, obviously, that's a hyperbolic extreme example, but it's just a way of showing that something has to be explained well enough. Like, if there's a terminal in a main story location that has a key piece of information, then yeah, that should be decent enough, you know? But if it's, like, very obscure, hard to find, out of the way, that kind of damages... And it also depends how far out of the way it is. Like, if it's something that's supposed to be a secret, so it's on, like, an underground terminal somewhere that's hard to reach, that does make more sense than it being out in the open. But I'm talking about, like, key obvious stuff that should be easy to find and just isn't.
Yeah.
So Outlast 2... Oh my god, does Outlast 2 actually do that? Oh no.
It might. I just remember Outlast. I didn't think the first Outlast was all that great, and then...
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, then you got Outlast 2, and it just seemed more of the same.
I like some of the atmosphere of Outlast 1, but there's, it relies heavily on the whole jump scare aspect, and that's, yeah.
Yeah, I much prefer the tension thing. Like, the stuff I thought was the best in Outlast 1 was you having a guy screaming blah, 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 as he's chasing you down a hallway while you're sprinting away from him, and you can look back to see how close he is. I like that. That is good fucking tension.
I also didn't completely hate the section where you're trying to avoid Traeger. That was half decent, because it was less about the jump scare, more about avoiding that patrolling enemy.
Yeah.
Who will absolutely fuck you up if he catches you.
Yep. You don't like the loud music as an enemy shows up?
It depends how it's handled. Monstrum does loud music when an enemy is chasing you, but I don't mind that because it kind of makes sense for that game, you know?
I can't remember what game did it, but there was a game, like a spooky game. I can't remember what it was, but there would be, like, very subtle music in the background. And then as an enemy noticed you, not as it was attacking you, but as it noticed you, music suddenly started going like... To be like, it's rising in tension, and then all of a sudden it just, like, snaps, and you just get the, like, da-da-da-da-da, as it's, like, coming after your ass.
That actually does sound pretty good.
Like, so you have that, it's like a way to get your senses. Mike is cutting out, that's unfortunate. But it's that way of like it starts off real subtle, and then the monster's aware of you, trying to find you. So the music goes up, it starts swelling in tension, and then it gets to a point where it breaks, and suddenly the music is it's like scary, like entire orchestra going wah, and now the thing's chasing you.
Creetosis, what are your thoughts on the Five Nights at Freddy's games? I'm not a big fan of them. For I'll say the entire series except for Security Breach, it seems like it's mainly based on jump scares, and I just don't like that. Security Breach is a game I want to like based on what I've seen of it, but it's a game that's also absurdly fucking broken and buggy, and it also relies a little too heavily on the jump scares still. I definitely have more of a preference for that to the other games in the series, but yeah.
Yeah. It's going in the right direction, but its story is not good. And it just still has way too much of the jump scare stuff.
Well, to the point where a robot will jump scare you. Like, he'll do the whole jump scare thing. It's in your face. You get the music cue. And it's like, here's a map. It's like, oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, game. I really appreciate it, game. Thank you.
Then you had the thing that annoys me a lot in Security Breach is the fact that you don't have the option to actually save his friends.
Yeah, that
which
too.
is really fucking weird. You have to murder the robots. I was like, you should have given players the option to actually go through a more difficult challenge. So then could have become the easy, quick gratification route, destroy each of the robots, or the much harder, more difficult, but means more time spent in the little chase arenas, so to speak. More chance of getting caught and attacked and everything. To find ways to get Afton? Is it Afton or Anton or what the fuck?
Afton.
To get him out of their minds.
Yeah.
It's like that would be way more interesting, because obviously Freddy's not affected by it for some reason.
For some reason. I don't think they explain that. He kind of takes himself out on stage and he's just free of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did watch a video a few weeks ago going through the game, and a lot of like the story issues and gameplay issues and all the bugs and stuff. Pretty good video, but yeah, there was stuff like Chica showed up too early after you destroyed her. It should have been presented more in a way where you hear this new sound that's not associated with any of the monsters, and you just don't see her right away, and then you do eventually, run into her, and it's like, oh shit, There's the thing about Monty, like when he loses his legs, he's not crawling around. He's just gone, unless the game glitches and it spawns him without his legs in the arcade, and he just doesn't move. And then Roxy being able to still see you, even in like times she shouldn't be able to see you.
Yeah.
Is that Design Frames video you're talking about? It might be. I don't remember the channel name.
Austin Epstein. Oh no.
Oh no. But yeah, there's definitely some issues with that game. Like when I watched Joel's Varg Skeletor's playthrough several months ago, I did have fun watching that stream, but I was also glad I wasn't playing it because parts of that game just seemed really fucking annoying. And there's also the thing where if one of the random security bots catch you, like if they I don't think it's if they see you, it's if they grab you, then one of the actual robots will teleport behind you. And there's a part in Joel's playthrough where he's trying to get up on a table where they're out, like he's out of reach of the robots, and he keeps running into the security bot, and you can actually see like Roxy and Chica and stuff spawning in, like just popping out of thin air in the area around him.
Yep. It's really bad.
Yeah.
The
Five Nights at Freddy movie will be good or not? Well, we got that. It was with Nicolas Cage.
Oh, yeah.
Like Creetosis, I don't watch live streams on YouTube, but you've been the compulsive watching in my last few months. Thank you for making the workday more easy to deal with. Oh, thank you. It's very much appreciated. I'm glad I can help you get through the workday.
Which is the thing he was trying to avoid. Then, only then, does he admit defeat and destroy himself. And that is brilliant. So brilliant that, to my mind, Fallout has never again managed to do a final boss that well. Horrigan simply has to die one way or the other, and Autumn and Lanius can both just surrender if you're a good enough speaker, which can feel a bit on the anticlimactic.
Lanius does not surrender.
Not just completely glossing over Lanius, but downplaying it to a cartoonishly absurd degree. Holy fuck.
Lanius not only does not surrender, he promises he will be back with a larger army because clearly Kaiser didn't come with enough troops. So he's going to bring himself a much bigger army, and when he does arrive, that's the thing you've got to plan for in the future. When he does arrive, it is going to be all-out war, because Lanius is going to be at the helm now.
Yeah.
But yeah, and again, it's not just talking down. I think the problem is that people like Matten just spam the "this is a speech check" option, and they don't actually think about what's being said. So I think if you instantly removed that speech check option, and I don't mean remove the option itself, but I mean remove the text that says "this is a speech check."
Yeah, remove the flag telling the player that this is a speech check or a barter
I think if
check.
you removed that, bam, instantaneously, it would just increase how good that is, and make people understand that, no, you need to think about what you're actually telling him. You've been presented all this information up to this point about it, from either random dialogue, notes you find, or from quest givers literally telling you about, like, we hear Lanius is coming and stuff. So, you've been given all this information. You should understand how to properly get to talk him down from this current battle and push off the conflict to some future date.
Yeah. Like I said, I just find it annoying that he keeps making this point and he's just so wrong about it.
Yeah.
It'd be like arguing with someone who is absolutely fucking insisting, that ice does not float, even when you're holding up a glass of water with ice floating in it to their face. And they're like, yeah, it doesn't float. But you can see it floating. Yeah, but it doesn't float.
It's the fucking SpongeBob. Like, this is clearly your wallet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I found your ID in this wallet, meaning it must be your wallet.
That makes sense to me.
So then take your wallet. That's not my wallet.
Does this say Patrick Star on it? Yep. And is your name Patrick Star? Yep. So then if this ID was found in this wallet, that would mean it's your wallet. Makes sense to me. Then here's your wallet. That's not my wallet.
Yeah, that's literally what this feels like.
Why does SpongeBob keep being so relevant to fucking everything? I don't get it.
Because it was well written. It was amazing. God, SpongeBob was so fucking good.
Dead money. I must let go of my poverty. Yeah, you better fucking walk out of there with every single gold bar.
Side after how particular is hyped up ahead of the encounter. I live in hope that this sort of thing might return at the end of Fallout 5. A final boss who absolutely can be talked down, but only if it takes more than speech 100 to make it happen.
It's just so how reductive he is on this point. But as for Fallout 5 having a way to talk down the villain, whoever that may be, I mean, I just have to quote that clip. I doubt it.
Yep. God, oh, fuck. When did the Dumpster Bros trial? When is that starting? Jeez.
I heard Ricada talking about it the other day. I'm looking forward to see. Is that the one where, like, the two redneck guys are talking, like, there's a, I guess a city guy with his family there, and there's some conflict, and the city guy is, like,
The city guy's trying to dump waste that cannot go inside this dumpster. That's why the nickname he gave the redneck guys dumpster defenders.
Yeah.
As the thing. But the two redneck guys, they're armed. They have their weapons.
Yeah, the city guy's being like aggressive and
yeah, because he's a bully. You could tell from his mannerisms and everything that he's a bully piece of shit. Well, no, not anymore.
He killed that problem.
Yeah. But you can tell that this guy is a bully piece of shit. Yeah. And his wife, as women often do, is egging on the situation. Not de-escalating, but constantly escalating. Constantly getting in people's faces and saying, like, you ain't gonna do nothing to my husband. My husband's bigger than you, and shit like that. It's like, lady, shut the fuck up. There are two guys here. One's got a shotgun, the other's got a pistol. Your husband is now going to go retrieve a bat.
Okay, so it is that one. I remember there's, I think I actually saw this video this is 4 or 5 years old, isn't it?
No, not that old. It's old, but it's not that old.
3?
I'd say more like 2 years.
2.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little bit older than that, but yeah, I do remember seeing this video where the guy has the bat and he's like going after them. It's like,
yep.
Well,
take your swing. Just take your swing. It's like, dude, and then he's constantly telling him, back off. It's like, my brother in Christ, I don't care how big of a bully you are and how much taller you are than this person. He's got a pistol.
Against a shotgun.
Yeah, he's got a pistol. His son, who's behind him, has a shotgun.
Yeah, they both have the great equalizer in their hand. I don't think it matters you have a baseball bat, my guy.
Yeah. Now, again, a melee weapon to a gunfight is not a bad thing. You need to know what the fuck you're doing. And this guy didn't, because he takes a swing, having missed, and then throws the bat at one of them and gets lit the fuck up.
So, would you say the dumpster defenders are actually in the right there?
Yes.
And where was this? This was Texas?
This is Texas. And Texas actually has something that needs a killing. So, yeah, I don't think a Texas jury is going to find them guilty of murder. I don't think so.
I mean,
I'd be surprised.
From the sounds of it is clear self-defense.
It is, because a bat, it doesn't matter that he didn't have as good of a deadly force weapon. A bat is still a deadly force weapon. A skateboard is a deadly force weapon.
Yeah,
okay?
Exactly.
It just doesn't fucking matter. There's no, like, oh, but he didn't have a machine gun. Oh, he didn't have a grenade. That doesn't fucking matter. I want you to get cracked upside the head with a bat. I want you to get cracked upside the head with a skateboard. You tell me that isn't a deadly force weapon.
I just remember back at the Rittenhouse trial where they have that self-defense expert on Rittenhouse's side, and he was asked, can you use a skateboard as a weapon? And he was just like, I could find multiple ways to kill someone with a skateboard.
Yeah. And even better, Gross Kreutz gets up on the stand and he admits that he was afraid for Kyle because he got hit by that skateboard because of all these like horrible concussions, and he could have gone into a coma and blacked out and everything like that from getting hit by the skateboard. And he's like, that was Gross Kreutz that said that on the stand. You need to fucking understand how much that nuked any hope that those two loser prosecutors had. And thank God one of them's not a prosecutor anymore. I think Krause is still a prosecutor. He should not be. He should have been disbarred.
Yeah.
But Binger's fucking gone. Thank
really?
God. Yeah, Binger's gone.
Nice.
Where is he now?
I don't know. He keeps
Hopefully
going on these like leftoid bar lawyers.
Yeah, because I remember Ricada bringing them up a few months ago that he was on one of them.
Yep.
Of course.
Yeah, no, but his ass, he ain't there no more.
Yeah, and one thing people always seem to forget or just don't realize is even if you getting cracked in the head with a skateboard or a baseball bat doesn't kill you, okay, well, you're now disarmed or you're now incapacitated. They can now get your gun and shoot you.
Yeah.
And they've already made a move to injure or kill you. So there's no reason to assume that if they got your gun, they wouldn't just kill you with it. Yep. So again, that's another reason why it's okay to shoot people when they come at you with a melee weapon.
How do we even get onto the topic of the dumpster defenders?
Because he started the "I want that clip." I doubt it.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Because the guy was talking about how much he was gonna fuck up. He's like, "I'm gonna fuck you up," and the dad's like, "I doubt it."
I doubt it. Where that was from.
Yeah, that's what it's from.
And that's where the whole course, take your swing. All that stuff. Or the bully actually had a great insult for the son. It is like, "Hey, how's your wife and my kids?" And it's like, damn! Okay, I'm gotta admit, you're a piece of shit, but that was a pretty good insult.
The last zinger he ever made.
Yep.
$5 from Big Reb 601. Thank you. Watch an earlier part of the stream. I gotta say, a good example is Arthur Morgan. You know he's gonna die, and yet that makes the story better. Oh. Alright, we should get back on track.
Yeah.
We are an hour and 50 minutes into the stream, and we are 6 minutes and 20 seconds into the video. A 50-minute video, so we're not finishing this today.
Honestly, that's actually pretty good time compared to what we normally do. Realistically speaking.
Yeah. But there's been a lot of tangents.
There has.
Well, there was just mainly the one very long one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was very long, but there was a lot to go over with that one.
Yep.
There was, however, one thing that very much didn't work in Fallout 1. Unfortunately, everybody involved seems to have realised it, and that's the time limit. You see, because your main objective is to acquire a new water...
The time limit is not that big of a deal in that game. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's 150 fucking days, my dude. That is an insane amount of time.
Like, it is... As long as you know how to play the game, like, if you're having trouble figuring it out, maybe you do, like, a test run before doing your actual run of the game, you know? But once you've got how to play the game locked down, like, it is trivial to finish it within 150 days.
Yeah. I just don't know how this time limit, it's like, yeah, it's a time limit because it makes logical sense why this time would exist. It is a necessity that the vault is going to need. This is how much time they have. This is your goal.
Yeah, I don't consider this an issue because it makes sense in the story. Like it's a plot element that makes sense. Like there's a reason why there's a time limit.
150 days is apparently a normie filter. The time limit kind of gives Fallout 1 meaning, if anything. Without it, there'd be a massive amount of ludonarrative dissonance. Yeah, so that's... Yeah. First of all, I feel like this is one of those things where someone sees this exact frame, get the water chip, 150 days left, and they're immediately intimidated by that, and you're like, oh, well, I don't want to play this. There's this time limit hanging over me.
It's not like fucking Dead Rising, where that time limit is fucking nutty. It does add a lot of tension, but man, oh man, you'd be shocked how much I was like, man, I wish I had more time for this.
You have to be fucking around a lot to run the timer out? Yes, exactly. You can complete all of the content in Fallout 1 and still have a lot of time left on the timer.
Yep.
As Astura said, the time limit gives meaning to it. Yeah, because this is one of those issues that Fallout 3 and 4 especially have, where, oh no, my father went missing, I have to find him. Oh no, my child has been kidnapped, I have to find him. Let me just go build shacks for 200 hours. Like, yeah. As much of an idiot as ML Pagliarillo is, he is kind of right that players are going to go do fucking whatever, and that's fine. Players can do whatever, it's an open world game. Then, don't put such urgency in the story that, oh my god, this is the most important thing to me in the world. I'm gonna go collect tin cans. Either make a story that's less time sensitive than that, because I would argue the water chip is far less time sensitive than my kid just got kidnapped. Or do a linear story where you can have that immediate time-sensitive nature where I have to do this right now, and your only choice as a player is to go do that right now. The problem is having such a time-sensitive story in an open world game.
Yep. It's that weird situation where, hey, a guy is holding your girlfriend hostage, and he says, you've got 20 minutes to get there, or else he's going to blow her brains out.
Yeah.
And then in a Bethesda game, you can spend days never touching that, and then finally get to the storyline, and it's like, I got here as fast as I could. Whereas, like, you should actually hold somebody to that.
Not just I got here as fast as I could, but the girlfriend is still alive.
Yeah. You should actually hold somebody to that. Give them the tension. So, like, if the bad guy captures your friends or family and they say, hey, we're going to kill him here in an hour if you don't show up with the money, make it so the person actually does have to show up in an hour.
In fact,
within that hour time frame.
In fact, I'd find it a lot more interesting and compelling if a Fallout game had numerous timers running, and on a casual playthrough you wouldn't be able to complete all those objectives, but if you really fucking tried for it, you could complete the objective before each timer runs out. Like, you would have to plan it a bit more carefully than normal, but you have the option.
That's what Dead Rising does. There are timers running for everything. Every side quest, every main story quest, all of it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Dead Rising. I've never played any of the games, but that already sounds more compelling than go find your kidnapped kid. And there's no time limit on doing that. It's actually fine if you...
I'm gonna have to get you Dead Rising 1 then. Because Dead Rising 1 is genuinely really good. Frank is a weirdo,
I'm just not interested.
Are you... Okay, I'll ask why.
I'm just not.
Man, I think you would actually get a kick out of it with how much interactivity there is in that world.
Maybe, but see, this is the thing. I'm really weird with my preferences like this, and I'm not going to go on a half-hour tangent with you on this, but there are some things that for just whatever reason don't appeal to me in any way. I just take absolutely zero interest in, and that's one of them.
Fair enough. Maybe whenever I play it on stream one day, you can come in and just see what it is. That way you don't have to play it or anything like that. You can just kind of see what it's like.
I mean, I've seen a bit of gameplay from it. I know kind of what it's like. It just...
Alright, fair enough.
Chip, the game have to do it within a certain period of time, otherwise the water runs out and that's game over. The time you have is 150 in-game days. Now, there's a part of me that likes this conceptually. I like that it keeps you focused on your objective, for example.
I'm just waiting for the ball to drop and him saying this is not enough time or something dumb like that.
Yeah.
Because I feel it coming. I can sense it.
Example, and provides a good reason not to just routinely rest to recover health, as that can use up days. It's a fun way of balancing the first aid skill, rest mechanic, and adding to the value represented by stim packs and doctors. But the problem is that a time limit's very existence runs counter to the whole point of giving the player a big, open, detailed, interesting, unique alternative universe game world.
Okay, so that wasn't
counter?
That wasn't quite as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it's still bad. You can complete everything in Fallout 1 within the time limit.
Yeah, how is it counter? How is giving you a time limit counter to the very idea of an open world, unique game world?
Well, see, here's the other thing, too. The part that would maybe make that worse is the hard ending for Fallout 1. And I'm not saying Fallout 1 should be open-ended. What I'm saying is, if you had a world more like Morrowind, where there's so much content to do, but you put a time limit on that main story, where you can't do all that side content, then this argument would, it would make sense. You know?
Maybe. But I was going to say, like, the fact that this game, the fact that Fallout 1 really pushes you to, like, build classes and stuff, like, there's replayability in that. And it's like, okay, well, if you didn't experience all of the content in your first playthrough, there's no reason why you can't do things a little bit differently the second time you play and go experience that content.
And I would find it more fascinating if you lost the ability to do content. Like, not just in the whole, like, which faction do you choose, that obviously cuts you out of the other faction, but even more so is, like, you just don't have enough time to do everything. So you pick and choose, and then, hey, the next time you go through, you can try something different, try a different one of the paths instead.
Yeah.
I would be more interested in that. And I'm not saying everybody would. I'm saying I personally would find that more interesting. I definitely do not subscribe to this theory that a time limit inherently is counter to an open world game. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's
I
bizarre.
disagree with that.
I'm not even sure Fallout 1 and 2 were attempting to be open world games. At least not open world in the way we typically understand it today.
Yeah.
I'm
just going with what his phrase was. Yeah. That it runs counter to the idea of an open world, intricate, interesting, unique environment like this.
Yeah. But again, that's still the thing I disagree with, as long as there isn't a hard... Like, let's take Fallout 4, for example. That's a main story that should have... I was going to say that's a main story that should have a time limit on it, but it doesn't actually work when the twist is revealed, and you don't have your... Like, you're not chasing after your kid anymore. But... I'm not against an open world game having a time limit on the main story, as long as completing the main story doesn't lock you out from playing everything else. You know? That's more what I'm getting at.
I can see that, but I think I would prefer if it did.
Well, like, it depends on what... It depends on what it's locking you out from, because if we're talking about, there's 300 side quests in this game, and at the end of this 12-mission main story you can't do any of them, then yeah, that's... I would find that to be a problem.
I guess I wouldn't, because then it'd be like, okay, now figure out a way to weave this in as you play through, and make it to where you can't do all the content, or you have to do new runs, new content, go through it in different ways.
Well, I'm not against the idea of replayability either. It's just the idea of a hard end when there's still stuff. Like, let's say Morrowind had a hard ending once you defeat Dagoth Ur, but you still have the same In fact, I've said before, I wish there was a bit more interaction between the guilds you can join in the game, the different factions. But, like, you do that, you play through all the side content you want to, and then you beat Dagoth Ur and you have that hard ending. Well, you could still, like, if you join House Hlaalu, you could still do your next playthrough. You join Telvanni, or you join Redoran, or, you get locked out of the Thieves Guild, so you join them in your next playthrough. You know?
Yeah. Like I said, I think I'd just be even more fine with that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
If it had the time limit, if it had the time limits going down, I would be. Like I said, I would find that more interesting for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would find it annoying being locked out of content arbitrarily, but that's not the problem here with Fallout 1.
If it was arbitrary, I would have a huge
problem.
What
I'm describing, I feel, is arbitrary. If you beat the main story and then you can't play anymore and there's still stuff to do, I feel it's a little bit arbitrary. If you have the time limit, because
my context would be
New Vegas. If you beat the main story and you don't complete all that side quest, you're locked out of it. But you don't have a time limit, so you can do all that at your leisure. I'm specifically talking about having a time limit on the main story and having more side content that is possible, or than is possible, to complete within the time limit.
Yeah, see, and like I said, I would be fine with that, honestly. I think that'd be okay. My thing would be, for context, if you got to the end, and maybe instead of a hard ending, you were let out in the world, but you couldn't do anything because all the quests are done, so it might as well have been a hard ending, then I would find it annoying. If you got to the end, and it wasn't a hard end, but then there are only a few side quests that are still available because they weren't time sensitive in and of themselves. Like, I would find it more annoying to do this and then be told in one of these side quests, hey, they've got my daughter kidnapped and I need to bring them a thing by midnight tonight. And I'd be like, well, that's fucking annoying. I would rather have that be one of the ones that I didn't get to because the time limit force that one through. It had already gone past that time. So I think it'd be more the context of the content itself would dictate, like, oh,
Yeah.
I need to make this delivery. No particular reason, just my weekly delivery. You want to come along? If that was locked out because of the time limit, I would be annoyed because, okay, that's just completely arbitrary. Because it's just their normal delivery, and they're just saying if I want to go along for the ride.
Yeah.
But if it was one like, hey, that hospital there needs this life-saving medicine, and we got to get through Raider territory, I need a gunner right now, and there's nobody else. Do you want to go with me? And then you go through, the time limits happen, you come back and you're not allowed to do that. I'd be fine with that because the time has already passed. The hospital doesn't need it anymore. Either he made it through or he died on the way or whatever, but you didn't do that quest. It's not there for you anymore.
Yeah,
I'm fine with.
That's not what I was meaning. I was meaning you can go do this hospital quest that has a time limit, or you could go deliver a bottle of milk to a guy without a time limit, and then you can't do the bottle of milk quest after you complete the hospital quest. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, like I said, that's more the arbitrary thing I would be annoyed with too. Where there was no time limit, there was no inherent need for there to be a time limit on the bottle of milk quest.
Yeah. But all that's beside the point here, because he's talking about this time limit in this video as if it's this, like, you can't do everything in the world when you can. Someone in chat, I don't remember who said it, but they basically said you'd have to be, like, brain dead wasting your time to run out the time limit in Fallout 1.
Yeah, and I agree with that. You have to really be dragging your feet. But $5 from Adam Riley, 5 Canadian Maple Leaves, in fact.
Oh, thank you.
I'll take what is replayable content for 500, Alex.
Fallout game explore, you want to take on submissions, you want to learn about the world, meet its characters, and just let yourself get immersed. As I was saying just a second ago, the entire game seems set up to encourage exploration and let the player find their own way. And for me, a ticking clock ruins that, because a new player...
So what if the ticking time clock was 1,000,000 days? Would that still ruin that?
Yeah, how... Like, is it just because it's 150 days? If it was 100 days, would that be more egregious to you? If it was 200 days, would that be less egregious to you?
Because, again, this is the whole thing where you can do all the stuff you're talking about. You can get it... I played Fallout 1, and I've only played it the once, but I got immersed in the world. I cared about the world and characters and doing all the missions. All the quests. And I did it within the time limit. Shocking.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I got rid of the fucking the weirdo. Don't worry.
What happened?
They were copying somebody else in chat's name, and then they were doing the Voca. It was Voca again.
That weirdo. Okay.
Yeah.
Has no idea how that time limit is. Sure, you could go and explore, but there was a very real possibility that by doing so, you'd lock yourself into a bad ending.
Nope. I mean, sure, it's possible you could do that. Maybe if you decided to explore every fucking grid mark on the map for no reason, because most of those are empty, maybe then you could run out the clock. But, it was more than possible to do everything. Like, when I played Fallout 1, too, I did all, like, the library where you could get all the skill books. I got a ton of those, and those jumped time ahead a bit. I got as many of the implants as I could get from the Brotherhood to increase different stats. And those, I think those advanced time by, like, a week? And I was still able to complete the game with good time left.
Yeah. Again, this is just so weird. It's like, the existential dread of a time limit even existing is apparently enough for Matt.
And by the way, getting the water chip is the first half of the game.
Yes.
So, you don't... That 150-day timer isn't even on you until the very end. It's on you for maybe half the game. God, this is such a shit argument.
You see, from the time limit the game tells you about in your Pip-Boy, there was a whole bunch of other time limits too, which are completely invisible. If the Master was still alive on day 140, for example, the hub would get a bad ending, in which the settlement falls. In fact, every major settlement could get a bad ending, even if you did all of their side quests. In fact, it's actually a bit worse than that, because by completing side quests and trying to help towns, you could accidentally doom them if completing the side quest and associated travel and healing time happened to push them over the magic invisible number that meant they got a bad ending. And these were really aggressive numbers too.
No, they weren't.
They were not at all. Day 140, my dude. 140, so you only had 10 days left? Like, come on, man. You cannot be serious.
The only bad ending I got in Fallout 1 was, I believe for the followers of the Apocalypse, who they get the bad ending because their quest was cut from the game.
Yeah.
So, you know, And keep in mind, too, this is my first time really playing Fallout 1. I hadn't really played a game that functions the way Fallout... Like, I know it's an old game, but it is a bit clunky to go back and play a game that old, where you're trying to learn these weird controls with the hex grid map and everything. So it's not like I was a super epic master of the game. It was my first run, and I did everything fine.
Yep.
I'm seeing people say that I'm seeing people in chat say that Necropolis was egregious, but I don't really know.
Necropolis wasn't that egregious. You
You
did have to fight through super mutants to get to the water pump, but that's also the kind of thing I'm pretty sure you can go back and do, like, a little bit later. Again, I got the good ending for Necropolis on my first time playing. I'm not an epic elite gamer master when it comes to fucking Fallout 1. Fallout 1 had a very generous time limit that could be extended a bit, yeah.
Darlin dos Santos Oliveira Jr. says, Oliveira Jr., sorry. Ludonarrative dissonance is literally a thing if you do a narrative about urgency without urgency. Yes. I agree. Well, it wouldn't make sense if, like, we don't have that much time left before we're literally out of water supplies and we'll all start dying from lack of water. And then the game lets you take as long as you want with that.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big problem in Skyrim. The dragons are coming back and they're going to destroy everything, and there's a civil war that's constantly going on. But you can take however long you want to do any of it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, that kind of takes out the whole urgency of anything, doesn't it?
Yeah. I just disagree with this point overall. It looks like he's... I should say, look, it feels like he's trying to mine a negative out of this game for something that to have is two positive, one negative thing.
Yeah.
The Fallout clip's got a bad ending after 90 days. My first Fallout 1 playthrough took about 180 days in total. Even speedrunners, who literally sprint directly to the end game and skip every town in Fallout 1, take about 25 days to complete the game.
Oh no! Of 150, they only use 25. That's still a huge problem. They use 25 days. Like, what are you talking about?
I think the point he's trying to make is that there's 25 days of travel even in the speed run, but I'm not even sure those numbers are accurate, and
I wouldn't trust that those numbers are accurate either.
But it's also the fact that, like, once you finish at Shady Sands, for example, there's no reason to really go back to Shady Sands.
Yeah.
So, it's not like you're traveling up and down and back and forth and all over the map like that, you know?
But what? If speedrunners did it and they only used a day, would that be okay, Matt? Like, what's your arbitrary goalpost of this time?
I love how he ignores that the time limit can be extended in the hub in case you're really bad at using your time. Yeah, you could extend your time limit too.
Yeah, and like you said, it's only for like half the game that the timer's even there.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, then just do that quest, like get the water ship as fast as possible, and then you can go explore and do as much as you want after that.
Yeah. The worst part about this point is that Miniature Nerd would argue that the lack of urgency in the other games would be a flaw. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. And that's kind of what I saw when we've covered his other videos, whether they're the scripted responses I did, or covering them on STAG that other time. It's just this sort of double standard he has with these games quite often.
And perhaps one didn't get to Necropolis fast enough, the locals were already dead when you got there, so you just missed out on characters, missions, and rewards. Now,
I'm sorry you're so bad at the game, John.
Yeah,
I don't know what else to tell you at this point.
And how is that a bad thing?
Yeah, I was just about to say, I wouldn't say that that's a bad thing.
I took a long time to find Necropolis, and they were still all alive when I got there. Maybe you're just, again, not that good at the game. I don't know. Getting the chip is the only thing with a time limit. I always just get the chip first, then do everything else. Especially since Necropolis is canonically doomed anyways. Is it really? I thought it was canon that it survived. Skill issue? Yeah.
to be clear, opposed to an escalating threat where bad choices or neglect on the player's part are punished with a bad ending for those they failed to help. But this isn't that. This wasn't a...
It is, though!
It literally is!
This is the ultimate one of those. You didn't do good enough. You weren't managing your time on a mission that you were told was vitally important and had a time limit. It is exactly that.
Oh man, I've got to do this mission that has a time limit. So instead of focusing on that, I'm going to dick around and talk to NPCs.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, I could still dick around and talk to these NPCs after I complete the time limit part. That's part of what I find so annoying about this, is he's talking about how you should, you know, players might want to learn about the world and talk to NPCs and stuff, and it's something you could do after you solve the time limit issue! Ah!
a case of choice and context because the player couldn't make an informed choice. The game very purposefully doesn't tell you that super mutants even exist until the end of the first act. It's entirely...
Which is fine, because you already have a time limit and should be moving that way anyways.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense.
Wasn't the manual also vital to completing this game? No, I completed the game without it.
Yeah, I didn't have to use a manual to do Fallout 1. Or Fallout 2. In fact, I got the hard ending in Fallout 2 where I saved Vault 13. Like, the death claws, everything.
Nice. I did fuck that up when I played Fallout 2.
Yeah.
That is one ending I do regret getting, is not saving the death claws.
Talk about how interesting that would be if that had been carried on, like a group, and how much more of a power dynamic that group would have because they would have intelligent death claws as an ally, a direct inbuilt ally of theirs. Like, I could see that as like a fucking Targaryen situation.
Yeah.
Especially now that the NCR wiped out the Enclave. That and the Brotherhood of Steel. Like, I don't know why the Brotherhood of Steel were thinking there, but okay. But the Brotherhood of Steel get yeeted as well. So it would be like the Targaryen situation. Vault 13 should be like House Targaryen. We have fucking death claws, son. They are allied with us.
Yeah. Fuck, what happened?
Maybe what happened?
Oh.
What?
Good.
Okay, so what
all
happened
the way
was
back to
I
surface.
accidentally hit the button on my mouse that went back. For some reason, there's a previous page of Watch Together. Yeah, how far in were we? We were like
Or
6 or 7
Autumn
minutes?
or Lanius.
Oh god.
A little bit more than that.
Okay, it's around there.
Right there, right there.
Time limit is. Sure, you could go and explore, but there was a very real possibility.
Actually, we were just a bit ahead of that.
Yeah, fair.
And trying to help towns, you could accidentally doom them if completing the side quest and associated travel and healing time happened to push them over the magic invisible number that meant they got a bad ending. And these were really aggressive numbers too. The followers of the Apocalypse got a bad ending after 90 days. My first Fallout 1 playthrough took about 180 days.
Okay, so I missed that the first time. The followers of the Apocalypse get the bad ending after 90 days. So, clearly you didn't research this, because the followers of the Apocalypse get the bad ending no matter what. Because their quest was cut from the game.
Yeah.
Like, why is research so hard for some of these people? Like, this is a trivial thing to look up. And I don't get why they don't.
In total, runners who literally sprint directly to the end game and skip every town in Fallout 1 take about 25 days to complete the game. And perhaps worst of all, if you didn't get to Necropolis fast enough, the locals were already dead when you got there, so you just missed out on characters, missions and rewards. Now, to be clear, I am not opposed to an escalating threat where bad choices or neglect on the player's part are punished with a bad ending for those they failed to help. But this isn't that. This wasn't a case of choice and consequence because the player couldn't make an informed choice. The game very...
You could, though. You could make an informed choice. Hey, I have this time limit. Do you choose to obey it or not?
Yep.
And congratulations, that's the informed choice. Like, this is what fucking Looney Tunes logic looks like, everybody.
He keeps doing it and I don't know why. Why does John always use speedrun strategy is weird, thus the mechanic is flawed argument? I don't know. It's really fucking weird.
Yeah. It's like, I'm gonna tell you right now, speedruns are not the intended way to play these games. Just because speedrunners find something that can be used in interesting ways to get them to the end of the game faster does not mean that's how everybody should use it at all times. It's fucking frustrating.
Are you telling me it's not intended to clip through walls and launch yourself into the stratosphere to complete a game faster?
No, not at all. Or my favorite though are some of the Morrowind speedruns are pretty hilarious though because they just use the jump thing and they use it in interesting ways. It's just like woo, boom, we go flying off. And they perfectly know exactly, hey, if I line this up here and I move at this speed and then I jump using that scroll at this time, I'm gonna land in the exact position I need to be.
Yeah.
It's fucking great.
Purposefully doesn't mutants even exist until the end of the first act. It's entirely feasible you could get stuck with a bad ending for a settlement before you even had the chance to learn that they were under any threat. Fortunately, most of this has been fixed over the years. The original dev teams themselves in the official patch 1.1 effectively removed the time limit from the second half of the game, and the most well-known and widely used patch for Fallout 1 today, Fallout Fixed, removed some of the more aggressive bad ending timers. By the time Fallout 2 came out...
So I want to point out too, I didn't use those mods the first time I played Fallout 1.
Neither did I.
The default Steam version.
Yep.
I'm glad he did mention the second timers because he's leaving that a little empty there for a while. But isn't that additional time on top of the 150 days?
I thought so, but maybe not. I don't know, because I never had a problem with the time limit.
I've never had a problem with the time limit either.
One time limit, it was 13 years, which is basically impossible to use up. So hopefully we'll never have to deal with this sort of thing again. Okay.
No, hopefully we will. I really cannot stress how much I want a mechanic like this to come back. Please, if we have a sense of urgency, like if this is literally inbuilt into the story, there's a sense of urgency, having an actual sense of urgency mechanics-wise would be really nice.
Yes, it would be. And again, I know he's complaining about it. I would like to see a game with numerous timers running at the same time.
Yep. I would really love that. And it's why I like Dead Rising 1 and 2. It has that system in it.
I hate the speedrunner argument in game reviews. Speedrunners play the game completely different from someone playing normally, so how would speedrun strats affect a normal playthrough? Yeah, exactly. It's just a dumb argument.
And the answer is they don't. It's just insanity.
Yeah.
Okay, on to Fallout is going to be a bit of an odd one, because Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 are really similar, more so than any other pair of Fallout games. So picking out things that Fallout 2 did well that weren't already in Fallout 1 is going to be a little bit tricky. But I do think there are some fun things to highlight here. So I'm going to start off with the world again, but with a very different focus. Fallout 2, to my mind, has a world that, more than any other, doesn't feel like it's built around you. Now, that might sound a bit odd, so let me give you an example. In Fallout 1 in the town of Shady Sands, one of the big quests is about how Tandy has been kidnapped. Now, I want you to consider this one question. What would happen if the protagonist just hadn't passed by that day? And the answer seems to be nothing. Aradesh openly says that his people are hopeless at tracking her down, the raiders haven't issued any demands, so without your involvement, nothing really seems likely to happen. In Fallout 3, in the town of Arafu, they're scared of a band of raiders called the Family, who have repeatedly attacked them, but if the Lone Wanderer didn't happen to show up, what happens next? And probably nothing.
Yeah, a lot of games do that, though.
Yeah.
This is kind of why we're making the argument for maybe there should be time limits.
Absolutely. I think that'd be far more interesting. Definitely more interesting.
They don't have any plans to... The Family don't voice any plans to attack them any involvement, nothing happens. In New Vegas, in the town of Novak, they're scared of encroaching ghouls from the Repcon test site. But if the courier didn't volunteer to look into it, what happens? Probably nothing.
Okay, there's a difference here, right? They don't have the manpower to go attack that. You, somebody who's an outsider, who's not a member of Novak, gets offered, hey, could you do this for us? Please. They're going to be attacking us constantly anyways. Just go do it, please. If you didn't do it, you can just make the logical assumption that the ghouls are just going to keep attacking them from there. It's not hard to put this together, right? It's not a threat. It's not like the ghouls are wandering away from the test facility and they're attacking the nearest town.
Yeah, it's very just like it's just a standoff. Like, there's nothing more to it. Like, the ghouls aren't going to overrun the town, but the town can't just run in and go and kill all the ghouls in the facility, so it's just kind of a stalemate.
There's also the issue of the townspeople scavenge loot from this building to sell. That's kind of like keeping Novak alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a situation where there isn't as much urgency as there is for, say, we're going to run out of water and die without it, or hey, the bandits constantly attack us over and over again, and we expect another attack is incoming, but then nothing happens, or hey, they kidnapped my daughter. Like, shit like that's a little bit more of a priority than we can't go scavenge the building that's nearby, or the facility that's nearby. I guess not just one building.
Yeah.
Clear that they're busy guarding the other side of town from the Legion. No one else seems to care about the ghoul problem. As for the test site itself, Jason has no plan for dealing with the Nightkin, the Nightkin have no plan for tracking down the Stealth Boys, and
they're in a stalemate.
Dude,
the entire setup is that they're all in a stalemate in that building.
They're all stuck. They're all stuck with the shitty hand that they've been dealt. They can't do anything to each other at this moment.
The Nightkin can't get into the storage room because there's a ghoul in there with a sniper who will shoot and kill them if they try. So they can't find out that the Stealth Boys aren't even there. The ghouls can't go and, like, fix their rockets because the Nightkin are down there are going to kill them. It's a fucking stalemate. The ghoul sniper even says he's been eating, like, rats and cockroaches to stay alive, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's been doing something.
Condensation from the pipes and rad roaches for meat and protein.
Oh, hey, there's another argument against Kid in the Fridge, by the way.
Yep.
And Chris has no necessary components. Without you, literally nothing happens. But let's consider Fallout 2. If the Chosen One had never got involved with any of Vault City's business, what would happen? Well, Vault City would presumably annex
Speaking of Vault
Gecko's
City, right
power
there are
plant,
the... Yeah, right there are the turrets. I can remember those very distinctly. Yep, so I was thinking of Vault City here, too. Because, again, those turrets don't look like any turrets you see really anywhere else. They are very specific turret designs. So, yeah, I was thinking of the Vault City turrets on the chain link fence, as I said. Fuck!
Yeah.
One had never got involved with any of Vault City's business, what would happen? Well, Vault City would presumably annex Gecko's power plant, which the people of Gecko are extremely concerned about and high-up members of Vault City are discussing.
They would presumably do this. Well, you can apply presumably to all these other situations, too.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. I was like, presumably all this other stuff would also have resolutions without you. So what do you mean? You can't presume. There has to actually be... Something has to actually happen. Or else it's all the same thing. What is this argument? Other than shit.
Creetosis, what did I miss? About 12 minutes of a very bad video.
Yeah.
That occasionally makes a decent point, but is mostly just, not good at all. Ever hear the counterpoint that the Kid in the Fridge was there since the Battle of Quincy and not the Great War? I don't know. That's still a bit of a stretch. That was only like a month ago in the game, but that's still a month without food and water. You're probably dead at that point.
You're dead. Yeah, it's a couple weeks without food, and then a few days without water. And when I say a few days, I mean, like, it's not that you just suddenly, it's been 4 days without water, dead. It's, on the fourth day, now you're so dehydrated, you can't coordinate and move your limbs properly and everything. You begin getting stupider and stupider because your brain literally can't function properly. And you just deteriorate until you just pass away.
It'd probably be worse for a ghoul since they're already, just a little bit fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could have gotten around that where if they had specified that it was just like after the Battle of Quincy, he was stuck in there where he was literally just drinking like water that seeped in through like the cracks or something, like the seam wasn't completely sealed.
That's still not enough water to survive.
It's not a lot, but it's like if he'd been in there for not very long and he was getting like if it had been like raining at least every couple of days and he was getting like a stream of water coming in there that he could drink and there was food in there, which he does say there was a little bit of food, they could have made it work where it's like, I've been stuck in here for a few weeks, help me. It's
Radiation does not sustain ghouls. No. We know that in Fallout 1 that is not true.
Yeah, that does not work. They could have gotten around it if they had specified a more reasonable time limit and a way for him to have gotten food and water. they would have been fine, but no, from the way it seems, it's like, no, he's been in there for 200 years with no water and only a tiny bit of food that would have been gone a long time ago.
Yeah. That was retconned by Fallout 4. Yeah, Fallout 4 is a stupid game. Trust me, you don't want to use Fallout 4 as your evidence.
And you don't want to use bad retcons like that as your evidence, too. Especially when those retcons, like, completely contradict previous games in major ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know Interplay and Bethesda have different canon, but the problem is Bethesda's canon is shit. It's really bad. It makes no sense.
Yeah, especially because they had ghouls fighting for fucking water in Fallout 3.
As we just mentioned, there's the ghoul in Fallout New Vegas in the Repcon test site who is surviving off of moisture from the pipes and rad roaches in the basement.
Yep. Like, he specifies that he survives because of that. As in, if he didn't, he would die.
This is also not even counting that Bethesda's own lore that they make up themselves is self-contradictory and stupid.
Yeah.
That's why I brought up the Fallout 3 example.
Yeah. The fucking ghoul water thing with the fridge is so... It's so bad. Like, how do you put that in your game and then in your next game just completely ignore that? Like, motherfucker, you're the one who put it in there! Be consistent with it at least, please.
Even Dean in Dead Money makes a comment on having to eat. Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right, he does. I forgot about that.
So did I.
That would buy Vault City time, but with no obvious long-term answer to Bishop and the NCR's mercenaries, they'd probably end up joining the NCR. That could well lead to the NCR cracking down on the slavery that Vault City relies upon to function, and thus the eventual collapse of the citizen government. You see the difference here, and many Fallout...
I see you inventing stuff, seemingly. If there's a stuff that's actually in the game, you're not presenting any evidence for it. Let me fucking break out the wiki to see what the endings are. God damn it. Fallout 1 endings. Alrighty. Let's find one with more than one ending. In Shady Sands, Tandy helps her father Aradesh bring a new community and new life out of the broken remains of the world. They're responsible for the new California Republic, whose ideals spread across the land. That's if you save Tandy. Aradesh grieves Tandy. Aradesh grieves for his slain daughter, Tandy, but eventually builds Shady Sands into a respected community, which is prosperous for many years, before his untimely death at the hands of a desert raider. Tandy takes over. Tandy takes control of Shady Sands after the death of her father, Aradesh. Her brilliant, if headstrong style of leadership makes Shady Sands a powerful force in the years to come. Destroyed by raiders. So here's the in-game conditions for this one. Aradesh is dead, and Tandy is either dead or still being held by the cons.
Lex and her did. I didn't see Jackson.
What? Oh. With Aradesh dead and Tandy missing or killed, Shady Sands needs a new leader. After several elections, they find they cannot be governed by a single person and create a guiding council. Shortly afterwards, the raiders regroup and attack Shady Sands, burning the small community to the ground. So, what happens here is, hey, there's an ending based on not saving Tandy. What a fucking shocker.
Yeah.
In fact, there's two endings for not saving Tandy. One is dependent on, well, they're dependent on whether Aradesh is alive or not. If he's alive, he grieves for her, but then he gets killed by the Desert Raider. It never becomes the NCR. If they're both dead, or you don't rescue her, we still get that ending. So what John just said about Fallout 1 not having that kind of stuff is straight up fucking bullshit.
Well, there you go.
This is the kind of stuff that I find particularly frustrating because this takes 2 seconds of research to go find out.
Yeah.
And, like, maybe a minute of reading a wiki page. What happens if you don't save Tondi? Well, nothing really happens, but if you go to Vault City and you don't do this, then presumably this stuff will happen, then that stuff will happen. But Fallout 1 has stuff happening if you don't complete their missions.
Well, there's a fucking hot take.
What?
Markson says, but yeah, I was impressed Outer Worlds was worse than Fallout 4. I'm going to have to say, what on that one?
Your mic
I'll
went
disagree there.
incredibly to shit there.
Did it?
Yeah, it's like you had a giant piece of foam on top of it, and you're trying to talk through that, and it was barely coming through.
Alright, again, there's nothing I can do about that, sorry. Because literally nothing has changed. But yeah, I have to say, I strongly disagree with that. Outer Worlds is far better than Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is awful. Well, I don't know if it's my mic or if Kree's having connection troubles between me and him.
Pagan, do you hear it too?
I hear it every time. Okay. It is 100% Satch.
Yeah, but I don't know what to say then, because yeah, I haven't changed anything. It's literally not moved the mic. I haven't moved my position. Nothing.
What? I was gonna ask what mic do you have, but it could be maybe. How old is your mic?
A year and a half.
No, well, it should still be working.
It's a Neewer 700 condenser mic.
And it works fine most of the time. Like, you sound fine, but every once in a while you just like disappear.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up then. I do not know what's going on.
You don't have a noise gate on it, do you?
Nothing I know of. Granted, this is on the new rig, so maybe it put one on automatically?
I would look after the stream, just kind of look to see if there's any kind of noise gate setting on and turn it off, because it does feel like that, where it's like if you're not going over a certain threshold, it just drowns you out, like it's trying to mute you.
I want to point out another ending here. The hub. In-game conditions. Do not complete the quest to find the missing caravans. Complete at least one quest from Decker, or the Master is alive after 140 days. The hub disperses before the might of the mutant army, and will never recover. So again, from not engaging with the quests, the town dies. Stuff happens for your non-engagement of something. Yeah, I
don't see any noise gate or anything.
I have no clue then.
Anyway, should we get back to the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Games or of games in general, if you actually just step back and look at the societies that you meet, they turn out to be extremely static, where only the arrival of the protagonist triggers any change whatsoever. Skyrim is another good example of a world where seemingly nothing happens unless you personally do it.
This criticism is far more applicable to Skyrim than it is Fallout 1, as we've just proven.
Or New Vegas or anything. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, don't places in New Vegas get bad endings if you don't do certain missions?
Yeah, as far as I remember. Like, I could be wrong because I try to do all the stuff in New Vegas now, and it's been a while since I've just focused and beelined through. But I swear there's been stuff where a lot of places get bad endings because you didn't go there and you didn't do the things.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Goodsprings gets fucked over if you don't do Ghost Town Gunfight and stuff like that.
Well, let's find out.
It definitely does it with the companions, where if you don't do their side quests, some of them can get really fucked over.
Again, this is a thing he didn't have to put into his video, and he did. And it's one of those things, it's just like, why would you be so blatant about fucking being wrong like this? You could just look it up.
Yeah, Zaxxon says, I didn't know about Jacobstown and got their bad ending. Lore Hunter says, Camp Forlorn Hope is wiped out by the Legion if you don't help them. Outer Worlds mostly had cringe humor. I guess I'd have to ask for an example, Markson. Oh, I guess here's the first litmus test. Is Outer Worlds saying that all corporations are bad? That'll be the first litmus test. That was an early stag too, Granius. That was an early stag where the guy is the Half-Life video, 7 out of 10, middle of the road. It was like, what the fuck?
See, some of these don't have a default ending, because it's like, which side of the big war do you side with? Well, it's going to affect each faction regardless.
Oh, Astura's right. Camp McCarran gets attacked by the Fiends if you don't stop them.
Yeah, there's
that
a good one.
I do know happens, yeah.
Oh, here's Jacobstown. So yeah, here's one for not completing something. Do not complete or fail. Guess who I saw today? With no cure for the Nightkin schizophrenia in sight, the disgruntled Nightkin left Jacobstown. Without a treatment, their insanity grew. The crazed Nightkin terrorized the wasteland, and Jacobstown suffered repeated reprisals from mutant-hating humans. In the end, the surviving mutants abandoned Jacobstown entirely, its existence quickly forgotten by the rest of the wasteland. So, yeah, there's a lot of endings based on what you don't do as well in these games.
At one point, I had to get up and go in the kitchen to check on something.
Yeah.
Did you check to see if the Novak quest has an ending where if you ignore it, it has an ending?
Let's see. I don't think I scrolled past it yet. Maybe.
Oh, that would be interesting. It does have an actual ending.
Just have to find it. Give me a minute.
Because I do know they have an ending where if you do it, but I always do the quest, so I don't know if they have an ending where if you don't do it, something happens.
Do not complete Come Fly With Me. Though Novak was a low-priority target for the Legion, many of Novak's citizens died in its defense. In the weeks that followed, feral ghouls overflowing from the Repcon test site ravaged the weakened town.
Okay, so yeah, there is an ending. So it does stuff. It does continue to go on even without you. If you don't interact, there is an ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's wrong.
So either A, John didn't do his research, or B, he's fucking lying. Why you lying? Because, I mean, we just proved multiple times that what he said isn't fucking true. This isn't something that's unique to Fallout 2. Christ.
Yeah, DVD, it does not say all corporations are bad. Yeah, that was kind of my point. That's why I called it a litmus test. Because you'd be shocked how many people get to the hurdle of Outer Worlds' message is that all corporations bad. It's like, no, it's not. Yeah, you did not play the game. Or if you did play the game, you didn't get very far. You just dropped out early because that is not the message that Outer Worlds is saying.
We've covered several people. We haven't even covered Outer Worlds videos, and we've covered several people who made that argument.
Yes, which is shocking.
I beg Miniature Nerd stays away from commentary videos from now on. Please just stick to Let's Plays. Yeah, that's my advice to him at this point. Because this is now the fourth, I guess, commentary video or whatever that he's done that I've covered. And at this point, he's 4 for 4 with terrible fucking videos here. From what I've heard from his fans, the Let's Plays are legitimately good. Stick to that. Please, for the love of God, stick to that.
Yeah. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying!
I was just about to read that. You got it right as I was unmuting to do it. Fuck.
I looked at that one. I was just going to ignore it and move on. Gets many views, though? Well, here's the thing. Do you want to sell your credibility for views?
Yeah.
Because, as someone who hasn't watched his Let's Plays, and has only seen videos like this where he consistently makes claims that are either outright wrong and can easily be proven wrong, or he uses fallacious arguments, or what comes across to me as lying, he does not have a good track record, and at this point, I just do not trust anything he's got to say. God, I don't even know what advice I could give him to make videos like this better, because I genuinely don't know if he is intentionally being dishonest, or whether he's just that shit at making arguments. It definitely seems like he relies on headcanon and his own assumptions a lot. But even then, that doesn't explain everything. I feel, especially with his Fallout 3 and 4 defense videos, it feels like he started with his conclusion and worked backwards, and anything that might have run counter to that conclusion got ignored, whether that's intentionally or unintentionally. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, because the obvious thing is, if you're not doing this intentionally, stop this and actually look into these things. Don't say probably, or this is your headcanon or anything like that. Actually look into these things. Double check, make sure.
Yeah. One of the parts...
But again, it's one thing to have a flub like this if it's a live stream.
Yeah.
Right? But this isn't live. This is something you scripted out and recorded and could edit and everything.
Yeah. Because I take great care with my videos to try and fix things if I get it wrong. There's a lot of things in the Saints Row video where I had written down something initially in my script, and I was like, I don't actually know if that's true. Let me go double check. And I either A, confirmed it to be true, or B, found even something small that proved, okay, I'm not completely accurate there, so I'm going to fix that.
Yeah. $5 from Outdoor Medic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
0 out of 10. All other Fallout games or Outer Worlds are garbage. Unable to nuke a town for no reason.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a lot of parts in Miniature Nerd's Fallout 3 defense video that bugged me because of stuff like what we're dealing with now, where... I should say what we're dealing with now, but the whole headcanon thing. The idea that Vault 87, I think it's 87, it's supposed to be just like Vault 13, except you're the ones raiding their home and destroying them. When this is the same person who made the argument that you could leave Vault 101 without killing anyone earlier. It's like, yeah, you could get through Vault 87 without killing anyone. It's not a parallel to Fallout 1 just because you see some similarities there.
Yep.
But the sense I get from Fallout is moving without me. People have plans and agendas, and all I'm doing is stepping into a world that's already in motion and tipping it one way or the other. Now,
kind of like Fallout 1 and Fallout New Vegas. A little bit fucking strange, that, isn't it?
What? The thing you just said is it can exactly be declared to both 1 and New Vegas. What are you talking about? It can even be declared to 4, honestly. Like, their agendas are stupid, but at least they have something.
The problem with 4 is I don't feel the world is moving on without me.
I mean, that's fair.
Clear. I fully appreciate this is just a trick of good world building and script writing, but the idea that you're part of a big dynamic world feels great, and for me at least, can give a much better sense of urgency to proceedings. Secondly, I'd like to talk about something very obscure, but I really think it was a great system and should return, and that is reputational perks. You see, Fallout...
He specified reputational perks.
Are there actually perks for reputation, or are they just the reputation system that New Vegas has as well?
I think it's just the system that New Vegas has, but I'll have to see. We'll have to see if there are actual perks. Because I don't remember them being that way. I just remember them being because you were idolized by better stuff.
You're idolized by what?
By one group or another, got better stuff with that group. And if you were villainized by one group or another, obviously they would attack you on sight.
Yeah.
So let's see what he says.
All right.
Secondly, I'd like to talk about something very obscure, but I really think it was a great system and should return, and that is reputational perks. You see, Fallout 2 split its reputation system in two. There was the general reputation system, which covered how much overall you were liked or disliked in a society, but there were also special extra reputation perks. Generally, these represented a major act you'd committed or a social status you'd acquired. Now, this is a brilliant system because it makes so much sense. Sure.
Okay, so that's what he's referring to. I wouldn't have called those perks, but sure. So it's like the child killer stuff and Gravedigger and all that. Sure, I agree with this. That's something that should maybe make a return.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense, you know, if you dig up a grave, then people look down upon you for that. If you kill a child, people look down upon you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, I'll give him a point on this one.
Whether you're generally seen positively or negatively, but there are plenty of things you can do that aren't just good or bad, but are still noteworthy and should reasonably impact certain social interactions. It doesn't matter how many nice things you do, if you're known to have sold a person into slavery and you walk into a society where slavery is illegal, well, that's going to count against you.
Yep, I fully agree with that. I don't have much to say on it.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. That's how it should work.
It's refreshing to see a good point in a video for once.
Yeah.
I should say for once. We've covered people who have made good points here and there, but man, a lot of them are just really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like blowing
you
up...
just gotta stick the landing, that's it.
Yeah. Like blowing up a town? Maybe that could be one, huh?
Yeah. Man, if only that would weigh against you forever. And not just be a single reputation hit or karma hit in terms of 3.
Yeah. I did see a comment here I wanted to grab quickly. Where'd that go? It's talking about Saints Row 3. Oh yeah, hey Creetosis, I know you don't like Saints Row 3, but would you recommend it to someone who could look past all the insane and totally wacky shit? So, I do like Saints Row 3, I just have a lot of issues with it. And yes, I would recommend it if you can look past all the silly wacky shit, or if you enjoy the silly wacky shit. That's the thing, it's not a bad game. I feel it's a bit shallow in terms of its story, and I just don't like how it turns the series from a more serious, like, gang-oriented thing into wacky, silly bullshit all the time.
Yeah. Again, it has great moments. Again, one of the highlights is stealing the plane and then jumping out of it to go take over the penthouse, to attack the penthouse from an unexpected angle.
Yeah.
Right? Because your enemies are going to have the ground floors covered and everything like that. They're not going to expect an attack from the air. And then it just, while it's cheesy, it's kind of cheesy that I like when it starts doing the as you go diving out and are flying towards the penthouse.
When I was playing that for the Saints Row 2022 video, I really enjoyed that mission. I also like the one where they attack you by sending in all the fucking like strippers and hookers and everything, and they're actually packing guns to fucking take you all out. That's a great mission.
Yeah, it's goofy, which it does kind of undermine the story a bit, but you know what? You can have those cheesy moments.
Honestly, I wouldn't even mind that stripper hooker attack mission if it was in the first 2 games, because that is actually kind of a brilliant way to go after someone. Is yeah, they're not going to expect the girls to be packing guns to take you all out.
Yeah, but then you have to ask
where are they hiding it? Prison pocket.
Yeah, you see one of the strippers on stage just going like, she pulls out a shotgun. She's like slowly undoing it. She's like, hold on.
It's like a fucking Austin Powers skit where she's like behind the curtain. You just hear her pulling like an RPG out from between her legs.
Oh,
there are less crazy ways to explain it, though. Maybe they show up with, like, a couple of bags, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is just my stuff. And then when the attack starts, that's when they go grab their weapons.
Or just have the cake surprise one. Only in the cake, all around it, she just has guns all over in there that you can't see. She pops out on top of the cake, she's all happy and stuff like that, and you see all the strippers start getting close to the cake, and then she just starts literally throwing guns out to them.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that makes sense.
Oleg's naked dick has more characterization than 2022 Saints Row. Fucking brutal.
Yeah.
Blowing up Megaton gives you minus 1000 karma. Giving water to Mickey gives you plus 50. From this you conclude that Megaton and everyone inside is morally worth 20 bottles of water. Oh! That's actually, I've never done the calculation on that. That's actually far less water than I thought it would be to negate the fucking blowing up the town. Holy shit, that's bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Nah, but it has real deep consequences, guys. You believe me, trust me.
Yep.
It's super bad that you nuked this town for no reason.
A chapter will be a local celebrity. A known associate of a crime boss will be treated with respect within his territory, but rival crime bosses will hate you. And also there were a lot about sex, like so many about sex. Now...
What? I'm pretty sure you got the Fluffer achievement. I said I'm pretty sure Matt got the Fluffer achievement.
I don't know which one that is.
Okay, so Fluffers are... in the porn industry, they're people that need to keep the actors hard between shots.
Oh.
So, how do you do it?
Alrighty then.
That's why they make the joke that your jaw hurts after you do it.
I've never done that part of the game.
You never worked for the porn industry in Fallout 2? Oh.
No. I saw no point in it.
Oh, dude.
Now, New Vegas did this in a way. Plenty of NPCs would acknowledge recently completed quests in background dialogue, but crucially, that was just for flavour. The only real lever you could move in New Vegas was general reputation, and we'll be getting to that later, and that's what made Fallout 2's two-part system so very clever.
But it didn't. You had karma, which was your general reputation. Are you a good person or are you a bad person? And then you had reputation individualized to each area and each sub-faction. Like, granted, it didn't have the perks thing, but we don't know what all Obsidian would have put in to the game because they didn't have that much time to make the game.
Yeah. Plus, some of these got moved to, like, challenges, where, like, if you kill a certain amount of enemies with energy weapons, you would get an energy... like a bonus to like energy weapon damage and stuff like that. You would get those type of perks, like Lord of Death perk and stuff like that if you did all of the challenges.
Yeah, and I think they had one for like killing insects and killing like geckos and stuff.
Yep. So
I mean, it's kind of there in a way, just a little bit more of a beneficial way to your character stats.
Yeah, it would have been nicer if there were more things like if Gravedigger, Child Killer, stuff like that was in.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with that. But we don't know what they would have done if they were given the actual time to do it.
Damn, Pagan said a boot. The Canadianism is spreading. Oh.
A boot.
Yeah. Yeah. Markson says there was even a perk for eating all the major characters.
Oh my god.
It allowed the game to gauge your feet that made you a bit of a local celebrity. It was a clever system, and I'd love it back. Now, for the thing in Fallout 2 we don't want to repeat, I'm gonna split this one in two, because my first thought...
Whoa! Then you're already fucked then, right? Because it has to be one thing. Why are you splitting it in two now?
You better split Fallout 4s in like 20. Oh my god.
Yeah. How are we gonna do this now? And it doesn't have to be. I guess it only has to be one thing we can't repeat. The perk is literally called Meat of Champions. Oh boy.
Oh my god. I'm assuming by what he means by splitting it into two is that there's one major point here and there's two aspects to it that are the problem.
Yeah,
let's give him the benefit of the doubt on that.
Yeah.
Thought was a particular... That seemed a bit too specific to count, but I also couldn't...
It skipped for me.
So if you don't want to repeat, I'm gonna split this one in two, because my first thought was a particular area, but that seemed a bit too specific to count, but I also couldn't not mention it, so yeah, it's the Temple of Trials, the compulsory first dungeon of Fallout 2, and the problem is extremely simple. Fallout is an RPG where you get to build a character and give them specializations. You can choose what weapons you have a natural aptitude towards. It's entirely up to you, unless you choose a character who was useless with melee weapons, in which case Fallout 2 hates you because you're stuck in a dungeon full of mutant bugs with only a melee weapon, and the game's not going to be giving you a ranged weapon at all under any circumstances until you reach the first town. So, you know how in New Vegas...
So, I'm going to stop right there because I have a problem with this. The Temple of Trials is not a great area in Fallout 2, but I didn't pick melee weapons, I got through it perfectly fine.
Yeah, I did as well, but the meme, there is the meme, and it's a meme for a reason of save after every encounter in the Temple of Trials.
But many are true nerds. Speedrunners can skip the Temple of Trials. For real though, like, it's tedious at most, but I mean, it's still a very small part of the game, and I don't have as much of an issue with that as I do with other, I should say, as I do with Bethesda tutorial sections. Because, I don't know, I actually
we do Fallout 3.
Huh?
God, we do Fallout 3, that tutorial. Holy shit.
Oh, God, it takes so long. It's so tedious.
Yeah, I find Oblivion's tutorial dungeon and Vault 101 in Fallout 3, in particular, to be really tedious and annoying, but Fallout 4 and Skyrim both suck in this regard as well. I would take the Temple of Trials every day over Fallout 4's intro or Skyrim's intro, because I just feel a bit more free in the Temple of Trials.
I like the joke in that Pong Sifu video where he's like, the true challenge isn't getting through the ants, it's getting through the locked door.
Morning, Stag. And oh, hey, I recommended this. How is it so far? Painful.
Very bad.
Yeah. He's made, like, how many points has he made that have been good so far? Was it really just the one?
One. Just one so far. Oh, no. There was, one earlier, for Fallout 1. We were talking. That was good. I wish I could remember what it was now.
I don't remember it either, because the points I remember from Fallout 1 were, the letting you find your own way type thing, which the game's still kind of let you do, and the time limit complaint.
And then there was the master thing where
right, the master.
You could deal with the final boss.
We did agree with the master. We did agree with this point on the master until he started saying stuff like Lanius is not the same and stuff like that. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Or claiming that you can't talk the master down. And it's like, you actually had to talk with him and show him evidence. That's talking him down, you idiot.
Anyways, let's see where he goes here. I'm gonna just back it up a bit because it's been skipping so much.
With only a melee weapon, and the game's not going to be giving you a ranged weapon at all under any circumstances until you reach the first town. So, you know how in New Vegas, Obsidian literally put a 9mm pistol, a laser pistol, and a knife in Doc Mitchell's house, all available before you even leave the character build section? Yeah, I'd like to think that's their apology for the Temple of Trials.
What?
That's a weird way to look at it.
Yeah, that's
Definitely
weird.
a weird way to look.
That's another thing I have an issue with a lot of people we cover, is people just making these bizarre assumptions that, you know, oh, putting these options in this house was their way of apologizing for what they did in previous games. Like, what? Maybe they just learned, you know, we could do this a little bit better than we did before. It's not an apology. The fuck?
So, we also have to mention tone here. Now, Fallout's always had a sense of humour, specifically a very dark and sometimes slightly absurd sense of humour. But in Fallout 2, I've seen a lot of people agree that the game went a bit overboard with cultural references and fourth wall breaks. Now, I'd argue that cultural references are always going to be a bad idea because they're going to date your game. I can't say this is an objectively bad thing because maybe some folks really enjoy running into explicit shoutouts to Star Trek, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and Monty Python, though personally...
How dare you ignore Doctor Who, you degenerate?
Yeah, it doesn't actually have to always be a, it doesn't always have to date your game. Not at all.
Yeah, so
It depends on what your references are going to be.
For example, when did Monty Python and the Holy Grail come out? That was like the 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't a super recent... It's like... Imagine a game released, I don't know, 2 years ago made a reference to that pop star Billie Eilish. Well, I don't hear anyone talking about her anymore now. Well, I guess I don't pay attention to that kind of thing. Point is, if you're going to make a reference to something that's going to be super short-lived, then that will date your game. But if you reference something that's culturally significant for years, it won't date your game so badly. My issue with the Monty Python encounters in Fallout 2 isn't that they date the game, it's that they break the tone.
Yeah.
A Justin Bieber joke in 2023. Yeah, that too.
Again, like, a Star Trek reference, you could do a Star Trek reference now.
Yeah.
It doesn't really date the game. It all depends on how it's presented, right?
Yeah.
Wacky Wasteland was such a good fucking addition to the series. Holy shit. Allowing you to get this humor, and you have to go out of your way. You picked the, I want my guy to have a tumor, where I see way crazy weird things. It's like, that was a great idea.
Also, it is worth pointing out, he did pick two different things here entirely. So,
yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So, hooray!
Let's hope Fallout 3 and 4 have more than one negative to them, because, oh boy, do those games have more than one negative to them.
I doubt he will. He's gonna fucking try to defend them.
He'll give more than one negative for Fallout New Vegas, you know it.
Oh yeah,
no.
Yeah, he will.
Oh no.
I'm willing to bet.
Let's see when we get there.
Yeah.
I find it a bit as far as Vault City residents literally doing skits from Austin Powers. Possibly the more clear-cut issue is the number of fourth wall breaking NPC lines. They acknowledge XP, they name the dev team, they even acknowledge differences between each territory's version of Fallout. Again, this isn't an objective bad, but I've heard many people...
Oh.
Chris Avalon and Tom French, both of them are sexual gods.
I'm more interested in the acknowledgement that there is such a thing as objective bad.
Yes.
Oh. So
yeah.
So that's the field we're playing on. That changes everything.
Mm-hmm.
lines. They acknowledge XP, they name the dev team, they even acknowledge differences between each territory's version of Fallout. Again, this isn't an objective bad, but I've heard many people say it was overdone. For me, it's really immersion breaking, and the devs seem to have ultimately agreed with that, as in New Vegas, this sort of thing was massively slimmed down, and also locked behind the optional Wild Wasteland trait, so you had to opt into it.
Yeah,
which was a great idea.
Wild Wasteland is a good thing. I think...
Yep.
See, here's the thing. I don't think the cultural references should be outright removed. That's why Wild Wasteland is good. Put Wild Wasteland in Fallout 4, Fallout 5, Fallout 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, however far it goes. New Vegas 2.
You don't have to call it Wild Wasteland, because obviously Wild Wasteland is a reference to the Wild West.
Yeah.
But, you can call it whatever.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, even just say, like, wacky tumor or whatever. This being the thing, like you have a tumor that's grown in your brain that's letting you see things that aren't really there, and so then you get to see all this weird nonsense.
A lot of those examples are post-game. Ooh, that would definitely be a mark against them. Especially when there's so many easy ones to reference, like the Monty Python stuff. Like, he did mention them, but he didn't show them. Yeah. I just wish...
Literally just... I was gonna say, you literally just get a Wild Wasteland trait just called glowies.
Oh my god!
You can see them at night. Hit them with your car.
You could see them when you're driving at night. You should hit them with your car.
If I ever made a Fallout game, I'd be tempted to add that in as a perk. So it highlights, like, glowing ones specifically in any area you're going, so you can see them from, like, a mile away.
Oh god!
Especially at night.
And then when you target them, it says Fed Boy as their name or something. Oh, that'd be great.
Have like little descriptors on the side and shit for like, like when you zoom in on something, it has like the little descriptors, and literally just have like a thing when you zoom in on one of them. It's just like, oh, wish I had a car.
No. Or even better, have them say random, obviously glowy shit like, do you too have illegal short barrel rifles at home as well, fellow youth? It's like, oh god.
Pipkin
I too wish to bring down the government and shoot my local Walmart. How about anybody else? Stuff that is obviously like, that's glowy. Holy shit, that glows.
Membership message from Peace was never an option for 14 months. Thank you. The perk fills the game with feds. Oh no.
Yeah.
That's a perk that would have to be locked behind Wild Wasteland.
Yes.
And someone in chat said the comment is gone now, like it's scrolled up. But it was essentially, I wish Wild Wasteland didn't take a trait point, and I agree with that.
I agree.
Similar to how hardcore mode is a menu thing, or I shouldn't say a menu thing, but a pop-up near the end of the tutorial. Wild Wasteland should be treated like that rather than a trait.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So,
hang on. I want to do this before he gets into his fucking, deep throating of Fallout 3. The Great Azel says, my sense of humor is so broken. I hit a glowing one outside of Novak with a car mod, and me and my roommate died laughing for 30 minutes straight.
Hey guys, can you tell me how to find an unregistered silencer for my AR-15?
Yeah. It's like, holy shit, that's bait. That's glows. Fuck, they're on a fishing expedition again.
Oh shit, I did it again. Fuck. Okay, so I have 2 buttons on the side of my mouse. And
between...
No, stop. And
1654.
When you hit one button, it'll send you backwards a page. And when you hit forwards, it'll send you forward a page. So like the back and forth buttons on the top of the window. It's super convenient, unless you accidentally hit your mouse like I just did twice in this stream.
Yeah.
And people are talking about the stupid fat rabbits. It's like the default video on Watch Together. I hate it.
I hate that that's the default video. Why? Why is it always the fat fucking rabbit as the default video?
Dumb llama
that
thing,
llama.
which I didn't hate.
Yeah.
I didn't hate it. The chonky rabbit I hate.
Yeah, I agree.
Cat versus dog. Time.
The
cats versus dog thing. On Watch Together.
I don't remember that one.
It's the one with the girl that's sitting on her laptop on the bed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I vaguely remember that now. Anyways, are we ready for the Fallout 3 section, which is gonna be wonderful, not terrible at all?
Mm-hmm.
I'm busting out the fucking liquor.
Oh boy.
Let me see if I can get a good pop. There we go.
That is satisfying.
Was massively slimmed down and also locked behind the optional Wild Wasteland trait, so you had to opt into it. So, on to Fallout 3, one of the great controversial entries into the franchise, and as you're probably, aware, I could talk for a long time on this one and have done so, but let's try and focus down on
You say talk, I say lied.
I'm not going to say every argument he made in the Fallout 3 defense video was a lie. I would say a lot of them are fucking dishonest, though.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, it's the example I've been using a lot lately, so I'm just going to use it again for everyone in chat who hasn't seen my video. At one point, he's arguing that... much of the video is arguing against criticism of Fallout 3. One of the big complaints about Fallout 3 is the general lack of choice. Many a true nerd's argument against that is, well, there's probably just a lot of choices... Well, I shouldn't say probably. Players just didn't explore enough to find all the hidden choices in the world, so they just assumed there wasn't all that many choices. He gives the example of a hidden terminal that could give an extra ending to the Superhuman Gambit. What he fails to mention is that this is the only example of such a thing existing in the entire game.
Yep.
Can I join? I want to trash on Miniature Nerd since he likes to defend the indefensible. Are you guys fine with Enclave Emily coming
Yeah, we can get Enclave Emily in.
Alrighty then.
While we do that, I will go grab myself another slice of pizza.
Oh, get me one too.
No.
Wow, fucking rude.
I just got back from the kitchen. I went and grabbed a couple donuts.
Nice.
Alright, I'm gonna be starting the call in the other group.
Yeah, I'll say hey in the...
Don't worry, Creetosis, I'll get you the pizza.
I'm just afraid of you saying something terrible that's going to get us banned.
I'm not.
Oh, sure. You've never said anything terrible we've had you on.
I try my best. I'm not trying at all. I try my best.
Try your best to get us banned, or try your best to hold it back?
To hold it back?
I don't believe you.
Oh,
if
God.
you knew how I was, you would.
Oh, no.
Ugh. These donuts are stale.
Oh.
Yeah.
Stale donuts are one of the most depressing things in the world.
Yeah, these are gross. I'm not eating these. Ugh.
What's
I
everyone's...
am not getting them banned, Zaxxon. No.
What's everyone's favorite topping? Pepperoni.
Oh, hell yeah.
Creetosis, how do you feel that Vincent Martin is going to watch through this entire stream, misinterpreting everything and getting mad at this comment? I hope he enjoys wasting his time.
He won't watch it, Cree, because it's too long. He can't handle time.
Can't handle the English fucking language either, or basic logic.
That's true.
On donuts? Ew. No, on pizza. I assume that what toppings you like is on pizza, because who puts toppings on donuts? I don't consider icing on a donut to be a topping.
What, Creetosis? You don't like your pepperoni donut?
That's disgusting.
Pineapple donut?
No.
Oh, God. Oh, God. That is an offense to the United States and to Italy.
$5 from Scorchercast. Thank you. This isn't pity money. This is the normal buy video tribute. Good night. Pun Pun is a good series. Check it out if you have free time. I have no idea what Pun Pun is, but I get the impression that there's a lot of puns in it.
Don't worry, they're gonna forget about it.
Forget about what?
about the series.
Yeah, I've got a terrible memory. I'm sorry. Setch, are you back yet?
Me. I will need the watch together.
Right. I'll grab that from there. Copy. And where'd Discord go? Oh God.
I don't know. Where did it go? Oh, the tabs.
No,
Chat.
it's not a tab. Discord is its own window because it's a program installed on the computer. It's not open in the browser.
No, you love tabs so much you installed it on the browser.
No. How do you install it on a browser?
Oh shit. Oh shit. I fucked up.
What'd you do?
I said you installed Discord on a browser.
Oh, I thought you did something else.
Yeah, I accidentally wrote the N-word into the fuck.
What?
I fucked up. I couldn't control myself and I accidentally wrote the N-word in chat. No, I didn't.
Oh my
Just trying to scare
God.
you. Just trying to scare you.
Cree has 200 Discord tabs. Rude. I have 200 normal tabs.
I was about to say, quick, kick him before it's too late.
Wow. Look how my guest and co-host team up against me.
No, I'm talking about kicking. I'm talking about kicking Emily.
Oh.
No!
Yeah, before they say something that gets us banned. Like, quick, kick him before it's too
I'm
late.
not gonna.
Oh no! Enclave Emily's powering up her N-word pass!
I'm not gonna. Oh fucking hell, I joined in and now I already have a smile on my face. I love this.
Such as taking way longer than I thought to go get a slice of pizza. Those are rookie number 3.
I don't remember where I heard this, but I remember I heard someone calling a slice of pizza a piece of pizza.
What fucking degenerate said that shit?
I don't remember. I just know it was in some fucking Discord call I was in some days ago. I was playing Valorant.
Oh my God. Creetosis. Furries deserve to be bullied. Star... I assume that's supposed to be start. Start bullying Emily for being a French to distract everyone.
I do agree, Bezin. Furries deserve to be bullied, which is why I'm going to proceed to bully you at this moment.
You as in Bezin, because that's the person you're talking to?
Yeah, that's the person who said that furries deserve to be bullied. I'm gonna bully him. / her. They, them.
Pizza in the air fryer. It's so good.
Oh, you're finally back, so we can continue.
Yes.
All
Pizza
right.
in the air fryer.
God, we're not even halfway through this video. Oh, how much worse is it gonna get?
I know.
Real crucial bit going on for several hours, hopefully. So, as we've heard many times in various forms in many Fallout games, the Wasteland is an important part of the Fallout universe. A dangerous, desolate, cruel place. And it's a crucial part of the world because the fear of how vicious the wider world is, full of raiders and monsters, that's what makes the rest of Fallout civilization make sense. Why do...
Alright, now, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he defend Fallout 4's Wasteland? Like the world itself?
He did a lot of it.
Yeah.
No, he did do a lot of it, like the care and craftsmanship with which the world was made.
Well, it sucks in Fallout 4.
He says that in the Fallout 3 video, the care and craftsmanship, which,
yeah,
again, I very much disagree with.
Yeah, I disagree with that as well.
If he didn't call it out when he talks about Fallout 4, then it's a complete hypocrisy that he even mentions it here. Because Fallout 4, like, nowhere is really dangerous in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
Like, off the top of my head, the only place in Fallout 4 that I remember struggling with was where one of the spawn points for the XO1 Enclave power armor.
Yeah, I remember one of the loading screens said something to the effect of, the further south you go, the more dangerous it is, but not really.
No.
I guess if you wake up a sentry bot, there's that one where you open the door and it says, oh, it's not the one that says fuck you. That's the one in Fallout 3. You open a door and there's like a skeleton decoration for Halloween, and a sentry bot spawns out of nowhere. That could be a bit dangerous. And there's the Assaultron in that vault that the gunners are squatting in. But that's about it that I remember. The most dangerous place is anywhere in the main city of Boston. The FPS drops in that area are fucking deadly.
Yeah. It doesn't help that they trivialized Deathclaws at the start of the game.
Yeah, that was a stupid, stupid idea.
Yeah.
The only difficulty I have with 4 is constantly crashing, trying to get to good neighbor. Same, honestly.
The only difficulty I have with Fallout 4 is finding anything fucking good in it.
Better call NASA to find out where the good stuff is.
Do we repeatedly see closed bunkers and vaults or convoys with armed guards? The theme of isolation versus opening up. Almost anywhere you look, Fallout is a universe.
That is painting a really rosy picture for Fallout 3. Because the caravans with armed guards, so a single guard, a single caravan operator, and one pack ramen. Woo.
Well, you
Nice.
don't get it such. One can be a plural too.
Yeah, in fucking Clown World. Oh, and then of course you see constant walled settlement stuff. Oh yeah, Republic of Dave with its walls. Yeah. Oh boy.
Wire mesh fence that it's not gonna be too hard to pull that down if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Like if
Or
you've
just
got-
shoot through it.
or shoot through it.
Well, it is Fallout 3, so who knows? A wire fence may be a bigger obstacle than the main enemies or whatever.
Well, I mean, realistically, a super mutant could flatten that thing if they wanted to. They could put their foot on the post and just push down.
Realistically, the world of Fallout 3 would be a bit more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be nice if some thought went into the world of Fallout 3. It's too bad there was none.
You could do it without thought and do better. You could actually. No cap.
Probably.
And they, them,
Damn
and they slash them as a caravan guard could be a multiple.
Pronoun users. But here's what I want to know: where the hell did Cap come from for meaning, no lies? You know what I mean?
no
It
idea.
just sounds such a weird, like, no cap. What?
Where did sick come from for being a word for cool? I don't know, slang is just fucking weird.
I know, but you'd think there'd be, like, is there a logical through point for the word cap being lie?
I have no clue.
Is there a logical point of sick being a word for cool?
I could come up with an idea of, like, how roller coasters would, like, make people ill and stuff like that because they're super, scary and dangerous, tons of adrenaline rush. And it'd be like, oh, it was a sick ride. Like, literally, I threw up. It was awesome.
Maybe.
That's Cap. I accuse you of capping.
Yeah, and I'm just like, where's Cap? What about Cap? What logical way could you do that? I think it's no captions. No, not that.
No. I don't think so. I do know where fat comes from. Why you call people fat. You know the story, Sesh. You know the story.
No, I don't.
Okay, so it's like this. Eisenhower has a heart attack as a president. So a bunch of scientists go off and they're like, oh shit, we gotta figure out why he had a heart attack. And they conclude that it was because his diet had a lot of fat in it and not enough sugar. So they're like, oh, fat bad, sugar good. Eventually everybody gets addicted to sugary shit. The reason Eisenhower had a heart attack? He smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day. And the scientists could not figure out that this was the problem. So that's why you call people fat and not sugary.
There was a joke. A show called Adam's Ruins Everything. It's not a very good show, honestly. It's very much we did the research, but then it's like, hey, we have all the links to it at the end, and then you'll read through it, and it doesn't even say remotely what they're saying. But I did have a great
YouTubers
joke.
Before YouTube.
Mm-hmm. I did have a great joke in it that at once toilet paper was invented, disease went down dramatically. And it's sort of scientist standing there, and he's like, "Good job, people! With the invention of this butt paper, we have seen disease deaths go down dramatically. If only now we could figure out what was killing everyone else." And he picks up a big cigarette and he just takes a big puff on it. And he's like, It's like, okay, that was a good joke.
Closed bunkers and vaults, or walled settlements, caravan convoys with armed guards, the theme of isolation versus...
Okay, I'm sorry for pausing again, but you weren't... So one of you pointed out earlier that the convoys only had one armed guard, and you'll notice that he did say, with armed guard.
Wait, did you say with armed guard?
Yes.
No, he said guards. He 100% said guards. I'll rewind it again.
Alright, here, I got it.
God, we have to listen
because
to
the
his
fear
voice.
of how vicious the wider world is, full of raiders and monsters, that's what makes the rest of Fallout Civilization make sense. Why do we repeatedly see societies in closed bunkers and vaults, or walled settlements, caravan convoys with armed guards, the theme of isolation
Told ya.
versus opening up?
Nope, he said guards. There's an S in there.
Yeah, he said
Am I
guards.
the only one that doesn't hear the S? What the fuck?
Yeah, because I heard guards.
So did I.
Ah.
He puts the emphasis on the D, and then guards
It's
trails off.
guards. Kind of.
Yeah.
No, but you're putting emphasis on the S because you're going...
Well, I'm trying to emphasize where it was. There is an S in there.
Yeah, it's like guards.
Yeah, look at you. Is this Schrodinger's fucking S? Because some people say they didn't hear it, others say they do.
Yeah,
Well-
again, he goes from normal volume and then trails it off. You can hear it. Here, let's one last time.
Oh, God.
Actually, so let's do slightly slow-mo, too, as well.
I
Slightly.
think that would fuck it up.
I mean, we'll see.
Did you set it to slow, or do you want me to?
He did. I got it at 75.
Okay.
And guards was that there, so let's put it here.
Isolation versus opening up.
Oh, it's before.
Almost any-
Yeah, you
Dang
went
it.
too
Bit
far.
before.
I missed it. Yep. Ah, that's way too far. Any mouse?
Why
There.
do we repeatedly see societies in closed bunkers and vaults, or walled settlements, caravan convoys with armed guards, the theme of
Yep, there it is.
isolation
I am not hearing the S, I swear to
Really?
God.
How'd you not hear the S? I
How'd you not
clearly
hear
heard
that
this.
It is blatantly obvious.
Yeah, that was blatant that time. Like, I could clearly hear it.
Okay, let's just proceed. I can't. I can't.
Fix your fucking ears.
I have this at 25% volume. I turned it up to fucking 80 just to hear that.
I also want to point out saying caravan with armed guard just sounds really awkward.
Yeah.
You don't say a singular as X with Y like that. You say X with AY.
Oh, but this is Martin we're talking about.
But he's not Vincent Martin, for God's sake.
Okay, fair point. Okay.
versus opening up. Look, Fallout as a universe only makes sense if a life remains a dangerous, chaotic, untamed place as a counterpoint to the pockets of civilization in whatever form they take. And I'd argue that no game manages that better than Fallout 3. It's not afraid to be
What?
So he's just using the same argument from the Fallout 3 defense video. It's good that the wasteland is empty.
Yeah, but he's saying it's empty and dangerous, so it's filled with danger.
How could something be empty and filled with danger?
That's what he's saying. It's filled with danger. It's very dangerous, except for the small pockets of society and civilization. And it's like, Fallout 1 and 2 do that way better.
Considering most of the map is fucking nothing that's generated randomly if you have an encounter there.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck is this?
better than Fallout 3. It's not afraid to be empty and desolate and to create a 3D rendering of how classic Fallout...
It's filled with danger, but it's not afraid to be empty and desolate. Dude, What do you think? What do you think Fallout 1 was, you idiot?
Such bravery.
Oh my
the
god.
bravery of the developers putting nothing in there.
Remember,
Yeah,
this
what
is
the
an
hell?
argument that this game did something better than any of the others.
Yes.
It did something that the others didn't. It's like, oh, okay. Alright.
It did it better than Mario with deer on the fucking Cry engine. Cause Mario with deer is just Mario with like 3 or 4 deer in the entire overworld.
Oh god.
Guys, the way to make a perfect Fallout game is to clearly bring back the Fallout 3 aspect of literally having nothing in the overworld of your game.
Yeah.
Fallout imagined a place where you could travel long distances without ever seeing anything other than blasted dirt. But it also captured the danger of the classic Fallout's wasteland, where just...
I love traveling through a big, vast, wide, open-world game and seeing dirt and dead grass and rocks and burned trees and dirt and dead grass and
Rocks.
don't
Don't forget the rocks.
I don't even mind that so much as the fact that it's literally there is nothing here to even hint at how anything could survive out here, and yet there are occasionally enemies here, implying, well, they have to be eating something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very irritating, too.
Fucking DayZ does this better than Fallout 3.
Yeah.
And in case you don't know, DayZ is like... Some people complain about how much they have to walk to get good stuff.
Yeah, but
'Cause
that's
if the
also
fog rolls in, a horde shows up, or a pack of wolves may just show up.
yeah. Part of the whole thing is the vast distances in DayZ are kind of your punishment for not taking the world seriously, for fucking up, or for just getting ambushed and dying.
Yeah.
Like that's part of the game.
Yeah, I know. The problem with DayZ is that you get sick way too easily, and to cure it, you have to get an item with a fucking 4% spawn rate.
Yes.
4%.
I'd say that isn't really the true problem with DayZ. I think the true problem with DayZ is if you're on an established server and one server becomes Big King Dick and is flying around in attack helicopters and just being like, oh, we see somebody setting up a thing there and dying them.
I'm talking about DayZ standalone.
I mean, DayZ standalone has this as well now.
Do they have the attack helicopters now? Only in a
attack
mod,
helicopters,
probably.
normal helicopters. Yeah. Oh, well, okay. Well, again, if we take all mods out of it entirely, yeah, sure. Sorry, my apologies. Because DayZ normally, because if you ask somebody what is DayZ, everybody will have a different answer for what the original DayZ is. Because some people thought DayZ Epoch was, some people thought the old school traditional DayZ is what DayZ is. Some people thought,
Yeah.
oh fuck, whatever. It doesn't matter. There's so many. There's a great video about all the different versions of DayZ and thus why DayZ standalone was such a disaster, why it hasn't done well. And a lot of it is because if you asked all of these people that played DayZ, what do you want in DayZ? You would get hundreds of different answers because they're all playing a different version of DayZ.
Yeah, I know that video.
Yeah. So it was one of those, like, it was the impossible challenge. You can't cater to the people that play DayZ because there are literally so many different versions of DayZ that what the fuck are you going to do?
True. Okay, sorry for the tangent.
No, it's fine.
When DayZ standalone does something better, does overworld better than fucking Fallout 3, you know you have a problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just as you could once stumble across so dangerous that flight was the only sensible option, so too in Fallout 3, the wasteland was populated by huge numbers of random encounters, some of which were terrifying enough that running was the best bet for an inexperienced player. But I'd argue that Fallout 3's connected, persistent 3D wasteland elevated the ideas of Fallout 1 and 2, where random encounters simply existed in their own tiny pocket universes. In Fallout 3, random encounters could spawn and roam. They could run into other random encounters, or fixed spawns of raiders or creatures. You could see robots.
I don't know. do they really wander? Because anytime I've ran into, like, a set random encounter spot, the thing that spawns there is usually there, in that spot.
Yeah,
A lot of them,
I don't...
a lot of them trigger on distance, too. So, for example, there's a blown-out building near Tenpenny Tower where one of these random encounters can happen. And you can actually game the system to, like, essentially re-roll the spawn if you go into the gas station that's near this building. I've done this before to get different spawns in there. And if you're looking inside, like through the doorway from a distance, you can see the NPCs standing there and not doing anything because you're close enough for them to have spawned, but not close enough for them to have activated. They will only, like, truly activate when you get closer. Is he maybe confusing random encounters for just creatures spawning in the wild and happen to wander into each other? Because those are two different things.
Maybe?
I mean, that's what I have to assume, because I don't know what else he could possibly be meaning.
Didn't he make a mod for Fallout 3? I've got no idea. I don't really pay attention to what he does. In fact, I haven't even looked at his channel since I did the fucking Fallout 3 response video. This video here and the last one we covered from him about a year ago were ones that were recommended to us.
Yeah.
I've had a few merchants who wander, but he's selling it up a lot. That's what I thought. He tends to do that a lot with this game for some reason. But Cree, I thought you were obsessed with Miniature Nerd. That's what a lot of comments said. Yeah. I even had someone come into my comments section say something to the effect of, I bet you wake up every day and check his channel to see if he's uploaded something you can respond to. It's like, because I made a video responding to a terrible video he made? What?
Yeah.
These people are fucking weird, man.
That is true.
What?
That they're fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fighting slavers, scorpions versus dogs, bears versus super mutants. In Fallout 3's Wasteland, you're literally walking through an anarchic battleground where everything wants to kill everything.
That is way overselling it. I can't tell you how many times I've been walking through the Wasteland and there's just been a whole bunch of fucking nothing happening. Jesus Christ.
Oh yes, the anarchic wasteland of crickets.
The anarchistic wasteland battleground of desolate nothingness with a few pockets of something maybe kind of sort of possibly happening.
Perhaps. Okay. Fucking hell.
It's predictable, and to my mind, it's precisely what it should be. And secondly, I'd like to praise Fallout 3 for being the only Fallout game with a meaningful post-end game. Now, that's not...
What?
A meaningful post-end game.
What the fuck?
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh god, that cough actually hurt my head. Oh god.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck?
You mean that thing that didn't even exist until they fucking got a bunch of backlash and put it in a DLC so we could actually even see what happened with Project Purity at all?
And by the way, the Broken Steel DLC is not that great.
No, it is not.
Oh fuck. That actually
It's not
hurt
even
my head.
great. It's just shit. What the fuck? Meaningful endgame. Fuck all changes.
This is a literal example of psychic damage. Hearing that actually caused me physical pain in my head. I still feel it I'm not exaggerating. I've got like a slight headache now.
Oh my
Like, it's
god. This guy has subscribers. People agree with his point of view.
I know. It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fucking Blue Lobster level jumps fucking scary. Like,
Blue
Man.
Lobster?
The blue lobster, yes. I love that meme.
What?
It's a
Do you
it's a
not
random.
know the blue lobster jump scare?
No. What?
It's just a random meme. It's literally just a picture of a blue lobster that pops up in random videos.
Oh.
And it goes.
Yeah.
Okay then.
But God, don't forget, like, because we've talked about it in. I remember specifically we talked about it in the Vincent Martin response that the post game actually causes more problems. Because one of the examples that I gave was, why is Megaton suddenly hurting for water all of a sudden when before they were totally fine? Throughout the entire game, they did not give a shit about the water crisis at all. There was no issue, really. The water pipe thing wasn't that big of a deal. They talked about it a little bit. It was mentioned, but other than that, it's like, and you fix it. You can fix it, and it's like, okay, so you have nothing. They just don't care. They don't care about the water crisis. But then, after you do you get broken steel and you do the water purifier, the next time you go there, there's literally like 3 or 4 people from Megaton outside where there's a water caravan protected by Brotherhood, and they will attack the caravan and die trying to get the water that they are getting for free already.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're already getting free water, and they're like, well, they're not giving us enough. We're going to die. We have to kill them and take all the water. It's like, why? You literally have a water processing plant that works, and you guys did not have any water problem before. Like, every time I visited Megaton, you guys had no issue with water. Like, you don't even mention it as a problem.
Just to put it slightly more clearly, a town with a working, functional water purifier is getting a free delivery of water, and people in that town are so desperate for water that they're willing to attack not just an armed caravan, but a Brotherhood-defended caravan that's delivering free water to them.
What the I didn't even know that.
Bethesda
yeah, it's
logic.
really bad.
Bethesda
yeah,
logic.
It's real bad.
That is the dumbest thing.
No, you don't get it. Fallout 3 is a great game, everyone. It doesn't have any problems. It's all in your imagination. It's all in your head.
Yep.
Yeah,
Vegas,
and their
that's the
entire
real
logic.
bad one.
Yeah, and their entire logic is literally just, well, we're not getting enough. We're not getting our quota. And which ties into another quest, which is like the they're giving it to the crazy cult in Springvale, thinking that they're taking it up to Megaton when they're not. They're using it. They're actually irradiating the water for their cult.
Which, by the way, why the fuck would the Brotherhood drop it off there instead of at the gates? Going to Springvale is more dangerous than going straight to fucking Megaton.
Yeah, and why would you assume that these people are actually a part of Megaton and not just some people squatting in Springvale?
That too.
Like, wouldn't you want to at least like confirm that if this water is meant to go to Megaton, that it's getting to Megaton? It makes no fucking sense. Which also raises the question. This also doesn't make any sense, because if they're dropping the water off to these people in Springvale and the water's not getting to Megaton, and it's causing such a problem that the people in Megaton are coming out to confront the Brotherhood guards, why are the Brotherhood guards right outside the gate of Megaton?
That is an excellent question. Unfortunately, you'll have to find my cat first.
I just don't get why they have to go. Oh my god! I just realized what. But I don't get why they would drop off the water to the people in Springvale and then walk up to the gate of Megaton if they already delivered the water they were supposed to give to Megaton. What's the point? Like, why not just go to your next stop? And then if this was happening, and like these megaton people came out and said, "Hey, we're not getting our water. What's going on?" Wouldn't the Brotherhood then assume, "Oh, those people in Springvale aren't actually a member of? They're not actually a part of Megaton. They're not bringing the water here." It just doesn't make any sense. There's like no connecting of anything, especially when the fact that like, why are they so desperate for water all of a sudden, for free water that they weren't getting before, and they were doing perfectly fine. Now they're getting now they're getting extra water on top of the water they already have that they were not in any way, from what I could tell, or that is mentioned at any point, that they are running out of. So they're getting extra water on top of what they already have, but now somehow they're so desperate for water, they're willing to attack an armed Brotherhood caravan of free water. It makes no sense. It's so bad.
Yeah.
Ten out of 10.
I really don't know what to say. The game is fucking stupid.
It is. I hate it.
It's precisely what the Wasteland should be. And secondly, I'd like to praise Fallout 3 for being the only Fallout game with a meaningful post-end game.
Kill
now,
yourself.
That's not to say it's the only Fallout game where you can keep playing after you're done with the final boss. That's true in Fallout 2 and 4 as well. But 3 is the only game that ever let you see the world that you had created and investigate the consequences of what you did down on the ground.
What?
Not really.
No.
It's extremely limited. Like, you see more of an outcome for smaller choices in New Vegas than you do for this choice in Fallout 3.
Yeah, the in-game slides that you get at the end of Fallout New Vegas are more in-depth than this shit.
I wasn't even talking about the slides.
Yeah. Because this is all stuff you can see and actually... and stuff like New Vegas, this is stuff you can actually go back to and interact with, like, immediately after the decision has been made.
Yeah.
Like, you see the consequences of your actions just from there.
Well, when you kill
Okay, well, hold on. I think we do have to make a little bit of a distinction here, where I think he's specifically talking about the end of the main story.
No,
Yeah.
I know he's saying the end of the main story. I'm saying there's smaller choices in New Vegas that have a bigger in-world consequence or impact than this end-game choice for Fallout 3 does.
Yeah, which is why I brought up the end slides. Because I would honestly say that they are infinitely more impactful and in-depth than anything you get out of this interactable post-game end.
Especially as you've already described, this post-game ending for Fallout 3 actually does more damage to the game.
Yeah, it actually causes more problems. And that was just one issue. That wasn't even talking about all the Enclave shit.
Having spent the second half of the water purifier, you get to visit it to see the water caravans that have sprung up. You deal with the con artists and opportunists looking to take advantage of the new world you've created. Now, this isn't to say...
I'm not sure how this con artist can exist when, like, the ghouls don't even need pure water in the first place.
Yeah, how is he conning ghouls? They can actually drink the radioactive water and be fine.
Okay, so in the game, the con artist tries to trick the ghouls by saying, "Oh, well, this water's so pure, it'll make you grow your hair back, and it'll put the pep back in your step. It'll basically cure you of your ghoulish affliction," kind of shit. And they, for some reason, Underworld is so stupid that they actually fall for it. They actually think clean water, because oh my god, so...
Yeah, but
I'm trying to remember exactly.
I still don't see how that's really scamming them. Like, ghouls are going to need water regardless, so... It's like...
Because
of all the other stuff that's being advertised in it.
No,
okay.
I know, but...
Look, here's what it is. He's getting free water that's supposed to be going to Underworld. It's supposed to be going to Underworld for free, but he's getting it instead, saying he's their like ambassador, so he'll take it. He takes it back to his place, puts dirty water in the bottles, and he puts all the clean water in bathtubs, sells the dirty water as clean water here for money that they have to pay for, so they're not getting free water, and it's not clean, but he's marketing it as purified water that he puts his secret ingredient in at his processing facility that will cure them of their affliction, which is why he's wearing a wig on his head and says, oh, it's real hair. It grew my hair back. And they're so stupid that they believe it.
Yeah, this just feels like a dumb plot point to me.
It is. It is really dumb.
You can see the impact of the things you did. Why? Because there's a fucking dude with a wig. Fantastic.
My issue isn't even that they did something like this. It's how it makes everyone look stupid.
Yeah.
It just makes everyone look incredibly stupid. Like nobody in this world has a functioning brain. That's my problem.
Hold on, yeah, that's 2 major settlements that are getting their water diverted by a rando.
Yep.
What the fuck is happening in this world that's happening?
And then there is a random event that will happen in by Big Town, where Rivet City guards who are delivering water to Big Town get ambushed by slavers and get killed, so that their the water line gets broken, the supply line gets broken. But there isn't any dialogue for that, though. It's literally just a random event of like the caravan getting attacked by slavers that spawn in at the top of a hill.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. There's nothing more to it than that. They don't even go in depth with it. You can't even talk to Big Town about it.
Well, alrighty then. That's something, I guess.
Pretty shit.
Pretty standard for Bethesda.
Yeah.
I dislike the endings of games. It's great to get
Hold on, that skipped for me.
that have sprung up. You deal with the con artists and opportunists looking to take advantage of the new world you've created. Now, this isn't to say I dislike the ending slides of other Fallout games. It's great to get a detailed long-term view of how your decisions will shake out, but
Unless it's convenient to argue that that's telling and not showing, then they suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. God, you just reminded me how much I hate him. Fucking hell.
do
God,
have a particular...
It might be time. My profile picture is perfect for it.
No. Don't say it.
Right.
Enclave Emily already said it. We're not doing that.
Okay.
the new world you've created. Now, this isn't to say I dislike the ending slides of other Fallout games. It's great to get a detailed long-term view of how your decisions will shake out, but I do have a particular fondness for Fallout 3 and Broken Steel, as messy as it is, as the only Fallout game that actually lets me get down on the ground and visit the consequences of the main plot in a meaningful way.
Again, just... It feels like he's hyping this up to be a lot bigger and better than it is.
Yeah, and that's my issue, because what he's saying isn't necessarily wrong in terms of, like, if this could be a positive that you could put into a new Fallout game if it's done well.
Yeah.
But the issue is he's making this seem like it's this really great, epic thing that none of the other Fallout games have done, and it goes so in-depth and all this stuff, and it's basically nothing. In fact, it actually hurts the world more by doing it. It's like, this could work if they did it well, and it could definitely work in a new Fallout game if they do it well, but you're literally acting like they did it perfectly here when it is far from perfect. Oof.
Now, as for the bad thing, yeah, let's talk about quest markers. Now, quest markers aren't a universal bad. It makes perfect sense.
Now, time limits aren't a universal bad. It makes perfect sense that something that has urgency would have a time limit associated with it. Get fucked, Matt.
Jesus fuck.
that sometimes you do something by a quest giver who already knows the location of what they're after. The time, and it overwhelmingly is in the 3D Fallout games, then something very unfortunate happens, which H-Bomber Guy very accurately identified in his otherwise completely wrong video on Fallout 3.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking
Yeah,
asshole.
actually.
Okay, look, I'm not a fan of H-Bomber
Completely
Guy.
wrong.
I'm not a fan of H-Bomber Guy, but his video was pretty spot on. Like, even if you disagree with some of the points he made, he still made a lot of points. A lot of good points. So to say in his otherwise completely... No, fuck off. Fuck yourself. You're the one who made the completely wrong video, asshole.
Yeah, you're the one who got shit wrong. You're gonna fucking sit here and say, oh, this person who made this video who got everything wrong, when you're the one who literally made a video where you outright fucking lie. Shut the fuck up.
And it's even worse than that, because H-Bomber Guy literally shows examples of every bad thing every good and bad thing he says about the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Literally shows examples. A completely wrong video.
I'm curious about something.
Fuck.
So I believe when he made this video, he already made his Fallout 3 is better than you think, I assume. But I want to know when this was made. 2 years ago, so probably 2020. July 5th, 2020. So this is 2 years after his Fallout 3 is better than you think video. So yeah, Chad is right. Many True Nerd is still salty over that video. God.
Didn't Matt make a straw man argument of H-Bomber Guy's quote on the final bosses of Fallout?
He strawmanned every YouTuber. Well, he only did bring up two YouTubers in that video. And he quoted, or he referenced H-Bomber Guy's video a couple times. But every time he referenced someone else's video, he strawmanned them or took them out of context or some fucking bullshit.
Well, Matten's already better than a lot of Fallout 3 characters, because him doing that is in character.
I wouldn't say Fallout 3's problem is characters being out of character, it's that they don't really have much character. Aside from Colonel Autumn, like, he's just an anomaly.
Is in the 3D Fallout games, then something very unfortunate happens, which H-Bomber Guy very accurately identified in his otherwise completely wrong video on Fallout 3. When the compass tells you precisely where to go, that's where you focus, and it robs you of the joy of exploring and discovering the world by yourself. A particularly bad example of this actually comes right at the start of Fallout 3, when you're told to head to Galaxy News Radio, located within the DC ruins. This is your first trip to the city, which is in a state of ruin, so you might reasonably assume that to get there, you might need to ask for directions, come up with a plan, decide which route looks like the best bet through a mostly collapsed urban environment filled with super mutants. But no, your Pip-Boy just knows you should go to this one particular subway station.
Anyway, even if you did fucking have to make a plan to get to wherever in the DC area, the place is so poorly made, it is so fucked, that even that would be a complete mess. With the Pip-Boy, not the Pip-Boy, the fucking quest marker, it's already bad because the fucking tunnels. But now imagine without the fucking tunnels trying to find everything. I swear to God, I had to watch a fucking video just to find out where Mama Dolce's was, because I kept getting lost.
Yeah. Normally my arguments are against the quest marker because this exact reason, where it just leads you directly wherever you have to go. But Fallout 3 is a game where I appreciate it, because yeah, navigating those very samey looking metro tunnels with no way to find where to go is completely fucked. It is
you
amazing
appreciate
bullshit.
it for all the wrong reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it because the game world is so poorly fucking designed that I need it.
Yeah, those metro tunnels are fucked. And this is coming from somebody who actually kind of enjoyed going into them and like clearing them out and stuff. When not now, obviously, I fucking hate Fallout 3, but back when I actually liked it, like I actually enjoyed going into there. But good God, even as someone who enjoyed going into the metro tunnels to clear out the ghouls and stuff, and I like the vibe that it gave off, I still could not figure out where the fuck I was going. So no, it's really bad, really poorly designed.
Yeah, you only really appreciate it because of the game itself being terrible at everything it does.
Yeah, it's which is funny because he is trying so hard. He is reaching so hard to find a positive.
He's reaching so hard he fell into the well. Like, Christ. Any good shotgun mods for New Vegas you guys recommend? I mean, just look for it. I don't know exactly what you want.
And then through of tunnels, and then you'll get there. And this definitely isn't a well-known route because it's full of monsters and creatures and raiders. No one else is using this as a way to access GNR. So thinking about this, I suspect the quest marker is the reason I've seen so many people who dislike the subway tunnels and isolated pockets of space in the DC ruins in Fallout 3. Players are going to naturally struggle to explore and navigate because the few times you visit the area for quests, the quest marker tells you exactly where to go so precisely.
The alternative is being lost in a maze of bullshit for fucking hours.
Yeah, this argument doesn't work that he's trying to make because he's literally saying, oh, well, everyone's just paying attention to the quest marker. They're not actually trying to learn and navigate the metro tunnels properly. If they would just do that, it would be easy to get through them. No.
You can't, because you don't know what metro tunnel interconnects where.
Exactly. As I just got finished explaining, I actually sort of liked the metro tunnels in that I liked the way they looked. I thought it was interesting because it was like a horror game sort of. And I was like, ooh, this is kind of interesting. Narrow tunnels, the dark, filled with ghouls and stuff. That's interesting. I like that idea. But my God, could I not fucking figure out where I was going, even though I was thoroughly exploring them, not using the little quest marker, wasn't doing any of that, was trying to naturally learn the route that these tunnels take so that I could navigate them properly. Never could. Even after years of playing this game, I could never properly figure out exactly what tunnel led where.
You know what might actually work is having a separate map that, like, you know how train stations in the real world will sometimes have maps of like what trains or subways go to which stops, and you know that you could use one of those types of maps to figure out, okay, where do you go? But then this is a lived-in world, so you have different tunnels like marked out with color, like red or whatever, to show that this tunnel is collapsed, so you have to take this way, or have like different arrows pointing which is the best path to get to different areas in the in the city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could just have a literal sign like red line north leads to this, and they would then point an arrow towards the red line, and you'd have to,
Blue line tunnel is collapsed, but you can access the other side of it through this maintenance tunnel.
Yeah, or just trains that have a similar stop, like literally anything. It also doesn't help that in Fallout 3 you go north, but you go north in the tunnels, but no, actually but then you go through the thing, and no, it takes you west.
Yeah, the directional markers for interiors are fucked a lot of times in these games. Again, the whole thing with Rivet City existing within impossible space is an issue.
This game sucks.
It does. Like, have one that says GNR this way, mall that way. Yeah, exactly.
There is one. There is a single board, and it's in this tunnel specifically that points to like, oh, GNR this way. I think Brotherhood Outpost that way. And I think that is the only instance
I do know
of there actually being a sign.
I do know you see some markings on the wall saying, with the Brotherhood symbol and an arrow, but those are few and far between, and those only direct you to the Brotherhood. They don't direct you to other parts of the world.
Yeah, they don't. And the only one I can think of is like, it's literally the one in this tunnel where it's just like a wooden sign propped up against the wall on the floor, and it literally just has like GNR with an arrow pointing one way, and then Brotherhood Outpost pointing another, and that's it. That's all you get. Also, I wanna get this comment in chat here. I had this problem with Elden Ring. There was no quest markers, but I had no idea where to go for quests. Yeah, so that was a bit of an issue when the game first came out, but they fixed that. I think like a couple of months after the game came out, they made it so that there's actually marker locations on the map for NPCs that you have met.
Yeah, because if you didn't put together, like, if you didn't get the series of specific events to happen to tell you where that NPC was going to be, then how would you ever know? So
Yeah.
they put in a bunch more like markers of, hey, in case you missed this, this, and this, he's going to be over there. Or in case you didn't realize, like, they'll have a little icon that you can hover over and it'll tell you who's there.
Yep.
And they'll also have in the menus now, they'll also have icons to be like, hey, this person has more stuff to say that can help you go, and so they can help you continue onwards.
Yep.
Okay, there's just a comment here. 2 comments, actually. One from Mars Ninja. Metro games were linear, but still did Metro better. Correct. True.
Yeah.
And based.
Yes.
Second thing. Omega Prime. What's funny is that Oxhorn's Metro Tunnel lore series... Metro Tunnel lore series...
We had an encounter with that in episode 2 of STAG, where he recommended one of those videos. It was like an hour long, and it's like, how the fuck do you squeeze enough lore out of a goddamn metro tunnel to make an hour-long video on?
What's funny is that in Oxhorn's Metro Tunnel lore series, he installs a mod that makes a clear map of the tunnels, and even the maps are confused. So, Oxhorn being disingenuous, and the mod to make things clear doesn't know how to make things clear. Okay, that is the situation.
Oh my god, Emily, you just reminded me of something that I had to show Cree, and he almost couldn't believe that it was real. The fucking doors for Rivet City are so fucked.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Rivet City. One of them I knew, the other I didn't. So, Enclave Emily, you know Rivet City, right?
Of course.
You know how there's those 2 long hallways you can go down, and in the market area, one door is directly above the other in the corner?
Behind the gun store?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
in around there.
Okay.
So, obviously you go through these 2 doors into these hallways, and they're directly above one another. So you walk straight down the hallway, and both doors lead to the science lab. So, logically, both of those doors would lead you to the door from the bottom tunnel would be on the bottom, and the door from the upper hallway would be above it, right? On the same wall.
Yeah.
No. They're both at the same level, and they're coming in from different directions.
Ooh.
Yep.
One is
And
on
then the
like
other
the north
one.
wall, and the other is on the west wall or something, or the east wall. I don't remember, but it's on a wall to the side of the one you're on.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, and one of them is so bad. So you know the entrance to the marketplace?
Uh-huh.
You know how you go, it's directly in front of you
Yeah.
when you walk down the bridge? Okay.
Yeah.
So you know how when you go into the market area, if you go across, there's that little staircase that goes up and leads to that door that leads to that broken part of the ship where you can see the other part of the ship on the other side?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to look in your mind, look at Rivet City as if you're looking at it from above.
Okay.
From the bridge, if you walk straight from the bridge to where that door is, where do you end up?
On the ocean? At the bottom
Yeah.
of the fucking ocean?
You end up looking out the other side of the ship towards the city, away from the broken bit of the ship, meaning that you would have had to have made a 90-degree turn, even though there isn't one.
And this door is supposed to lead you to the flight deck too, by the way, not to the goddamn middle of the ship.
Yeah. So the middle door is in the wrong place. That's supposed to be the flight deck where the stairs go all the way, so you get up to the that tower. That should be in the middle, and the marketplace door.
They ran out of space designing the rooms.
The marketplace door.
They ran out of space designing the interior of the ship.
I guess it's.
Oh
it's
my
totally
god,
fucked.
I can visualize it even in the fucking engine right now. They ran out of space. Never mind the fact that because it's a trigger, like it triggers into a loading screen, it could teleport you, I don't know, under the floor, and you could have infinite space there and do it at least moderately correctly. Not only did they have to put the fucking the fucking rooms and hallways in the ship itself. For some reason, they ran out of space. They are so bad at game design. They ran out of space inside the ship.
I don't even know if it's that. I think it's literally just they put the doors. They put the door that spawns you into that new cell in the wrong locations, because it's literally the market should be where the flight deck door is, and the flight deck door should be where the marketplace door is.
How much do you want to bet that if I download Fallout 3 and go and get the fucking, just look at it, just look at where everything is, how much do you want to bet it's all gonna be a hodgepodge of fucking areas, fucking like completely stacked together, and they had to put it that way or else something would stick out?
Maybe. I mean, also, because of the layout of where the marketplace is and how it's going straight across where that door would lead out to the ocean towards that other part of the city, that destroyed part of the city, instead of the broken bow, if you were to go into the marketplace, turn and go to those doors that are behind the gun store and go out either of them, they would just lead back outside where you could see the bridge.
Rivet City is completely fucked. This is one of the issues Bethesda seems to have a lot. Sometimes in a lot more minor ways. So, in Morrowind, in Balmora, there's the building to join, or where the house, Halalu, where you could join them and do missions for them. There's two front doorways, with a space in between them, but they're right beside each other. If you go in through the left door, you'll be in front of the door on the right. If you go in through the right door, you'll be in front of the door on the left. That's a more minor example of this thing happening, but this is an issue Bethesda seems to have a lot. Where they just fuck up their door teleports.
Yep.
You okay? You're surviving.
Organizing this shit is basic fucking game design 101.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they fucked it.
They had to put in extra effort to do that. I don't know if you realize this.
No design documents, though. It's easier to make games without a design document, because why would you ever need to reference how things should be?
Even without a design document, you need to put in extra effort to fuck it up like that. I don't know if you realize.
Or just be fucking
Well, why don't you enlighten us?
We should move on with the video.
No, yeah, seriously, it's just creating cubes and putting them in order. If they want you to take from 3 cubes up, 1 cube to the left, if they want putting that cube to the left is just putting it there. No. They had to move it away and put a teleporter to that different location. They had to put in extra code.
It's not so much code, it is a world thing where you put the objects in and you link the doors together from the different cells. It's just that the people who decided, hey, this hallway should be above this other hallway, rather than having them lead to another door above a door, we're going to have one lead to a door on a different wall for some reason.
You have to put an extra effort to do that.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit, but you have to.
Yeah. The only thing I could assume is that they started modeling out the city without, like, a floor plan in mind, which fucking why would you do that?
Oh god.
And then they were just left to deal with what they had, and it was like, yeah, fuck it, we'll just do this. No one will notice.
Yeah, nobody.
Let me just say something to everyone in chat right now. Whoever intends on creating something, and you have that moment of, oh, no one will notice. Someone will notice.
Someone will. Yeah, someone will.
Yeah.
I fucking
The
guarantee
metro-
you someone will notice.
The metro tunnels in Fallout 3, not all of them, but some of them also have this problem where if you look at the overworld and where you should be going, where it's like, oh, I need to go west to get to this location. If you go west inside of the metro tunnel, you're actually going the opposite direction that you need to be going. You'll actually go east.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that. Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's just total nonsense.
Yeah, it's why you cannot properly navigate them. It's like you fell into an alternate dimension where the laws of physics and just everything just does not apply.
Yeah.
Just Bethesda law.
Yeah.
$5 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. If you hate compass markers like Schizo Elijah and Morrowind-esque navigation, check out the Salt Lake Stories mod for New Vegas. Oh.
Yeah, I might do that. Because that's the one problem you get with modern design is that they are so reliant on the waypoint markers that they've kind of forgotten that you won't have any other way to get there because nobody will tell you like, hey, yeah, it's just down the road, around the corner. You know, if you see the big sign, just go a little bit further past it. Nobody says that in dialogue anymore.
Yeah.
Because designers have gotten so used to the idea that there's going to be a waypoint marker now. So that becomes the problem of like, well, why don't you just turn the waypoint markers off? Well, you fucking can't because nobody actually gives you proper directions in any of these games. So you'd just be hopelessly lost. And as Pagan and Uncle Emily were just talking about, everything is mad fucked. Like they don't follow the actual rules of where you're moving or anything like that to where you exit locations and stuff. So, you know, it'd be cool if there is a mod that actually takes away the waypoint markers, but also actually does add in all the like dialogues like, hey, you're looking for his gun shop? Yeah, he's actually down the street. Go past the rat vendor, the guy who's selling rat kebabs. Take a left and you can go down there and you'll find him.
Yeah. The main point we're getting at here, as we've discussed thoroughly, is the issue Many a True Nerd is highlighting is not the problem with quest markers. It's the problem with the design of the world and the metro tunnels, where navigating them is completely fucked. It makes no sense because Bethesda fucked them up repeatedly.
So you rely on looking at the quest markers, and then you end up completely missing, I don't know, things like a big fuck-off robot, just because you're always looking at the quest marker.
Yeah.
I put in too, it's that robot doesn't really stand out from the rest of the background because everything is the same kind of color palette. Everything just looks kind of random sciencey all throughout the room too. So you have the problem of you're looking at the quest marker and everything vaguely looks the same anyways as you're running by.
Yeah, you could almost just kind of like glance at it and just see like, oh, it's just more support beams in the middle along with these cross sections. That's all it is. It's not until you really look at it that you're like, oh.
Dude, it took until my second playthrough to realize that, no, actually, they didn't spawn that in for the last mission.
Yep.
Players are going to naturally struggle to explore and navigate because the few times you visit the area for quests, the quest marker tells you exactly where to go, so precisely the player never needs to learn or remember which lines and which stations join which areas together. Now, this isn't to say that...
Well, again, the other problem
Not
is just
really.
that it isn't just that fact that you don't know what lines and what stations go where. It's that people are a lot better at navigating than they give themselves credit for. You can kind of tell in vague directions where you're going. The problem with these tunnels, as was described by Pagan earlier, was the fact that you'll go down the tunnel. You are facing north. You know you are facing north. You go into the tunnel and you take a left. Logically, you're facing west now, right? and then you go out of the doorway, and now suddenly you're looking to the east. It's problems like that. That's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
This game sucks.
Yep.
Yep.
This video sucks.
That it does.
Also, yep.
Where to go, so precisely the player never needs to learn or remember which lines and which stations join which areas together. Now, this isn't to say that the world before quest markers, a world of complex NPC directions as in Morrowind, was perfect. Having to open your Pip-Boy to double check instructions does slow down the game, and having summarised instructions on screen for a tracked quest fills up a lot more space than a tick on the compass. But
okay, but again, it's just a different style. It's not inherently good or bad. Like, if that's what you want, because I personally want that to be like, hey, he told me this, what kind of directions do we got? Or those few games that give you, hey, this is your assassination target. We don't know exactly what he looks like, but this is what they said they're wearing, this is what they said they'll have. They'll have maybe a pocket watch on him, and he's got a little bit of a limp to him. And then it becomes up to you to figure out your target. I like shit like that. Right? I like referring back to it and then checking like each person and stuff.
Your voice
that's
fading
that...
in and out is driving me into a murderous fucking
Yeah,
rage.
I was about to say. I was like,
I can't
Jesus.
do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry.
Do it anyway.
Yeah. You have stuff like that in Elder Scrolls Online. There is a completely unmarked quest line, which is to murder a bunch of people for the Dark Brotherhood. All you know about them is that they share one distinct feature. They have a scar across their eye that has put their eye out. So now it's up to you to try to find them, and they'll have vague clues of like, this person hangs out here, and so on and so forth. Or, they'll be within this area, they're last seen here. And then it's all up to you. No quest markers, no nothing, to figure the target and kill them. That's this kind of stuff I like. And I would like directions like that as well. I genuinely would, because it forces you through its systems to become more familiarized with the world.
Slows down the game, literally just pressing one key and reading a direction before moving on. Yeah. That's one of my biggest issues with Many a True Nerd, is that he overemphasizes everything I shouldn't say everything, but most things, to either be super awesome, amazing, way better than they actually are, or really bad, terrible, horrible, how could they do this to me type stuff. There doesn't seem to be anything that's just like, yeah, this is neat, or this isn't really that good. It's very often, having to open the journal to look at directions, it's really going to slow the game down. When, no, not really. Not unless you're a speedrunner, but if you're a speedrunner, you should already know where you're going.
Yeah.
Imagine speedrunning Fallout 3, but by still doing all of the main quest.
Imagine playing Fallout 3.
I can't imagine.
But keep in mind, you have to open your Pip-Boy and go to the quest section and click on the quest you want the marker anyway. So it's literally just one extra step of reading the actual journal for that quest. That's it. It's literally one extra step.
$5 from Stephen Wright. Thank you. Haven't watched y'all live for a while. Glad to be back. Also, oh my god, Many a True Nerd's voice irritates me. Lamau. Yeah. It's, I can see how it's a bit annoying. I find it a bit annoying.
It's the video essayist thing that he does. That's my issue. It's not so much his voice, it's the way he talks.
It's his cadence and then the way he condescends at times.
Yeah.
Just so like, and H-Bomber guy's his one singular good point, everything else is trash. And it's like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah, that annoyed the fuck out of me.
It's for you, Dwarfcast Noah says, bro, why can't I send super chats?
I was about to read that.
YouTube might just be doing a YouTube thing. There might be something in the super chat that YouTube has flagged as no bueno. So there's unfortunately nothing we can do about that.
Shit.
Yeah,
YouTube flags the dumbest shit you've ever seen. So yeah.
Oh my god, did you see that YouTube is actually they have it in their rules that they can issue chargebacks on YouTubers now?
What?
Yeah, they can issue chargebacks for like whatever you got paid for that month. They could take it back.
On what basis?
I don't know, but they
That's
put that
highly
in their
fucking
rules.
illegal.
Yeah, it is, but they put that in their rules. They can issue chargebacks on YouTubers.
I don't care
paid.
what they say. If they do that one time, their ass is getting fucking court.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know how they could possibly get away with that.
I don't know how they could possibly get away with having policies that include "this list is incomplete."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw Creetosis. Have you noticed that all of their policies have "this list is incomplete," basically meaning anything? That is fucked. That is actually fucked that they can issue chargebacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm ever able to monetize this channel, on fucking God, the day I get paid, I'm picking it up from the bank.
Yeah, I'll put that in our DMs while you guys talk.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to continue the video.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'm just gonna look for this while you do that.
But other games and franchises to experiment with interesting mechanisms, such as Assassin's Creed Odyssey's exploration system, where you're given a description of where you need to go in the world and are left to locate and approach it, with a more exact quest marker appearing once you get close enough. This is a good system, because it makes you pay attention to the world and learn how it all fits together.
That is not new at all.
That's not new.
This is something that games like Warhammer Online did way back in the day. Where they would be like, alright, we know he's in this vague area. We last saw him in this city. So then if you opened up your map, the entire city would be filled in with like a blood marker. Like, he's somewhere in here. And then as you fill in things or as you do objectives, the marker would shrink. That is not new or anything. This is something that's been known about for decades.
Together, and it also incentive for the world to be filled up with big distinctive landmarks so there are enough things to navigate by. So it's pretty much a win-win. Some parts of Fallout 76 actually do this in reverse, where you're shown where to go immediately, but once you get there, you need to search within a given area to find the exact thing you're looking for. Both of these are a solid step forward, and anything that moves Fallout 5 away from walking in a straight line towards a quest marker, and more towards investigating and exploring the world, that'd be much better. In fact, if there was one thing I could urge Bethesda to consider in Fallout 5, it's this one. Please, let's do something about quest markers.
Quest markers are... I have an issue with them, but if there's one thing I want them to consider in Fallout 5, it's the fucking story and choices above all else.
Yeah,
I could
absolutely.
survive a really good story with hand-holdy quest markers if, I get that really good story.
Yeah, plus if they're going to remove the quest markers, they need to put in a system to facilitate them being gone.
Yeah.
Like, they can't just remove them and expect people to be able to find where they need to go. They need to put a new system in to be able to find where we need to go. Such as proper fucking descriptions of where you need to go, instead of literally just saying, I'll mark it on your map, and then they don't even put anything on your map, and then you just don't know where to go.
Mm-hmm.
He's also acting like this is a big problem with Fallout 3 when it's a problem Fallout 4 has as well.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd argue it's probably even worse in Fallout 4 in some cases.
I am actually in complete awe at the fact that he mentioned Assassin's Creed and said that it's new. When other Assassin's Creed games have already done this, they say, "Oh, he's in the square somewhere. He's eventually gonna show up. He looks like this," and you have to actually identify who it is.
As Cool You System says, World of Warcraft did it in Wrath of the Lich King.
Yep.
And so on to Vegas, which is, difficult because it's the best game ever made. So picking just two things.
It is not the best game ever made.
Oh my god.
Oh, he is so butthurt.
See, his fans constantly tell me that New Vegas is his favorite game, as if that's supposed to I don't know, debunk what I said in my video criticizing him. New Vegas being his favorite game doesn't nullify, like, all the bullshit he says about it in his Fallout 3 video. And when I constantly see this attitude from him, I shouldn't say constantly, I don't watch his content. In the 4 videos of his that I've covered, when I see this attitude from him anytime New Vegas comes up, it really makes me think that New Vegas isn't his favorite game, and he's just being a salty bitch that so many people like it when he acts like this.
Yeah, I can't really see it as anything other than that, because he's always, anytime I've seen him mention Fallout New Vegas at all, he's been extremely salty about it, about how dare people like this game over fucking Fallout 3. But even though there's a perfectly good reason why that is, he just refuses to fucking see it.
Yeah.
The best game ever made. Oh my god, like, not even Fallout fans say that. Not even New Vegas fans say that. Like, it is extremely flawed, mainly because they did not have a lot of time to work on it, so it had a lot of issues. But they got the core shit right. All the shit they needed to get right, they got right, and that's what matters.
The only thing that well, one, I would have loved to see more things, but the thing that I'm really sad about is not getting to see Legion territory itself.
Yeah.
I think that would have gone a massive way to flesh out the Legion even more.
Yeah, because as it is now, it's like, it's kind of hard to make a full defense for the Legion as they are. But if you could see, like, oh, their society actually does work.
Yeah,
like,
and is just better run and maintained and everything.
Yeah, that could have been... Yeah, that could have been, like, a big selling point for the Legion of, like, it's brutal, it's harsh, it might even be unfair, but it fucking works. Like, look at what you get. You get basically, like, Roman civilization again.
Yeah. Like, imagine if there were just bathhouses, so cleanliness was a lot higher in Legion territory, so everybody's kind of clean and proper. You see medical houses and it's like maybe academies and places of learning, and sure, it might not have women in them, but the fact that it's even happening is fucking amazing in a post-apocalypse world.
Yeah.
That the cleanliness part is actually not entirely true.
No, I know.
You see, you would get explosions in the bathhouses because of the methane buildup. They would have paintings of the goddess of good luck in there.
Because the paintings of the god of ripping one.
Yeah. But here's what I mean though, is like, compare it to like Novak or Prim or even New Vegas itself, right? Like, you don't really have lots of good running clean water and everything everywhere. You know, these things are a super luxury. But then if you contrasted that and you suddenly go to Legion territory and running water isn't a luxury, running water is something that they have.
You just have
normal
fountains.
Citizenry. Yeah. And maybe they have artesian wells and everything like that. You know, stuff like that they've learned and discovered because of his time with the good job, Brain. I keep thinking Atomic Hearts. Because of his
one.
I wish. Because of his time in the group that Arcade Ganon's a part of. Help.
Oh, Followers of the Apocalypse.
Yes, Followers of the Apocalypse. Because of his time with Followers of the Apocalypse, he knows a lot about history and everything. Maybe some of the stuff he learns is he learns bits and pieces about old Roman engineering, such as artesian wells and such. So, you know, and aqueducts. So now you go over into their territory and you see, like, running water and, like, fields, like, fresh fields. Instead of the sharecropper stuff, you go over there and you see an actual organized farm and stuff, and it'd be like, holy shit.
Yeah, and like none of the corn is like withered and dying and stuff like it is in the sharecropper area.
Yeah, or struggling to move or struggling to survive. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man,
That
and
would
like
be awesome.
Like it could be like a comparable cleanliness to like the Ultralux, which is like one of the cleanest hotels, and they have a working pool with clean water, and the pool area is super clean. It's like one of the cleanest areas in the game. Just kind of like have that kind of contrast, but for the Legion territory.
Yeah. Maybe even that could be a part of like, because again, a lot of people point out that women aren't treated well in the Legion, but you go into
Who
these
cares?
cities and then they're like, the women themselves are like, yeah, I'm not, I can't be like really high in station or anything like that, but I have clean food, clean water, clean clothes, a warm, comfortable house at night, and then you just see that contrast of like, I have stuff to survive and live comfortably.
Why was my
Yeah.
first reaction to women are treated poorly? Who cares?
Because you're based.
I don't know. You hate yourself. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do, really. What the fuck?
No, not giving up liberties for luxuries, but then being the whole point of like, this is stuff we don't get. All that stuff, all those liberties can come later.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere.
So you can have that as the great contrast. Again, the NCR, the women are equal in all ways when it comes to the NCR. They're allowed to do in any level of government. They're allowed to be in the military service. They're allowed to do all these things. But then you see that relatively they live poor lives. They're not very good. They're not comfortable. They're struggling to survive in the Mojave. And then you go to the Legion, where they don't have all these liberties. They're much more secure, and it's much more authoritarian. But they have all these luxuries. They have all these like clean running water and fresh foods and stuff. They have actual working farms and aqueducts and bathhouses. You know what I mean? Just a way to contrast it.
Yeah, and that would also be like a good sort of like because we see what the Legion is. We see how brutal and terrible it is, and then you see that, and it's like, yeah, this is literally like almost a real world comparison of like, yeah, this is what happens. Like this is how they lure you in, with like, oh, but security over freedom. You'll get your freedom eventually, but it's the Legion. We know that's not going to happen. You're not going to get your fucking freedom.
Yeah, you're going to get your freedom to an extent that you prove your worth in the society. And then that's it. There is no ultimate freedom. There is no like great freedom of expression in everything you do. Because you don't challenge the state.
Yep, it's security over freedom, but they promise, oh, you'll get your freedom eventually once we fully, take over everything and, become a standing army, and we're no longer a nomadic tribe. Oh, then we can work all that stuff out. Meanwhile, he'll just remain a dictator.
Yeah, and you could argue that might be the initial goal of Kaiser, but once he gets his goal done, it might become either hard for him to give it up, or maybe new threats. There's always a new threat on the horizon that must be dealt with, that needs to be dealt with by Kaiser, so he must remain in power.
Hold on. The NCR is homophobic?
I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, they are. They are.
Mm.
I
there's
miss something?
a log for that. Give me one moment, and I will talk about that. Just give me 1 second. I gotta go help.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I can't believe Pagan fucking died.
Yep.
Yeah, difficult to believe it finally happened. Thank God. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why I so want us to do that. Stop idolizing
Man.
the Fallout factions. I can't wait to do that video, because that is a shit take machine.
Well, we might actually get through this video today if we speed it up a bit. We're almost at the halfway mark now, and we are almost 5 hours into the stream.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, when you go to the Mojave outpost, where the two giant statues are,
Yeah.
the guy behind the counter that you talk to, if you have the confirmed bachelor perk, you can flirt with him, and he will say like, no, he'll kind of be standoffish about it, and he'll kind of admit that he actually is interested, but he can't really say anything, because back west in California, that kind of stuff is super frowned upon, and he doesn't want to potentially lose his station by flirting with other men. So yeah, and he's like, yeah, they're not very fond of that kind of stuff around here. You'd best keep that to yourself. So yeah, no, the NCR are very homophobic.
All right. Let's
Free.
go.
It's this one. Please, let's do something about quest markers. And so on to Fallout New Vegas, which is, difficult because it's the best game ever made. So picking just 2 things it does well and finding even one that it doesn't, that's tricky. But I'll give it a go and start off nice and broad by saying the first thing we should keep from New Vegas is quest design. Now, I know that sounds like low-hanging fruit. Everybody knows there's lots of skill checks in New Vegas and that's good and RPG-ish, so I want to go a bit deeper here and examine precisely what makes the quest design so good, because there's more to it than some people generally assume. It's not just that Obsidian added extra options for people who invested heavily in certain skills. It's also that there are options for people who didn't. Let's give a really simple example here. One of the first missions in the game is Ghost Town Gunfight, where you're tasked with saving Ringo from the Powder Gangers. You do it by using a series of skill checks to set up the fight, recruiting townsfolk, getting them properly armed and armoured, and getting hold of medicine. But crucially, you don't have to. The quest doesn't insist that you do all of these preparations. If you can't pass any of those skill checks, then you, Ringo and Sonny can just take on the Powder Gangers by yourself immediately. You'll be outnumbered 2 to 1, but it's manageable for a decently experienced player. In this instance, skill checks aren't a shortcut to auto-complete the quest. They're entirely optional mechanisms to add more content into the game, swinging the fight more in your favour, making it more interesting, to the extent you can very comfortably leave a fully skill-checked Goodsprings to deal with the Powder Gangs themselves and avoid getting any blood on your own hands, which does actually carry the advantage that if you didn't do any murder yourself, your Powder Ganger reputation won't suffer as much, allowing you to take part in I Fought the Law, which completing Ghost Town Gunfight would otherwise exclude you from.
Fair enough. I wasn't.
I mean, there's not.
He's
not
wrong.
Really much we can say about that, but yeah, this is why one of the many reasons why New Vegas is just so much better than Fallout 4 and 3.
Now, does that fully exclude you from doing I Fought the Law, or can you find a way to do that quest if you can repair your relationship with them in some way?
I think if you can repair it and get Powder Ganger gear to sneak inside.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. If you disguise yourself, you might be able to do it. Otherwise, yeah, you will take a pretty heavy hit to your reputation, and they will shoot on sight at that point. So if you try to go to the correctional facility to do the mission, they'll just shoot you.
Yeah.
But what if you built your such a way you can't meet the skill checks but you still want to do so? Well, the game's designed to facilitate that too. You see, the core checks you need to get Goodsprings able to defend itself are Trudies to get the town involved, and Chets to get them armour. For those you need Speech 25 and Bart 25. So guess what's guaranteed to be available in every shop in town? Skill magazines to boost both of those skills. But what if you can't afford them? Well, they're both freely available in Goodsprings, in the trailer and the schoolhouse. And this happens a lot, by the way. If there's an important skill check tied to a quest, there's an excellent chance you can find a workaround nearby. So
it's nice to see him acknowledge skill books as existing when he didn't acknowledge them in his Fallout 4 is better than you think video when he had to talk down the skill system in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Things only exist when they're convenient for him.
Like, I know it might kind of seem like an asshole move to constantly bring this up, but I mean, I can't help but notice it when he's pulling these... I'm not even comfortable calling them dishonest tricks for this specific one. Well, maybe they are dishonest.
How about misleading?
I think it's a little bit worse than misleading, because he will frequently omit key information if it harms the argument he's making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget, he literally showed. Well, he almost showed. He cut it right before he got to the 9mm machine gun. But he showed that there are skill checks in Doc Mitchell's house in this video, but he also made the argument in his Fallout 3 video that, oh well, there's just no skill checks in Doc Mitchell's house. You have to actually go and do.
Oh, that's right.
It isn't until you talk to Sonny that you get your first skill check in the game, which isn't true.
Yeah. He complains.
And he contradicted him.
He complains that you can't get lockpicking from 25 to 50 while ignoring perception and lockpick boosting items. Yeah. Which is the thing that's mentioned in my response to his Fallout 4 video.
What a cunt.
Yep.
But see, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where he will present information that best suits his argument, not what fucking reality reflects. That's my problem.
Yep.
So because he's talking up the skill system here of how it's good in New Vegas, he has to acknowledge the skill books and stuff.
Yeah, he's cherry picking,
The perk
which
magazines.
we've seen him do a lot.
Repeatedly, almost constantly, in fact.
Yep. Like this whole thing talking about the quest line on how to continue from Megaton to 3 Dog. And he's like, I just told you all these different ways. And the whole game's like that. And it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. You cherry picked a single quest example, and now you're saying the entire game is like that, and it is fucking not.
Or again, the example I like to use. Oh, a lot of players probably just assume there weren't that many choices because the game didn't flag them as being there to be found. But here's this one example for this one quest, and I'm not even going to mention that it's the only example of this happening in the entire fucking game.
Good lord, where'd my cherries go? Martin must be in town.
Yeah.
Submachine gun chemistry kit, something else. Doc Mitchell, you can do it's either a medicine skill check or a speech skill check with him to get more doctor's bags from him.
Both are actually there, but I think the one that appears is based on which one is higher. And if neither of them are high enough, I think it's just the speech check failed.
Yeah.
Be right back. 1 second, I'm going to refill my water bottle.
Wow. I can't believe Setch fucking abandoned us to the wolves. He left us to die!
I hear the howling already, and he just leaves. God damn it.
I just look at chat, I just see Creetosis. What's up, STAG Gang? And the fucking... His profile picture is Kree's owl, but like, it looks old.
No,
it's like a comb-over haircut.
It's that edit from quite a while back where it's the owl as Mao.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's...
Communist Creetosis.
No.
Oh, man, that just reminds me. Remember, Kree, we were watching that video, fucking, my country, our country. Fucking, Sayos. Hey, it's my country, because they were talking about Canada, and she's like, oh, my country, our country.
Oh, God.
Are we ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, just have to rescue Deputy Beagle from some convicts, but you can bypass the fight by sneaking through a back corridor that's behind a lockpick 25 door. Don't have...
Okay, he was going for the door. I was about to complain about the fucking journal.
Down the road in Prim, you have to rescue Deputy Beagle from some convicts, but you can bypass the fight by sneaking through a back corridor that's behind a lockpick 25 door. Don't have lockpick 25? Well, there's a key in the storeroom sealed by a Science 25 terminal. Don't have Science 25? There's a science skill magazine in Johnson Nash's house in the very same town. But back to Ghost Town Gunfight, because I forgot to mention how you can just kill Joe Cobb while he's alone in town and that actually makes the fight significantly easier, or how if you can't pass any checks at all, you can just flip sides to Joe Cobb and work with him, because he already has a gang, so you get more help on his side by default, which makes perfect sense, or a load of other touches. But the key thing is, this is pretty much the first mission in the game, and it has options available for characters with the right skills, without the right skills, for pacifists, for murderers, for anybody, all to deal with a tiny local conflict involving 6 bandits.
Yeah, he's pretty right on there. I was about to comment on the Deputy Beagle thing, because that's one of the things he cited as a negative in his Fallout 3 video. So I was about to go off on that. But, yeah, pretty decent there.
It's only when it favors what he wants to say.
Yeah.
Fallout New Vegas is just... Okay, on to the second thing. And as I hinted at earlier, let's talk about reputation.
Yes.
Now, conceptually, this is pretty simple. Reputation mechanics are important because they mean what you do has lasting consequences. The way a town reacts to you shifts depending on how you've acted towards them in the past. If you wrong them, they remember. But this is something that's been in Fallout since the first game, so what makes New Vegas' system superior? Well, you see, back in Fallout 1 and 2, reputation with a given community was represented by a number. Starting at 0 when you first arrived in town, it went up if you did good things and down if you did bad things. Now, that sounds reasonable, and yes indeed, many games to this day use a simple positive to negative sliding scale to represent faction reputation, but there is one major problem. A number is a hugely inadequate way to represent something as complex as the general opinion of a town. Specifically, you might have reputation 0 for having just arrived as a wandering stranger. However, you might also end up at reputation 0 for helping to resolve the town's famine, rescuing Timmy from the well, and then selling out the town to a nearby band of raiders who offered you money to steal the gate codes for them. But a reputation number doesn't know that, so the townsfolk would treat both people just the same. New Vegas introduced the vastly superior system of separately tracking positive and negative reputation, and giving you one of 16 reputations dictated by your position on a 4x4 grid. So in the example above, the Wandering Stranger would be a neutral unknown, but the Machiavellian Traitor would be a wild child, someone who has done great good and great bad. And
Alright, so I agree with this section so far too. Pretty decent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No big problems here.
Yep. He killed Easy Pete, but can he beat Difficult Pete? Probably not.
Nope.
No,
No,
that's just too difficult.
Difficult Pete is...
Difficult Pete was
for that, man. I need a cheats.
Yeah, Difficult Pete was put in as a developer debug enemy. You can't get overcome him. Like, he's supposed to be the test of if you're cheating or not.
Creetosis Piker moment? Wow, fuck off. we look, we've been commenting a lot on the rest of the video. It was one small section where it's like, okay, how, like, he's talking about this thing a little more slowly and roundabout than I'd like, but there's nothing to really comment on. This is exactly why we don't cover positive videos, by the way.
Yeah. The one time he says something we agree with and we get accused of being Hassan Piker levels of fucking entertainment.
In this case, we're trying to listen for where the argument goes off the rails. I think we could do positive videos, but we would have, obviously, we'd probably have a lot more tangents in positive videos, guys. Because then we could tangent off of that thing and why we enjoy that and why each of us, like, had that, like, agreement.
You could say some tangents would be guaranteed.
Yeah. There's a reason the show is some tangents are guaranteed. But I think in there it'd be, like, mostly tangents.
Creetosis, how did you become the side character of your show? How the fuck am I the side character?
Who's the main character?
Well, three of
That's
us.
a real question.
Well, it's when you had a falcon instead of an owl as your icon.
Rude.
Such is the main character.
It was just the funny thing with how your character looks. It doesn't have that owl-like look with this current avatar, and not as much as, like, especially not the ones you got from Meep or Merp. I mean, Merp's stuff is fantastic.
I can't help whenever I see it. I just think of the fucking chicken hawk from Foghorn Leghorn.
Yes.
Let me at him. Let me at him.
Let me at him. I'm the main character? Oh my god, why am I the main character?
Because you talk the most.
I mean, yeah, fair. Because I have things to say, Pagan.
I'm sorry, you guys talk over me so much I can't get any words out.
Box.
I
Back to the silence box. Get back in the pony.
I don't mean to talk over your pig, and I'm just really bad at talking at a good time.
Nah, it's fine.
Pagan forgives you for your.
Pagan forgives your sin.
The horse forgives.
Oh my god, we need Pagan with a Jesus avatar now that says, I forgive you.
Pagan forgives, but he does not forget.
And this is a brilliant system. It leads to a more accurate depiction of how you've acted, but because it makes sense. In real life, people don't just forget you wronged them because you did something nice afterwards. People might well come to a generally positive or negative.
Yeah, they do.
Hang on, what did he actually say there?
It depends how much you wrong them, because, like, I don't know, if you steal a chocolate bar from your friends, that's different than killing their dog, you know?
Yeah. That's something you can get over. I mean, I would still rib the fuck out of my friends, you know? You stole my chocolate bar, you little shit.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, it's not something that you destroy your friendship over, you know? Now it's a stole your Xbox.
My N-word pass whenever I'm on the show. God damn it.
Yep. Every time I'm muted, I'm just saying it constantly, nonstop.
Yeah, and the chat, the stream will never know, but we hear all.
Yes.
Except for that one time I forgot to mute.
Did you actually? Wait.
No. Of course not. I like that you even have to question it. Oh my god.
I would very much laugh.
I don't think we would still have a channel if he did.
I mean, on my last channel, I called people for that stuff constantly, and I kept it. I have a past, okay?
Alright.
How you've acted, but because it makes sense. In real life, people don't just forget you wronged them because you did something nice afterwards. People might well come to a generally positive or negative position, depending on how much good or bad you do, but they still remember the other stuff as well. It's a great system, and if there was one mistake with it, is that it was underutilized in New Vegas. I live in hope we'll see it return and used more fully in future. And so, on to what Fallout New Vegas does.
The very fact that it didn't return in Fallout 4 should be an indicator of what Bethesda thinks of that system.
Yeah.
I don't think Bethesda thinks, really, but...
Bethesda just does, and if something is too complex for them, and by complex I mean if it inconveniences them during testing, then they probably remove it. Now,
Bethesda does what Nintendo don't.
Yeah. But as Matt says in chat, oh boy, here we go. I'm genuinely wondering what he's going to go after here.
One mistake with it is that it was underutilized in New Vegas. I live in hope we'll see it return and used more fully in future. And so, on to what Fallout New Vegas does wrong. Now, my first instinct was to say bugs, and it's undeniably true that New Vegas launched in a shocking state just in terms of how often it crashed. But that...
You want to compare that to a game you were talking about previously? Hell yeah.
You want to talk about Fallout 3 and how buggy it was? And still is?
Way more crashes with Fallout 3 than I ever did with New Vegas.
Yeah, I'm not saying that nobody ever has it. I never had a crash in New Vegas. I'm fucking lucky. Okay?
I know to bring this up because this is one of the only points people bring up against New Vegas. Oh, it was buggy on launch. You still need mods to run it. No, you fucking don't. I play it without mods. It works fine.
Yeah. You do not need mods to run New Vegas.
Yeah. Whereas with Fallout 3, you needed a mod to play it for 12 years before they finally updated that shit.
Because Games for Windows Live died, and they just didn't update it for all that time.
Yep. God, fuck you. Fuck you for bringing this up as if this is... Oh, yeah, like, this is the negative. Hopefully this goes away. It's Bethesda. The bugs will never go away. It's Bethesda.
Also, even in Fallout 4, Jesus, the bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, again, it's just a cheap shot at New Vegas. This is... It's just irritating to hear the same old shit over and over and over again.
Yeah. This would be a good point if this was a game that actually had the time to work out the kinks and stuff, and they just didn't, but that's not what New Vegas was. They did not have the time to work out all these kinks before the launch. They had so little time. And the fact that they got as much as they did done is honestly astonishing. They got more done in 18 months than Bethesda did in 4 years.
Yep.
And the game was still less buggy than Fallout 3 and 4. Yeah. And it's like, so that's still saying a fucking lot.
Because I want to point out again, I got this launch day. I played it for the first time on Xbox 360. It ran fine for me. Didn't have any freezes, didn't have any, like, major memorable bugs. It just kind of worked.
Yeah, I got it for the Xbox 360. I had the occasional crash where if I played the game for like 6+ hours, it would crash. My most memorable issue was that one of my saves got busted because the UC Finder lasers kept spawning in front of me no matter what gun I was holding, and nothing I did would fix it, so I had to start a new game. But that only happened once, and other than that, I've had no issues. I got it for the PC back in like 2014, I think, and I could play it straight like the first day I got it, no problem.
I had it for my work laptop and it ran fine.
Yeah, I got maybe before I started modding it, like because it took me maybe a year before I started modding it on the PC, and in that year I maybe got 3 or 4 crashes in total.
I actually have an even more memorable game-breaking bug with Fallout 3 than anything I've experienced with New Vegas. Again, I was playing on 360. I'd gotten it, I'd been playing it, hadn't completed it yet. This is my first playthrough. And, of course, I nuked Megaton, so I got the apartment in Tenpenny Tower. And, for some reason, when I started entering the lobby of Tenpenny Tower, like, just at complete random, it was either the lobby or the upper floor. But either way, I couldn't get to the apartment anymore, which had a lot of my stuff in it. It would freeze on the Xbox 360. I'd have to turn it off, turn it back on, and try again. I thought maybe the disc was damaged, so I took it back to EB Games and had it replaced with another used copy. Same thing. So I had to roll back to an older save. Luckily, I did have a slightly older save, and it was fine. The building just... this one room of this building just fucking broke for some reason and would not load. Never found out why.
Yeah, that would happen fairly often in 3. I definitely fell through the map more times than is reasonable. I've probably fallen through the map, and you don't really die if you fall through the map. You just kind of just get like placed back into the world after a few seconds. It's really weird. Sometimes you would just get stuck. It was weird. But that would happen fairly often. I remember when Fallout 4 launched, they had an issue where you literally there was a section in the game. It was in the overworld. I can't remember the name of the place. It's near one of the settlements. But if you even went near that area, your game would crash. You could not go near that area. And it was like that for almost a week before they patched it.
Oh.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, they fixed that because it was literally like the launch. It was like a week after launch that they finally fixed it. But even to this day, it still has really bad bugs. So to bring up fucking Fallout New Vegas as like, oh yeah, the issue is bugs. It's like, motherfucker, that's all of Bethesda's Fallout games. Like, New Vegas had it too, but that's because it had such a short dev time. It had such a short build time and they were using Bethesda's engine, which is known for being buggy.
Yeah.
So
Bethesda's engine is really good at generating terrain quickly. That's what it's good at. That's what even Bethesda themselves admitted.
But to say that New Vegas is the standout outlier for bugs in these games, it's like, my dude, no, not even close. Bethesda's Fallout games are way worse. Don't even get me started with Fallout 76. Oh my god, that game for the longest time was basically broken. It was basically unplayable for the longest time.
It's still unplayable, but for a different reason.
Yeah, but for a different reason.
I'm sure we'll be getting to that soon enough.
Jesus
oh god,
Christ.
is he gonna recommend anything at all from Fallout 76?
He did show it at the beginning. Yeah, he did. He did show it at the start where he was like, "Even this game." Times. Yeah, he was like, "Even this game."
Well, he did that twice as like a recurring joke because he's like, "And the bad, yes, even this game." And he showed New Vegas, and then he did and the good, yes, even this game, and then he showed 76. He was like, "Okay, fuck off."
Yeah, this is shit.
What Fallout New Vegas does wrong. Now, my first instinct was to say bugs, and it's undeniably true that New Vegas launched in a shocking state just in terms of how often it crashed. But that didn't seem right to raise here, because that was just an accident, or perhaps, in part, the inevitable result of the fact Obsidian made the greatest video game of all time in about a year and a half. Had they not been contractually obliged to deliver on that timescale, more time for QA and bug fixing could well have eased the issues there. But instead, I feel it's more appropriate to focus on something that was an intentional design choice. Now, that's difficult in New Vegas because it's great.
I will give him credit that he did at least acknowledge that the time crunch.
Time limit. He's being completely disingenuous and condescending with it, but
yeah, he is. But at least he acknowledged it. Yeah, he is being a bit of a twat about it, but at least he said something. So I will give him some credit for that at least.
Could well have eased the issues there. But instead, I feel it's more appropriate to focus on something that was an intentional design choice. Now, that's difficult in New Vegas because it's great, but I think there is one thing we should definitely not revisit, and that's the companions. Now, don't get me wrong.
What?
What? God, I'm gonna have to hear.
What is wrong with you?
I'm gonna have to hear this because companions are like one of the best parts of New Vegas. Like they nailed
celebrated parts.
Yeah, they nailed the companions in this game.
In New Vegas were so good that even Bethesda went damn and took fucking notes. Now, of course, they took shit notes, but they did take notes for Skyrim and Fallout 4. What the I am fucking shocked that... Oh my god.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest shit takes I've ever heard. This is shit take of shit take mountain at this point. What the fuck?
Yeah, because I don't know what I was expecting, because again, his whole premise was the one thing this game did and we shouldn't revisit. That's what he said at the start. So I'm thinking, what the fuck could New Vegas have done that we shouldn't revisit? Because branching storyline? Well, no. Why would that be the issue? Companions? Of course it wouldn't be that. You know?
Is he actually going to argue that character development and stuff is it's just too hard and takes up too much of our time? We shouldn't have to even bother with this sort of stuff. We should just be able to get to shooting things. Like, that's what it feels like this is about to go into.
$5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. I can't believe I used to like him. Thankfully, Creetosis saved me. I just joined Who's the New Person and How Much. That's Enclave Emily again. $2 from Lantern's Glow. Thank you.
I'm not new.
What in the holy mother of God? Yeah, this is easily one of the most bizarre takes I've ever seen. I guess we're gonna have to see what how he explains this, but I just don't see how you could support this because...
Yeah.
Just compare the New Vegas companions to the Fallout 3 ones. What's Jericho? Oh, he's a retired raider. Okay, what's his story? Like, what does he do? He follows you around, shoots enemies for you, and carries stuff for you. He's a retired raider. Wow.
What's Fox? Oh, they're a super mutant that actually kept their humanity. Okay, what are they gonna do? Oh, they just carry stuff for you and shoot things.
Yeah.
And they will only go inside the chamber instead of you if you have DLC installed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise it's literally you should kill yourself now.
Yeah. I'm tired of following you around. Kill yourself now.
I love that meme where they put that fucking the lightning and shit behind Fox and stuff. It's so perfect.
$2 from Outdoor Medic. Thank you. Companions in New Vegas? Trash. Companions in 3? Gold. He didn't actually say that the companions in Fallout 3 were good. He just said, yeah, the companions in New Vegas are the thing that he believes shouldn't come back. It's just like...
He probably would say that the companions in 3 are gold. Just because of his...
I'm just waiting. I don't know. Dude, listen. The fact that he already just made this statement of we cannot revisit the companions like they were in Fallout New Vegas. At this point, he could say fucking anything. And I like... Yeah. This is already like shit take mountain. He could say anything at this point.
Yeah, we're on wild. We're in wild territory already.
Yeah, for all I know, he's literally going to say like, "Oh no, what they should do is do exactly like what they did in Fallout 4 because it was so much more original in that game. And they did it so much better, and it totally wasn't inspired by what they did in Fallout New Vegas at all."
Well, let's see what he has to say.
Choice. Now that's difficult in New Vegas because it's great, but I think there is one thing we should definitely not revisit, and that's the companions. Now, don't get me wrong, the companions themselves are great. A varied bunch of interesting characters who supply some of the most interesting and in-depth quests in the game. The problem isn't narrative, it's mechanical. Up to this point in Fallout history, companions have always been mortal. When they run out of health, they die. This is an important part of the game balance and risk versus reward. Companions provide extra firepower, which is good, but you also need to keep an eye on them and make sure they don't get into trouble, potentially having to expose yourself to save a companion who's low on health, which is part of the downside. As soon as the companion...
Okay, so, I'm sorry to interrupt here in the middle of this point, but isn't the whole thing in the older games? Isn't it only in hard mode that they die for real?
The older games didn't have hard mode.
They didn't have hard mode. Yeah.
Oh shit! I really haven't played Fallout 2 in ages, have I? Jesus.
Yeah.
My thing here is
the companions do die.
Mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just play hardcore mode then. It's literally you get the option if you don't want your companions to die. If that's how you want to play. You can play on easy. You can play without the hardcore mode.
Wait, does he acknowledge the existence of hardcore? Because
I don't know. We'll have to see. But so far, he has
videos.
But this is
will he do it
here's
here?
Here's another point that the chat was brought up, and I agree with. Keeping a companion alive in a 3D game, a real-time action 3D game, it's going to be insanely difficult in comparison to a turn-based where you can actually body block the person and send your companion away so they don't die.
Yeah, it's almost impossible in this game. Like, if you get into a fight, they're just going to run in.
Not just that, but he's acting like the NPCs in New Vegas, the companions in New Vegas. He's acting like they're unkillable killing machines, when if they get shot enough, they will fall down and be out of the fight for a bit.
They'll be out of the fight.
Until combat's over.
Yeah, until combat is completely over.
Oh. So again, he's overplaying how bad something is to make it sound worse than it is.
Yeah,
so
because
typical
one
true nerd, typical John.
Yep. Because one, they will die if you choose to opt into that. If you want your companions to be able to die, you could just play hardcore mode and they will die. If you choose not to do that, if they take too much damage, which it's not that hard, they will fall down and they will be unconscious until the combat is over, until there is nothing left to fight.
Yeah, this is a pretty fucking shit argument, I'm going to say.
Yeah, this is not looking good so far.
At least it's not as bad as it could have been, but this is still pretty bad.
Yeah, for a second I thought he was literally going to say, like, oh, the companions in this game are just so bad compared to Fallout 3s and 4s.
Whatsoever, well, there's very little reason not to just travel with companions at all times and just throw them at the enemy. Naturally, this ought to be balanced by examining their damage output, health, etc., but something seems to have gone wrong here, because if we take, say, basic low-level Boone with just his starting weapons and armor, and throw him into a Legion-occupied town by himself, Yeah, he can just handle that. Boone is kind of an auto win button for.
No, he will go down pretty easily. If he gets shot, he goes down and he will not get back up, meaning you have to fight all of them or run away.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, this is a problem in Fallout 4 too. In fact, it's worse in Fallout 4 because you don't even have the hardcore mode option. It's literally just your companions are unkillable forever.
Yeah. At least New Vegas gives you the option to have your companions die. Which is weird that he's not bringing this up. It's like, they can die, though. Why are you saying they can't? They can. You just have to opt into it.
Or 99%. But you know what? Maybe I'm being unfair. Boone is a trained sniper. He's supposed to be tough. If we were traveling around with the...
Sniper.
Yeah, sniper.
Sniper.
It's like, okay, I'm yeah, again, I just thought that was amusing. I don't have a thing to say about that. But yeah, it's just sniper.
That actually makes me like him a tiny bit more, a tiny small fraction more, just because I played so much Team Fortress 2, and I really like Sniper.
Sniping's a good job, mate.
Sniping's a
Plenty
good
of work.
job, mate.
Oh.
Love me sniping. Simple as. American sniper.
Actually,
sniper, no sniping.
I'm gonna check something real quick while you guys do that because I'm curious. Do you actually have to have hardcore mode on, or can you just play on very hard difficulty and do it?
Sure.
I'm gonna check.
Let us continue from there.
Yeah, he can just handle that. Boone is kind of an auto win button for 99% of the game. But you know what? Maybe I'm being unfair. Boone is a trained sniper. He's supposed...
Yeah. Sniper. I have to say he's not... He can't do that for 99% of the game. Boone is the companion I've traveled most with, and he gets his shit pushed in. He can absolutely
go against a death
over.
Claw. Go against the Deathclaw and see how much that sniper really matters.
You don't even have to go up against something that strong, though. He could just get fucked over in, like, tight spaces, or... Like, even where Miniature Nerd is right now in game, I haven't been there with Boone, but I can easily see him getting screwed over in that area in a fight.
Yep.
You know the Great Khan that's hiding in a mountain, sniping at snipe at an NCR camp. Fuck, what's it called? God, that fucking camp where they're getting no supplies and there's just a bunch of injured civilians. You know the one?
Not off the top of my head, no.
The fuck? God damn it! It's a rogue Great Khan that's sniping at a camp. Bitter Springs. Bitter Springs.
Oh.
Yeah, in Bitter Springs, in Fallout New Vegas. There's a Great Khan that is sniping at people, and you can go into the mountain and talk him down or whatever, or make him attack the NCR, or I don't know. But you can go up, and a lot of other stuff. But you can go up there. I went up there with Boone, and Boone got insta-fucked by one Great Khan, is what I'm trying to say.
So,
Yeah, you're talking about Bitter Springs. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, that same thing happened to me. He could die pretty quickly with that. Yeah, I found out. Okay,
but when I say insta-fucked, I do mean insta-fucked. I mean, he walked in there. Like, I walked in there, he appears behind me, he shoots like once, and then I just see his head get blown up.
Oh man, there's a...
Point out, Moz had a fantastic misspelling
Uh-oh.
and called it Butter Springs, and I wish they hadn't retracted the message because it was fantastic.
Okay, so
Get
yeah,
your
it
butter
is.
here.
It is only in hardcore mode that your companions will die. I checked it.
Yeah.
But man, I do remember one of the funniest things I remember from playing this game back when I had it on the 360 was going into Quarry Junction for the first time. Because I did the thing of like, oh, there's Deathclaws, I'll come back later. Got Boone. Was like, oh, you know what? That's probably enough. I could probably take some Deathclaws with him and Eddie. And we go in. I kill the two on the ridge by sniping them. We walk in. Boone goes into combat mode and runs around the corner. And he runs around the corner and then just immediately he just flies out from behind the like you don't see anything other than him, just his body just go whoosh, just fly back and smack into a rock, and it just says Boone is unconscious. That was one of the funniest things I ever saw.
There's another thing I thought of too, and this is really going to affect this point. What difficulty are you playing on, John?
Yeah.
For the footage you're showing right now, and for the argument you're making, because I can easily grab Jericho in Fallout 3 and put the game on very easy and have him kill everyone in Megaton. And while I stand around and do nothing. Like
Acer Thorn mode?
I'm not sure that's Acer Thorn mode. I'm just making the point of Of course, Boone is going to be an unstoppable killing machine if you're playing on easy mode. If you're playing on very hard difficulty, man, I don't know. I really don't think Boone is just going to kill everything in sight like that.
Yeah. And again, you could still play on very easy and turn hardcore mode on, and he can still die.
Yeah.
So it's literally just a you problem, my guy. Like you're not choosing to interact with the features that the game gives you. You're complaining about something that isn't actually an issue because you refuse to use the features that are already in the game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's your fault. That's not the game's fault.
Boone gets his ass beat on very hard. Yeah, I bet he does.
He really does,
Yeah,
by the way.
he doesn't have armor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And I honestly like that they give you the option, because like I can understand why people wouldn't want to deal with that, especially in a 3D Fallout game of like I shouldn't have to babysit my fucking companions 24/7 so they don't die,
yeah.
because that can get annoying. So they literally have an option of like, okay, if you don't want your companions to die, don't play hardcore mode. Problem solved.
Yeah.
He says Boone is OP, but I bet he wouldn't take a shot every time Boone is unconscious. Comes on screen.
Yeah.
I don't know. That seems like a fast ticket to alcohol poisoning. But anyways, yeah, this is a very deficient point.
Supposed to be tough. Found with a young scribe dressed in a robe. Oh no, she's just killed that whole gang by herself. I appreciate companions being useful, guys, but maybe tone them down a bit from weapon of mass destruction.
They're
I'm
not.
sure
They
they
are absolutely not.
The fact that I see Veronica one punch a fucking random fiend genuinely makes me question what difficulty you've got this on.
Yeah, if she can do it in one hit, it's got to be very easy.
Mm-hmm.
In very hardcore, she will take 3, 4, sometimes 5 hits, so the one punch was either a lucky critical coincidence that I'm sure Matten wouldn't,
And the thing is,
easy.
In the harder difficulties, especially very hard, enemies become kind of bullet spongy, so one hit.
It's where you need to know the mechanical systems. You need to know the difference between DPS and damage and everything. You need to understand how these systems work.
Yeah.
Intimately.
Yeah, so for her to one punch a fiend, it's like, dude, you're playing on very easy. Like you are clearly misleading people with what you're saying here. You are over exaggerating everything.
Yeah, so let me see if we get to see the Fiend's health at all, because it was looking towards it. I'm going to see if the Fiend's health shows up in the bar.
Oh yeah, if it goes from full health to 0, that's a problem.
Yeah, then we know.
Yeah.
Supposed to be tough. If we were travelling around with a young scribe dressed in a robe, oh no, she's just killed that whole gang.
No, we don't.
No, we didn't get to see the health bar. Damn! If only we got to see the health bar. If Matten had looked slightly to the left, we could have seen that health bar. Bummer.
I mean, didn't he just get shot? Look at his health.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point.
It's on an easy difficulty.
He just got shot.
I am seeing a lot of enemies on the radar. He gets shot. His armor stands. I'm not sure what his armor is, but the little health reduction.
Yeah.
That's
what you're talking
not.
about.
Because if we take, say, basic low-level Boone with just his starting weapons and armor and throw him into a Legion-occupied town by himself, yeah, he can just handle.
Oh yeah,
One
look at the
single bar of health.
He lost 1 tick of health. Yeah, he's playing on very easy.
Yeah, from a
100%.
rifle, from a hunting rifle shot.
Yeah.
Wouldn't he have just put it on God mode to show his point and show the difficulty?
Yeah.
Oh no,
it's
wait.
like,
He's
ugh.
disingenuous.
this is really bad. Like, he had to go out of his way to make this point.
Yeah,
He-
you literally
he
have to go into
struggled.
a menu to put us on very easy. It's not there by default.
Yeah, that's wow. Like,
For
what a
fuck's
disingenuous
sake.
cunt.
Like, I keep trying to give this guy the benefit of the doubt, and I keep seeing shit like this. Like, people tell me he's not all that bad all the time, but again, I in the 4 videos of his I've covered, it's just constantly shit like this, where things are dishonestly presented. How the fuck else am I supposed to take it, other than he's very fucking clearly misrepresenting the content to make the point he wants?
Yeah, this is. Oh my god, yeah, exactly what Alpha Craig says with his $5 super chat. Fox is basically a mortar with his large health pool in Fallout 3. Exactly! How are you gonna say this about fucking New Vegas companions when you have Fox in Fallout 3 who just mows down everything and has a health pool so big it's almost impossible to kill him? I have seen
Literal
him get
fucking
swarmed.
laser minigun.
Yeah, and I have seen him get swarmed by like a dozen feral ghoul reavers and not die from it. That's insane, and that's on the hardest difficulty. That's ridiculous. It's insane the amount of health he has. So for him to be like, oh, the New Vegas' systems are just, no, their companion system is just unbalanced, and then not mention Fallout 3 in there, like, motherfucker, how are you not going to bring up Fox or Sharon for that matter? Sharon, his shotgun is literally a sniper rifle. It can go literally across the map in one shot almost any human enemy in the game. It's insane. It is so unbalanced and broken. It's a shotgun. It should only have an effective meter of like 35 meters. But no, it's literally a sniper rifle that can one-shot a dude from across the map and kill people at point-blank range just fine as well. It's insane. And it's so strong, too. It's so strong. So for him to be like, oh, New Vegas is the problem here. No, it's not. Fallout 3 is a million times worse in this regard. A million times worse.
Creetosis, I'm not sure, but his playthrough might be modded. I don't see anything in his footage so far that would imply that it's modded. If I see something that stands out as out of place, then yeah, I'll call that out, but I don't see it right now.
Yeah. $2 from the Dwarfcast Noah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Such, how did you enjoy Dead Space 2? I honestly love. I don't know what the rest of it was, but you love it. I thought it was pretty good. I was annoyed with the eyeball part, just because. I mean, we did this on stream, so we had a good old time over on my stream. You should come check me out on twitch.tv/SuchJoeScar. Highly recommended. Come over. Yeah, we watched it on. We played it on stream. Watched it on stream. Played it on stream, and yeah, that eyeball part annoyed me because it was like, Isaac, you need to stay calm. And then before I put it in, he just went, and so I stabbed him in the eye. I was like, God damn it. Literally right at the last millisecond, as the needle's going in, he had a spazoid attack, and then I stabbed him, and I'm like, God, you fucking asshole. So I had to do that section again.
$14 from Queen Fire Panda. Thank you. So I take it you guys are absolutely enjoying this video with no pain at all. No. No. I just keep being reminded of why I shouldn't give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
At least, why I shouldn't give them the benefit of the doubt time after time after time after time.
Yeah.
You get one free one from now on.
Handle that. Boone is so win button for 99%. Maybe I'm being unfair. Boone is a trained sniper. He's supposed to be tough. If we were travelling around with a young scribe dressed in a robe... Oh no, she's just killed that whole gang by herself. I appreciate companions being useful, guys, but maybe tone them down a bit from weapon of mass destruction. And so on to Fallout 4, and let's start off with weapons, and specifically modular weapons. The way weapons work in Fallout 4 was one of the biggest changes in the game, and I love it.
No.
Okay, modular weapons. Again, this was done way better in New Vegas. Your ability to modify your weaponry was in New Vegas as well. And the best part about New Vegas is they made fucking sense.
Yeah.
A heavy barrel increasing armor penetration, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's the ammunition. And again, we've explained this before. Sure, you can use the heavy barrel to then use higher powder charges and everything, but you'd want a heavy receiver and everything like that as well. But the barrel doesn't make the penetration better. It's the fucking bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind the general idea of Fallout 4's weapon modding system. I just don't like the way it's implemented.
I don't either. The thing I like about it...
weapon system.
Yeah, I do too. The thing I like about it is literally just the fact that you can name your gun, so you can make your own named weapon.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, due to the way this system works, it kind of ruins unique weapons. Like, the unique weapons don't feel unique in Fallout 4. They're not like, Fallout New Vegas is like Laloon Carabine or
Rat
Oh
Slayer.
Baby, Rat
Or the
Slayer.
American... Was it American Special?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All American?
Something like that.
All American. That's it.
Yeah, All American, the Gobi campaign sniper rifle, all that stuff. You don't get anything like that. You get like, oh, here's a barrel for this gun that's yellow, and you could put it on any laser rifle. And it's like, oh, I don't like this. This is so stupid.
Well, Fallout 4 does kind of have named weapons like that, but most of them fucking suck. Here's
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm
sword
saying.
That does radiation damage from the 1800s for some reason. Okay.
And
Yeah.
the issue with it is like, what's cool in New Vegas, you have the rare named weapons, and you can realize these are old weapons from the old world. So they still have all the old world gunsmithing and stuff like that put into it, all the precision and everything, which is why they're better at this, and that. You can't make an equivalent in the new world yet until we get back to that level of expertise in these fields, because we just don't have the parts. We just don't have the same materials available to us to make these weapons, which is why they felt good, because they were unique, and there was logical reasons why you couldn't do this. In Fallout 4, you can make stuff that's better than the old world equivalents just instantly. So it loses that whole... It loses that appeal of going for these old world weaponry.
Yeah. I also really do not like the legendary effect system of Fallout 4, where it's like Skyrim enchantments on guns. I hate that shit. It's so weird.
This board with a nail will do additional damage to super mutants for no discernible fucking reason.
Yeah, this legendary ability will make it so that all of your bullets do fire damage now, even though they're not incendiary rounds.
This effect will make your bullets do frost damage. This effect will make your bullets explode. This
doesn't make any sense.
This radiation gun will do extra damage to ghouls who are healed by radiation.
Yeah. Oh, this fucking legendary ability will make it so you never have to reload. Like, fucking what?
Literally just magic.
It's literally just magic. It's Skyrim magic and Fallout, and I hate it.
Yeah, so do I. I've actually got that written directly into the script for Part 4 of the Fallout 4 analysis. It'll be done one day, I swear!
It'll be done on the big anniversary of Fallout 4's release.
Oh no.
The 10th anniversary, that is, considering your work times.
Thank you.
Savage.
I'm joking, it's worth it.
I mean, you might not actually be wrong. We're like three-ish years away. Because it was 2015, and November was just a couple months ago, so we're like 2 years, 10 months away. I hope to have it done before then.
Yeah. We have a rough estimate, guys. We have a rough estimate. We got this.
Yeah.
Well, if I work my fucking ass off, I can get the remake of the first two done. The first one is like mid-edit. I've just gotten distracted by other videos I wanted to do. Part 2 remake is mostly scripted, because rather than re-scripting the whole thing, it was just fixing up a lot of the issues I had with the original. But then I got to the part where I cover ML's video, it's like, oh my god. I can't do this again, I need to take a break, I just haven't returned to it. And part 4 script is... I don't want a percentage on how much it's done. There's still a lot of work to do on it, but there's also a lot done.
Let's start off with weapons, and specifically modular weapons. The way weapons work in Fallout 4 was one of the biggest changes in the game, and I love it. And it's not because I think modular weapon crafting is an inherently great idea, so much as how it changes the flow of weapon usage compared to every previous Fallout game. You see, in Fallout 1 and 2, weapon progression is very much linear. So in Fallout 2, say, the first gun you have access to is the pipe rifle. And it's great when you find it because, you know, it's a gun. But very soon afterwards, you'll find the 10mm pistol. And you will then immediately go over to that forever and never use the pipe rifle again. Why? Because the 10mm pistol does the exact same damage at the exact same range for the exact same action point cost with the exact same ammo type, but you don't have to reload it every shot, it weighs 7 pounds less, and the strength requirement is lower. So the 10mm pistol is either the same or superior in every way.
Okay, but that doesn't apply to every single weapon in the game.
Yeah.
And also, he's just reusing this argument from his fucking Fallout 4 defense video again. It was wrong then, it's wrong now, my dude.
Yeah, plus, it still kind of works that way in Fallout 4, where different types of weapons will always inherently be better than... Like, it doesn't matter how much you mod your 10mm pistol, the combat rifle is still always going to be better than the 10mm pistol.
If you get the machine gun, or if you're lucky enough to get a minigun, both with the explosive ammo magical fucking enchantment, then the game is a complete face roll. You don't have to worry about anything, as long as you can keep ammo in that thing.
Yeah, you never need to use another weapon. And the other problem is the mod system, instead of having a positive effect and a negative effect, it's literally just, oh well, here's the final version of this thing that you can build, and it's objectively better than all of the other mods. Like, there's no reason to use the one that came before it. Just use the next one because it's automatically better.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it doesn't actually change the way you use the weapon. It just makes it better in terms of damage and range. That's it. That's literally all there is to it.
There is no downside, there are no trade-offs, it's just better. So the pipe rifle goes in the bin, and the 10mm pistol becomes your new best friend. Until you find a better gun, at which point the 10mm goes in the bin forever too. And this happened a lot in old Fallout, because the damage output of every gun in the game was fixed. Weapon skill affected accuracy, but never power. And there was no way to just boost the damage output of exclusively pistols, or just...
I should be able to raise my gun skill so my 10mm acts like a fucking warthog.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
this
insane
is
fucking logic.
This is shit.
I also just
Fallout New
disagree
Vegas
with this argument in general, because it just feels really fucking dumb. If I have a piece of shit rusty sword, rusty iron sword, well, of course, like, a well-made steel sword is going to be better.
Yeah. I feel like Fallout 3 just did this way better, where you had different weapon types, where obviously shotguns perform a different they act a different way than rifles do. Pistols act a different way than rifles do, and the ammo. Like if you want to change how they work without getting rid of the weapon, you just change the ammo.
Mm-hmm.
That's so much better. That's such a better way of doing it rather than, oh well, I want my 10mm pistol to do more damage. I'm just gonna put this new mod, this new modular receiver on it that is just better in every way than everything else. So I'll just put that on until I find a new weapon that I'll just replace my 10mm pistol with.
Well, guys, game progression bad. You heard it here first. Why can't I use my wooden sword to fight the ended dragon? I assume he means end dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, this is really shit logic. It makes no sense.
I mean, it's just a matter of fact that some equipment is going to be an upgrade over other equipment.
Yeah. Like, that's just how it's going to be. And there's nothing wrong with that. And to act like it's somehow this big issue that Fallout 4 fixed with its modular system. Like, no, it didn't. It didn't do anything.
A Kevlar vest is better than a t-shirt for defense against bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A,
ceramic plate is better than just a Kevlar vest for defense against bullets.
Yeah, he made this argument before, and it's just as shit as it was last time he made it. I don't know why he keeps going on about this stuff, but that's... Modding doesn't... First of all, this isn't a problem. Second of all, modding doesn't solve that problem.
I know.
Just no matter what perks or skills you took, some weapons just did more damage than others. And
which is the way weapons work. I'm
Yeah.
sorry this is a groundbreaking revelation for you, but your average fucking 50 cal or a shotgun, or again the Warthog, is going to do a lot better damage than a fucking BB gun. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
It still works this way in Fallout 4. I don't know why he's acting like it doesn't work that way in Fallout 4. It does. Like, okay, you can argue that, oh, well, if I get the standard, I don't know, pipe rifle and I get a 10mm pistol, well, I can make the 10mm pistol, or even vice versa, I can make the pipe rifle do more damage by modding it. It's like, okay, but you could do the same thing with the 10mm pistol, which is already has a higher base damage. Why waste the resources building a mod for the pipe rifle when you could just build a mod for the 10mm pistol? It would be a direct upgrade. There's no reason to use the pipe rifle. And it's like that for everything in that game. Every weapon has a default base damage that only gets added upon when you use the mod system.
Yep.
So there's no reason to mod a weapon that has a lower base damage than other weapons. Like, there's no reason to use the 10mm pistol over the combat rifle when it's like, okay, I could waste resources building a mod for the 10mm, or I could use those same resources to mod my combat rifle and make it even better.
Also, I have to point this out. You notice how he uses the example of the lowest tier weapon in the game, and then the one step up from that in Fallout 2, rather than talking about the higher end weapons?
Yeah. I mean, should we do the pipe rifles and everything in Fallout 4? Should we discuss those in comparison to everything else?
Well, Pagan just kind of did that.
I know, but I mean, it's that whole thing of like it's this exact problem. It's just fucking annoying.
Yeah. And again, the modding system doesn't change up. Unless the complaint is literally, I can't use this gun I like anymore. And Fallout 4 only very kind of sort of slightly alleviates that by, I made this gun slightly stronger. I made it do 2 more damage, so it's still useful to me for a little bit. Because, you can upgrade one of the rifles to be a 50 cal sniper. So, of course, the final version of upgrading that is going to be better than the default version. So you're not throwing that physical item away. But, I mean, it's still better than other weapons that serve the same function.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, once you had the turbo plasma rifle, there was almost no reason to ever use anything else ever again.
Unless you didn't spec into that weapon type. Unless you preferred to use something else.
Yeah, what if you just want to stick with small guns? Like, your character is right here. Like, why would you go into energy guns then? I would just save those points for other stuff. Yeah.
That's the other thing. He's acting like once you get a gun that does more damage than another gun, you just can't use that other gun ever again. No, you can. It won't do as much damage, but you can still use it. There's no reason you
don't want
can't.
to waste the ammo.
Inventory management and
stat
management? What is that?
Yeah.
What if I don't want to waste ammo on a little mole rat, like a little rat in Fallout 1? So I instead pull out the pipe rifle and use that
exactly.
instead.
What if I don't want to use my super overpowered instant kill energy weapon on a fucking raider?
In fact, in all of these games, I usually keep a few different weapons on me. The pistol, the shotgun, usually a submachine gun or an assault rifle, and then something bigger like a missile launcher or something. I don't have just one single gun that I fuck, why can't I say this? Run around with forever.
Yeah, I'll usually keep a couple of pistols, a rifle, a shotgun, and maybe one melee weapon.
As Monsoon says in chat, what if I don't want to obliterate a rad roach with a fat man? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fallout 4, now guns could be modified, with more options becoming available with level-locked crafting perks, and as a result of that, a gun you happen to like could stay relevant as time went by. In fact, even the objectively weakest guns, the pipe weaponry, had a point, as they tended to unlock advanced components very early on, such as picking up the valuable recon scope at only gun nut rank 2. This meant that choosing a loadout was a lot more interesting, as a basic weapon that had been heavily modified often had the edge.
Hold on,
But should it?
If you could get So here's my first problem. You could get a recon scope for the pipe weapon at level 2. But a recon scope is a recon scope, so why would it be easier to make that for one gun than it is for another?
It shouldn't be.
Yeah,
exactly.
That makes no sense.
The other thing is, you can take the mods off of weapons and put them onto other weapons, so wouldn't that be like a cheese? Like, I've never actually tried this because fuck pipe weapons, but couldn't you technically take that recon scope off the pipe weapon and put it onto a different one?
I believe so.
If you can't, it's an arbitrary thing stopping you from doing it. And if you can, it's literally just a matter of, taking the object off of one gun and placing it on another.
Yeah, on an objectively better gun. It's it's fucking stupid. And also, let me just say this. He's going through all this stuff and, hyping it up. Matten, if I go and I check, let's say if you have a Let's Play of Fallout 4, if I skip ahead and get to the mid to late game, am I going to see you using a pipe rifle or a 10mm pistol at that point? Or are you going to be using one of the better weapons? Because, oh boy, if I go and I check it out and you actually are not using one of those, and you're using an objectively better gun, that kind of defeats the whole point of your argument, doesn't it?
Yep.
Now, are you saying that as a hypothetical, or are you aware of one?
I'm saying that as a hypothetical, and also chat has been saying it.
Oh, chat?
Because I've been seeing some things in chat where, I don't know why he's saying this. He didn't use the 10mm pistol or the pipe rifle in his late game for Fallout 4 anyway.
Yeah.
Why is a pipe gun being used late game?
Why is a pipe gun being used at all?
Why would you?
Yeah. Look. You want to have a pipe gun just to show that, people are trying to improvise, people are trying to, it's not just scattered weapons from here and there. Okay, fine. Why is it possible to make them good endgame guns?
Yeah, it's so weird. It's weird that that's what he wants. It's like, it's a pipe rifle. The entire point of a pipe gun is that it's literally just a crude thing where it's like, at least I have something. But the moment I find something better, I'm replacing it.
Hey, look, this AK-47. No, dude, I'm going for my pipe gun. My fucking pipe gun.
My trusty pea shooter.
I need to grab a comment here too quickly. No, because the recon scope for a pipe gun is different from any other recon scope. That makes no fucking sense. A scope is a scope. I should be able to take it off of one gun and put it on another. Like, you're never going to do... Well, probably never going to do this, but if I take a sniper rifle scope off of a sniper and put it onto a Desert Eagle, it should still fucking work. I should still be able to fucking see through it.
Yeah, so long as the mount is the same, which you could change. There's no reason why you couldn't, like, edit that. Especially with the system they have in the game.
So why would a pipe recon scope be any different from any other scope? Especially since we just saw in his footage that a recon scope on a pipe gun looks the same as a regular fucking recon scope.
Yeah, it's
not
fucking
like it's
stupid.
Some crappy wooden taped together recon scope. It's that like highly advanced plastic one.
Fallout 4 is so broken. There's a unique machete with a blade that has, I presume that's what you meant, a unique modification with a legendary effect you can take off to put onto other legendary machetes and to combine the effects.
Yep,
Oh.
I've done that. I have done that. I do it all the time. That's what I always carry as my my melee weapon when I played Fallout 4.
Hold on. No, it's not an AK-47. It's a handmade rifle. Is that? Guys,
I know.
Is there an AK-looking gun in Fallout 4? I don't know.
Yeah, it's called the handmade rifle, and
Are you fucking serious?
It's basically an AK.
Is it the cursed AK? Hold on a second. Hold on.
It kind of is.
No.
It's the one where like the base level of it has like the shovel stock.
Oh my god, so it's literally Brandon Herrera's cursed AK.
That is a fucking AK.
is!
That is a fucking AK.
It's literally just like a fucking cursed AK. That's all it is.
It's literally Brandon Herrera's cursed AK.
Put the image in chat so I could show it.
He made this on purpose.
Oh,
no.
god,
yeah, I'm getting it.
Oh fuck.
Speaking of cursed guns, did you hear about that gun that's on a list that Canada's banning? There's only one copy of it in existence. And it's the gun that you can like hide in your ass.
What?
I can't remember who. No, it was a Creetosis stream, and he had Runkle on because Runkle was talking about it because he was looking at this law that was passing that in Canada where certain guns are being banned, and this was one of them. He was looking at it, he's like, "What the fuck is that?" And he looked it up. The Buttmaster, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's literally Brandon Herrera's cursed AK.
The fucking charging handle's on the left side. I hate that.
Oh my god, you're right. I just noticed. Why?
Alright, chat, you're gonna love this.
Why would you do that?
There's nothing
They are
wrong
so
with
unimaginative.
this gun at all. It is perfect. It is definitely not fucking terrible.
Wait, the bullet comes out from the left side. Oh yeah, you just mentioned that. Oh my god, he's gonna get bullets in his face.
Are you telling me you don't like bullet casings being fucking slapping against your face?
What an awful fucking gun.
Does the effect show them coming out from the right in game?
Probably.
Also, the shovel, the fucking shovel stock. What the?
Yeah, the shovel stock.
So the funny thing was that was featured. So Brandon Herrera, he does a segment on his show called "Cursed Gun Images." And he'll show it, and a bunch of people sent him a cursed gun image of an AK with a shovel stock. And he says, "You think you're cursed. You merely adopted the curse." And then he slowly lifts his hands up, and he's like, "I was born into the curse." Because it was his! It was his! He's the one that did it and posted it as a cursed gun image. And people didn't realize that it was that Brandon Herrera. It was that AK guy.
You know what?
We have AKs at home.
You know how I have like 30,000 tabs open all the time? I still have the tab open of the Creetosis stream where he has Brandon Herrera on to talk about the Alec Baldwin shooting. Wait, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alec, not Adam. I get those two confused. The Alec Baldwin shooting. I still haven't watched it, but I intend to at some point.
Oh yeah, that's right. All of their guns are like left-handed in Fallout 4. I forgot about that. The sniper rifle is also left-handed. I forgot about why did they do that?
Maybe they had a left-handed person on the team modeling the guns and rigging them and everything. But
maybe, but I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you a little secret here. So I want you to imagine you're holding this AK, right? This AK. You've got your hand forward. Where's that brass ejecting? Gonna eject right into your fucking shoulder and chest.
Yeah.
God, I tell you what, getting hit by a hot round of brass does not feel good. And
you would know.
Brass is an evil mistress in general. It does not matter how unlikely it is to happen. Hot brass will find a way to make it happen. You could be fully kitted out, and the only possible way for hot brass to get in your shirt will be if it hits your helmet, rolls down your goggles, and then knocks off of your shoulder pad into your neck, and it will happen. A random round will just happen. It's the curse of shooting guns.
Yeah, it's annoying. Hot brass always finds a way. Life finds a way.
And then Mass just reminds us of the square-barreled shotguns from fucking Starfield.
Oh god.
Thanks, but here, I did find a cursed gun image that I thought was funny.
Guys, I have to go.
All right.
Well, there's that cursed gun image for your
you guys are what the fuck? Okay. I have to go. Thanks for letting me on the stream. It was fun.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. See you guys.
Yeah, see ya.
Like the video. Everybody watch it. Like the stream.
Wait, before you go, shill your shit.
Yeah.
Enclave Emily. I do a mixed. I do a wide variety of videos, reviews, rants, more rants, the interview with the DMCA abuser, and sometimes I do military shilling. So if you want to see stupid shit, if you want to see funny shit, if you want to see me get angry, Enclave, youtube.com/c/Enclave Emily. Cheers.
Oh, have a good one.
Yeah. Have a good one.
See ya.
We finally got rid of the French. There's no more French in this stream. Anyways, we've got like 15 minutes left of this video. Let's see if we can... We're not going to do it.
Knock it out today, yeah.
Well, we're going to do it today, but we're not going to get it done within the hour.
Yeah, fair.
Edge in some way. Advanced weapon that you might not be able to modify yet. It also let you turn a weapon into something that suited your playstyle. Automatic or bolt action, higher base damage or higher critical hit damage,
So here's another thing I'm going to tell you. To go from a bolt action to an automatic, not feasible. This is why, if you want to see some fascinating designs, look at World War I and the interwar period between World War I and World War II, when they were trying to figure out how to make their weaponry into semi-automatic weapons. Okay? To go from bolt actions to semi-autos. And now try to imagine taking that to automatic. It is hilarious, some of the designs they came up with. We were talking like rifles that have these massive, clunky, like mechanical systems hanging off your right side of your rifle. And then your bolt is actually cut down and welded to part of this system. So when you fired, the thing would cycle the bolt automatically so you could just shoot again.
Yeah.
We're talking some fucking Rube Goldberg nonsense.
But Setch, the automat.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the French had some wacky designs for it, too. The Americans, we actually came up with a really fucking good one. The Johnson rifle. Genuinely an amazing weapon. And it sucks we didn't use it. Instead, we went with the M1 Grand. And the M1 Grand is great. But the Johnson, I think, is a better weapon overall. I genuinely think the Johnson is a much better rifle. If you haven't seen it, Forgotten Weapons has done a whole episode on it.
Anyways, to what he's saying here, I just... Maybe this is a me problem, but I just never felt the need to really go this extensive modding my weapons in Fallout 4. Like this laser gun here. Why would I turn it into a sniper rifle or into a machine laser, you know? I just...
Yeah.
I never really saw the point. Like, I tried it out a couple times. It's... Yeah, whatever, but I mean, it's just... I wasn't that compelled by it.
We're trying to get an image of a Johnson and M1 Grand just beside each other. But we can feel free to continue.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do want to try and get through the rest of this. I don't want to waste too much more time if we can.
Yep.
Because there's been a lot of tangents this stream now.
Yeah.
Long barrel for better range to reduce the AP of VAT shots. And then, of course, there's the legendary system.
Who the fuck uses AP in Fallout 4?
Bolt action, higher base damage or higher critical hit damage, a long barrel for better range or a lighter barrel to reduce the AP of VAT shots. And then, of course, there's the legendary system, handing out randomized wild card special bonus effects on weapons you come across in the wasteland. And I love this system. Okay.
Why? Why do you love... RNG like this is annoying as shit. And one of the examples that Pagan offered was does extra radiation damage on a gun that... Or does extra damage to ghouls on a gun that only does radiation damage.
That was an example I gave. But
sorry.
This is him just reusing his argument from the Fallout 4 is better than you think video. So I'm just going to respond with the same way I responded there. The legendary system for both weapons and armor is absurdly fucking extremely hit and miss. During my first playthrough, I collected most legendary items I found in the wild, and I put them all in a box, and most of them were like, here's a tire iron with extra damage towards raiders, or bugs, or super mutants, or ghouls, or whatever. That's not a compelling reason for me to use a particular weapon. Why would I go out of my way to use this tire iron, which has shit damage anyways, or this wooden board, which is like the lowest tier of melee weapon? Why would I use that against a super mutant when I could just shoot them and kill them faster?
Yeah.
Ghoul Slayer Gamma Gun? Yeah. Now, there are some legendary effects that are very useful, such as the exploding ammo one, but I mean... I don't know, I don't find this a compelling system for numerous reasons. The fact that most of them you get are useless, and I genuinely don't see how someone could unironically say, I love this system, when it is what it is.
Yeah.
But, as we said, the whole fucking Skyrim enchant system, it's fucked in every way.
I would much prefer that you find the schematics for these things. That you go explore old world buildings and maybe have to deal with their security systems and everything like that, and then you find the schematics and you have to build the things, the prototypes, and maybe as you go higher in your efficiency to build things, you get better versions of it because now you've got the process down. And that's where the stuff is. So you find legendary schematics like, this is how to make exploding ammunition. This is how to make incendiary ammo. This is how to make incendiary tracer rounds, so on and so forth. And then you have to build it yourself. Like, that would give you a reason to explore, and it'd make logical sense.
Yeah.
It's not perfect. Things brilliantly. It adds to replay a strong legendary weapon you weren't expecting, can be strong enough to make you rethink aspects of your build on the fly. And
again, I just never felt it. Did he say it adds replayability? Because it's there for me. No.
Yeah,
he said it's not something that a gun that acts a bit differently from what a 10% damage boost to ghouls isn't replayability.
No.
Holy shit.
And also, if you get a gun that has that and it changes up the thing, you can't change your playstyle. Like, you've already, like, established yourself within a certain system, right?
Sort of. It's part of the... I don't even know what he means by change your playstyle, because let's say I'm playing, I've got a normal, like, set of guns. I've got a shotgun, I've got a machine gun, I've got a pistol, I've got a rifle. And I randomly get a machine gun that does ice damage. Well, I'm going to swap out my regular machine gun for this one that does frost damage. And it's like, okay, but it's not changing my playstyle, is it?
No.
I guess, like, maybe if you get extremely pedantic about it, changing out weapons could be a change in playstyle, even though they do the same thing but slightly different. I don't know. $3 from Get Out There Yo. Thank you. Stayer Og, based or no? Keep up the good tangents. Thank you. I have no idea what Stayer Og is.
The Steyr AUG is the Austrian bullpup machine gun. It has an integrated scope in it. At least the Steyr AUG version 1s do. I think it's a pretty good weapon. It has the same bullpup problem that a lot of bullpups have, which is the trigger is bad. So that's just kind of a problem with bullpups in general. Is it's hard to get a good trigger. Because in a normal gun, you pull the trigger and it's releasing the mechanism. It's snappy, instantaneous, boom, boom. And a bullpup, you're pulling the trigger and that's pushing a rod all the way back to the back of the gun, where the actual chamber is, where the actual bolt lockup and everything is. And then that's releasing the bolt or pushing the firing pin forward or whatever. So you get this really sticky... You just get this really sticky trigger. They're really annoying. You want really light, snappy triggers. But on bullpups, a lot of them, because there's no really way to get around that, you get triggers that take a lot more force to push back. Or to pull back, I should say.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like the Steyr AUG. The only issue is that it's automatically brought down by the fact that it's a bullpup.
Yeah. So a bullpup is when, instead of having the bolt be in front of the bolt and where the bullets go and everything like that, and the barrel be in front of the trigger, you move it all the way back to the back of the gun. So that, yes, the bullet is igniting next to your cheek or whatever, but the reason you do that is because you get the same benefit of a long barrel. Long barrels are really good for accuracy, right? But you get that benefit of the long barrel in a shorter overall package. So it's genuinely, like, it's a good idea, but those fucking triggers, man, just oof. He's playing elevator music? You bastard!
Well, I did say I want to try and get through this quickly, and then you go on to a massive tangent about this gun, so...
That wasn't a massive tangent! That was
what the hell?
Half. Jesus Christ, Creek! Wow, what an asshole!
It was literally a fucking super chat question. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, but he asked based or no, not for an entire explanation of what a bullpup is.
Yeah, and then somebody in chat asked, what is a bullpup? And I explained it. It was... Okay, fine, it was 3 minutes. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, but I genuinely don't want to be here all day. We've already been here for 6 hours.
Yeah, but what's funny is I can't hear the music. Only chat can hear the music. So all you're doing is being an asshole.
Yeah, it doesn't affect us because we don't know.
Jesus Christ, yeah, don't be a dick.
And it reinforces the of weapon progression. A basic weapon with a strong legendary effect, a crippling automatic say, or an explosive double-barreled shotgun can easily stay in your regular rotation into the mid-game and beyond. It's a fun system that's helped keep Fallout 4 fresh for me, and I hope an iteration of it does return in Fallout 5.
But it can into the mid-game and beyond. So you're saying that eventually you will have to change it out. And why is that, Matt? Are there better weapons?
Yeah, I just don't get this argument still. It seems like he's overselling the system once again because he has to make a positive.
Yeah, and he's not mentioning any of the problems with the system, because this is not a great implementation. Like, they could have done something with this, but what they ended up doing really wasn't that great. The legendary effects is really what brings it down, though.
Yeah, especially. You don't want that level of RNG. Like, at least I don't. I get frustrated with that level of RNG. Like, oh, I didn't get what I wanted. I guess I got to re-roll again.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think the way it was just fine. Stuff like bonus critical damage and stuff like that. Like, that's fine. But this shit where it's like, oh yeah, infinite ammo, never need to reload. Bullets do frost damage, radiation damage, more damage against bugs or ghouls. Like, what the is this? Especially when like half of that can just be done with different ammo types. It's like you don't need to put some weird magic effect to get like incendiary or explosive rounds.
Or armor piercing or whatever else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hell, you can even do like uranium rounds and shit like that if you really want to have like radiation damage. Like have like depleted uranium rounds or something.
Okay, next pick, because you could say this belongs in Fallout 76's section, but on reflection, I think it deserves to be here more.
Of course.
What I'm talking about, of course, is building. Now, this one is far from perfect. The ability to build anywhere in Fallout 76 is an improvement, and the building process can be frustrating at times, as items sometimes just refuse to click together and behave as you want them to. But I still think there's a lot of unrealised promise in this idea, so I hope it doesn't get abandoned in the next generation. Now,
I agree. I do agree that I do want building to come back, but not in the method that it was in Fallout 4. I want to just be able to build my own base wherever the fuck I want. I shouldn't have to be restricted to, oh, well, you need to build a settlement here. No, fuck off. Just let me build where I want. If I want to build a random base in the middle of nowhere, I should be able to do that.
Also, this is more of an annoyance thing than anything, but all those beds being right next to each other just for the idea of, oh, you need, living space for people. It's just fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Like, how the hell do you get in those beds? And why would you want a communal sleeping spot?
Yeah, exactly. But there's something else I want to point out here quickly.
Is building. Now, this one is far from perfect. The ability to build
Okay, look at that giant rubble pile there that you can't get rid of for no reason. Even though realistically you would be able to get rid of it.
Anywhere in Fallout 76 is an improvement, and the building process can be frustrating at times, as items sometimes just refuse to click together and behave as you want them to. But I still think there's a lot of unrealised promise in this idea.
Look at that giant fucking piece of building right there in the middle.
Oh my god.
Disrupting his build here, because he's got all these floors, ceilings above it. There's a second floor there, because you can see the stairs going up. But there's this giant chunk of building you can't remove. Yeah, it's a big fucking problem.
Yeah.
And every settlement has shit like this. The bound limits for the settlements are fucked, too. Again, that's a Fallout 4 specific problem. Maybe they could fix that in future games, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit drove me insane, especially this settlement right here.
Yeah.
Drove me insane because I couldn't delete that stupid little shack right there. I'm like, why can't I get rid of this fucking thing?
The other thing, too, is some of the locations that have houses in them, or ruins of houses, those houses aren't the approximate size of the stuff you can build, so working with them is a fucking nightmare. And yeah, as such said, all those beds right next to each other, that's fucked. I hate that. I didn't notice them at first because my eyes were locked in that building in the middle, but now that I see it, it's irritating the shit out of me.
So I hope it does in the next generation. Now, to my mind, the holy grail is to be able to build your own town if that's what you want to do. Fallout 76's camps felt too much like, well, camps, where you and your astronaut girlfriend can hang out, but there's no way to start building a real settlement. Fallout 4 did try to facilitate this, with some really big build areas, together with lots of interesting structures to build around.
I'm going to disagree there with interesting structures you could build with. Half of the stuff he's showing here are from mods, or sorry, not mods, DLC, by the way. And even then, the DLC options, they're not that great.
Yeah,
Oh, and by the way, good luck getting your NPCs to go up the stairs.
Oh, yeah, that shit was annoying, too. Yeah, no, for whatever reason, NPCs do not... Well, the problem is they didn't actually nav mesh the items that you can build with.
Oh my god.
Wow.
So...
See, here's just an example for myself. When I was getting footage for the remake of the Fallout 1 analysis, I grabbed a bunch of footage of building settlements too, because that's going to be talked about in part 4. I didn't think it would take this long to get there, but that's besides the point. I built this, like, kind of apartment building for the NPCs at the movie drive-in. Because, you know, there's that big screen there. I figure, yeah, I could put up this big thing here where each NPC gets a nice little room to themselves. And holy shit, was building that a nightmare. And then I find out after the fact, oh, the NPCs aren't walking to their beds. That kind of fucking sucks.
Yep.
$2 from the Wayfarer, thank you. Recharge our guns for infinite ammo.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, no, a majority of the time, I felt like it would have been just better if they didn't put it in an area where it's like, oh yeah, you need to design around this specific thing. It's like, oh my god, I would much prefer if there was literally just nothing here and I could build from the ground up.
Yeah.
Which helps a Fallouty feel. Crucially, you could set up a beacon and invite people to come and live with you. Your townsfolk could be turned into shops if you invested in them, you could run caravans that really did move around the map, they even generated tiny radiant quests for you on occasion. Bethesda had some really fun
radiant quests for you on occasion. You mean a settlement needs our help, go rescue a kidnapped settler from your town? Yeah. You can make caravans that actually go in the map. Saying it like that makes it sound so much better than it is. Because what it actually is this NPC is traveling from one settlement to the other, and they share resources now, so you don't have to make sure that you have all your resources on you, and you don't have to manually transfer them from location to location.
ideas here and but the problem is a great idea that still needs a bit of work. No matter how big or powerful your town got, it never impacted the world outside the town itself or your other towns. It was like all your settlements lived together in a protagonist pocket dimension. That was the missing piece. A way has to be found to make the places that you build somehow interact with existing locations. And I really hope this is a priority for Fallout 5 because the building system was already so close.
I hope it's not a priority for Fallout 5. I hope story is a priority for I hate that I have to keep saying this, but Fallout 5 isn't going to be a good game with a really amazing build system and a really shit story like Fallout 4 had.
Yep.
Yeah, I want them to focus on the core mechanics and foundation of the series. I want a good story with good characters, with meaningful choices. Not fucking, oh yeah, you could build guns that look like this, and you could build settlements.
You can nuke a town.
You can nuke a town.
Good night, y'all. Hope this video doesn't drive you crazy. Oh, we're already there. We have long passed that point.
Yeah.
We're almost done. There's only 10 minutes left. We can do this.
To being great. 6's ability to build wherever you want and Now, as for the bad thing, fortunately Bethesda and I seem to be on the same page on this one, because it's the speech system, which thankfully has already been abandoned as of Wastelanders, so hopefully we'll never see it again. But let's very quickly make sure we all understand why it was so bad, so we can avoid making the same mistake again. So, just as a reminder, in Fallout 4, dialogue was handled with a 4-point dialogue wheel thing. Now, the obvious problem is immediately apparent. There's only 4 options in a franchise where you previously could have huge amounts of comments to make, questions to ask, all sorts of things. Now, at any stage in the conversation, you were restricted to 4 statements. But it was much worse than that because you didn't actually have 4 options at all. Much of the time, A was reserved for yes, I agree, while X was reserved for sarcastic, which almost always moved the conversation on just as if you'd said yes and never offended anybody or made them think less of you. They just sort of weirdly accepted that you made dumb remarks all the time. Also, because you didn't see what you were about to say, just the word sarcastic, this was a real roller coaster. Sometimes you were just straight up rude, sometimes it was enthusiastic assent. Your character could say just about anything, including, a large part of the time, not sarcasm.
He's actually right there. I'd say the issue is more than just having the 4 options, so it runs so much deeper than that, because even with the 4 option dialogue system, you could have had those other questions locked behind more options, but we don't, so, you know. It was retarded of Bethesda to ever think this was a good idea, though.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. Like, nobody liked this at all. Like, nobody said that this was a good idea, and as soon as they announced it, people were furious, and it was too late, though. They'd already put it in. It's like, well, fuck. And then Fallout 76 came out, and
there's no NPCs. There won't be a problem with the speech system if there's no NPCs to talk with.
Yeah, they just don't learn their lessons.
No, they don't. Not really. I like how his example, too, is, as recently as Wastelanders, we've removed the system. They've removed the system. It's like, okay, but that's Fallout 76, which is a multiplayer game, which is going to function differently. Or is probably going to function differently. Yeah, hopefully we don't see this system again.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully even a mill said that it was shit, so I doubt they'll use it again.
Yeah, but if they realize it was shit from so early on, why not fucking abandon it?
I know, that's the problem, is even when they know it's bad, they'll still use it because they're that lazy.
It does kind of bug me. Maybe we haven't watched that much yet, but it does bug me how he didn't point out that even no can mean yes. Because it literally does at times. $5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Hey, Cree, what's your opinion on the concept of the Yellow Peril as it pertains to Bethesda's Fallout? I have no fucking clue what that means. Read your super chats? Don't rush me to read super chats. We'll get to them. Like, when we're watching the video and responding to what's said, we usually get the super chat after that.
Yep.
I don't know what the Yellow Peril is, so I can't really answer that. I'm sorry. $3 from Get Out There Yo. Thank you. It was a worse version of Mass Effect's wheel. Mass Effect and The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they better not do another voiced character too.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That was the other
problem.
That would be my second thing I would take away from Fallout 4 was no voice protagonist.
Yeah. That's the other big problem with this game is, by Bethesda's own estimates, the player voice takes up about 40% of the voice dialogue in the game, or something just absolutely huge like that. And, like, that's all that dialogue, like, gigabyte space could have gone to, like, making the world deeper, you know? Like, adding more explanations for why things are the way they are, why the Institute acts and believes the way they do. Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow peril is a term referring to American racism towards Asians. Oh.
Oh. Oh, you mean from the black community?
Well, no, just for that super chat, as it pertains to Fallout, I don't know if that really comes up in Fallout all that much. Like, yeah, they were in a war with China, but I don't think it's like that big. I don't know.
Yeah. I remember there was like a brief mention in Fallout 3 of like they tried to do the environmental storytelling thing. There was like a truck that had a bunch of skeletons in it, and there's like a holotape in there that mentions like, oh yeah, we were transporting some like Chinese refugees or something, like people that they'd rounded up and stuff. And then you have like the Yangtze Memorial in New Vegas and the Yangtze camp in Old World Blues that talked about like like Chinese citizens being arrested. Basically the same stuff that happened in America with the war with Japan. Yeah. Kind of thing. Like, but that's it. It's not a lot. There's not a lot there.
Come to join us. Let's test your math skills. What is 12 times 15?
It's the square root of who gives a crap.
That there, that's not sarcasm. That's just being a dick. B, meanwhile, was often reserved for no, which generally didn't mean no. It just meant not right now, but I may be back later. So that's most of the options already reserved for just nodding along with the conversation, leaving only the Y option to ask a question. So, in a franchise where previously just about any interaction could, if you chose to, descend into a detailed discussion of what somebody wanted, why they wanted it, what options were available, the background and context of the mission, important world building stuff that helped inform whether you actually wanted to help this person. Now you can ask for one single clarification that the game chooses for you.
Hey John, press B. Tell me what happens if you press B right here, right now.
Yeah.
It was a feeble system, but I think it was a symptom of a bigger problem of how Fallout 4 viewed quests in general. Rather than being something that you might wish to consider the merits of, determining the ethical or reputational benefits of an action, Fallout 4 viewed a new quest as something that you would inherently do, because it was a quest.
No, Fallout 4 more viewed quests as... What did Fallout 4 view quests as? I guess, like, side content of fucking building settlements?
Pretty much. That was the majority of it.
Yeah. I don't know. Because when I was playing, like... Fallout 4 more kind of seemed to treat quests as just something, not that you would do the way John describes, but something to do without thinking of the quality of that content. Kid in a fridge, the go save the cat quest, the the diner quest that's over and done with in like a minute. Like,
yeah, busy work.
Feel well thought out. Yeah, busy work. They feel like busy work. Tell the cat to go home. That still bugs me. That still bugs me so fucking much.
Oh, it's so annoying. And just the way your character says it, too. Like, it's already bad enough, but then also the way he says it, it's just, oh.
You do the quest because XP and rewards come from. What the quest is, or who it's for, or the context of it is irrelevant. Here's a quest, go do it. With that mindset, the 4-choice wheel is perfectly adequate. For a Fallout game, it is not. Thankfully, it seems to be gone now. And so we come to
Yeah, it does bug me he didn't mention the no option. Apparently, according to chat...
he showed it on screen.
He did show it on screen, but that's not enough. Because...
Yeah.
saying no and then having your journal update as if you said yes is a far bigger problem than, oh, sarcasm leads you to the same point, or maybe later means you can do it later, you know? It's just so much more egregious in terms of a game that is supposed to be about player choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
$10 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Yellow Peril isn't an American concept. It was invented by Kaiser Wilhelm after a dream he had about Imperial Europe being militarily and economically surpassed by East Asians. Okay, I don't... That's not something I can really give an opinion on.
Wait, Creed, did you just say that he didn't say that that no doesn't always mean no?
He did say that?
He did, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
to an extent.
I must have missed that then. Because I thought he said, there's the option to delay, and then sarcasm. I didn't hear the no part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, which sometimes means yes.
Oh, so he did... Well, that... Okay, fair that he said it, but I feel it warrants a far bigger attention than what he gave it then.
Yeah. Or to highlight on screen the fact that he selected no, and, just point out even more, I said no, but they're still making me do the quest.
Yeah. I feel that deserves much more attention than he gave it. My bad for missing it, but, yeah.
Controversy Corner. For all its flaws, there are 76. Now, admittedly this first one is a really small one, but it's one that's really stuck with me. And that's photo mode. I love Fallout 76's photo mode because...
You're stretching that hard for this, aren't you?
Really? Yeah. A photo mode? What? It's Fallout, my guy. Who the fuck cares? That does not need to be in the game. That is not even worth a mention of oh yeah, I really hope this gets brought over to the next Fallout game. No one cares. No one fucking cares if a photo mode gets brought over into the next Fallout game.
Yeah, there's... You notice how the other positives are features or ideas he seems to really like that would actually improve the game. The photo mode, I don't see how that does that. Especially since you can take screenshots in the other games where you have to use the console for this, of course, so you need to be on PC, but you can use the free cam mode to take different kinds of pictures if you want.
Yeah.
A little less official, but I mean, I just don't see the point of a photo mode.
Yeah, I don't either.
The best thing I could say about the photo mode for Fallout 76 is that your pictures will be used as loading screens.
They've mattered to me a long time, and it's kind of sad to my mind that I can't remember my first reactions to most of Fallout 3 and New Vegas. It was just too long ago now. I can't remember where I went first, where I got lost, what my favourite moments were, what really made an impact on me. But because of photo mode in Fallout 76, I've got a record of the good times I did have in that game, and I always will. So there I am as an incredibly low-level player, having just done the army training over at Camp McClintock. I was very proud of that. The final robot challenge is quite tricky when you're low-level.
But just take a screen capture then. It's the same thing. Just take a screen cap of what you're doing. It's built into Steam. You can literally just push a single button and it takes a screen cap. I do that. If there's a moment I really want to save, I will just screen cap it. I have tons of images on Steam.
This is such a consumer take. This is, dude, Pride Rock for Bethesda. Yeah, that's... I don't think I've ever done something in a game where I've been like, I need to screenshot this to remember it. I don't know. This just seems really weird to me.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing, too, is the fact that it's to remember it, not to share it with other people. It's to remember it. That's weird. Because when I take screen caps, it's because I want to show somebody what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Not because if I don't take this picture, I'll forget. I'm losing my mind. It's not because of that.
To be fair, you cannot pose your character in non-photo mode stuff like screenshots. I don't know. Like the thing he described there with the military camp or whatever, I think I did that too. And when I was done with it, again, maybe this is a me problem, maybe it's a him problem, I don't know. But when I was done with it, I was just kind of like, alright. There's no like, oh man, this is such a great moment, I need to save it. You know?
Lol, I love how this 76 positive is they have F12 feature. Yeah. It's fucking shit.
That's the first time we've ever hung out together in Fallout 76, building our first little test house. Lovely. Oh, that's me in Up Is Not Jump, when Up Is Not Jump was actually recording some footage for his video on Fallout 76, so I just logged on to help him, and he accidentally got stuck inside a trolley. I remember this one, that was launch day, because obviously I was playing during the preview period, but yeah, I did that photo on launch day. The next one is, yes, the welcome camp. I set up a camp on the road leading down to Flatwoods just to basically give out free stuff to new players. That was a really lovely day. And
I don't want to be insulting, I don't, but this just seems really fucking lame to me.
Yeah, I am like holding back right now from just like tearing into him.
And it's not even that there's anything to tear into about, it's just like...
This is so flowery and trying to overinflate the importance of this. Is like, of something you literally could just hit, you know, F12 is what I had it bound to on mine. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so... It's so weird to overinflate this much.
So he played it before launch, played it on launch, and he likes it, apparently.
I have no idea.
This is so absolute cringe. Yeah, it's a thing. Again, I don't want to be too mean about this, but I can't wrap my mind around this. It's just really weird to me. This whole... oh, here's me on launch day, on top of the stairs outside the vault. This memory from when I played this game, like... Alright, buddy.
I do find it kind of funny how earlier in the video he was talking about like how cringe it was that Fallout 1 and 2 have pop culture references. And it's so cringe! And then here he is, like, fucking showing his fucking photo gallery for Fallout 76 and talking about, it's the best thing ever! It's so good, guys! We need this in Fallout 5! Look, here's me with my best friend when we did this thing.
I just thought of a way to be really fucking mean about this. That South Park episode, you just edit these photos into the "Do you see? Do you see?" scene.
And then we got community events just before and then after the explosion. That was the first time I ever found a vault out in the wild. Now, admittedly, the vault raids turned out to be total garbage, but I was still really excited.
Is it like showing someone your photo album of, you know, whatever, then you're like, here's me on launch day for Fallout 76, and yeah, it turned out to be a terrible game, but look how excited I was back then, before I knew the truth.
Yeah. He coomed that
day I built the camp that I'm still using even now, where plenty of the community came along and helped me build it. So, yeah, you know what? That's nice. Right there. That was the first Scorch Beast I ever killed. That was the first nuke I ever saw in the game. There's just, yeah.
You gonna show us all 42 pictures, my dude?
Please do not. Jesus Christ.
Do you see?
It's nice to have this. So yes, again,
Not really.
I'd like to stress Fallout 76 isn't the best Fallout game. Not by a long way, but I still had fun with it, and now I've got a record of that, and I would just love to see this return in future. Because, presumably, in a better Fallout game, it would be even more welcome. And the other big thing that Fallout 76...
See, here's
It's not
the thing.
needed.
Even in my all-time favorite games, and there's like epic moments in those games, a picture of them saved to the game or saved to my computer isn't really like... It's not going to be the kind of thing I look back on with fond memories, because... I don't know, I think I have a shit memory, but I can remember most of, like, the moments I thought were the coolest when I played games, and, I don't really need a picture for them. Like, I know what the final boss fight for Breath of Fire 3 is like. I know what my favorite boss fights from Legend of Dragoon are. It's not... Sure, those are different types of games, but I don't really need screenshots to, like, commemorate these epic, amazing, awesome events.
Plus, if it's going to be Bethesda making another Fallout game, do we really want them wasting their time with something as useless as a photo mode
Not really.
No.
when they should be focusing on story and characters and all the important stuff for a Fallout game? It's like, this shouldn't even be on the list of things to care about for a Fallout game.
This would be like the bottom of the list of the optional stuff you can add at the end when everything else is in the bag.
Exactly.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. There won't be a better Fallout game.
Starting the black pills early, I see.
Apparently, yeah.
76 is world design. The map is, I would say, one of the most interesting that Bethesda have ever made, which is actually kind of more frustrating in a way, because I can see how it could have been the setting for an incredible Fallout single-player RPG experience. Specifically, it shares a lot of features with one of my other favourite Bethesda-designed maps, Skyrim.
I knew it! I knew it!
I saw that coming.
Oh, fuck. Many true
Skyrim,
nerd, play
guys.
Morrowind, please. Play a good game.
He probably has at some point, and he's just like...
Yeah,
he
but the
hates
Skyrim
something.
map being better
Because-
than Morrowind's?
Which it is not at all. Oh god, man! And what a wild ride!
We're almost done. Just 5 more minutes, and we are cutting through this pretty quickly now.
Incredible Fallout single-player RPG experience. Specifically, it shares a lot of features with one of my other favourite Bethesda-designed maps, Skyrim. For one thing, they both have a lot of very distinct biomes, from the forest, the toxic valley, the ash heap, the swampy...
Oh, the number of distinct biomes is what makes a map good. No, not at all.
Let's assume this argument is true for just a minute. I'd say Fallout 76 probably has more distinct biomes than Skyrim, but
Yes, it does.
Morrowind has more distinct biomes than Skyrim.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Skyrim has, like, the wintry area. Well, that's most of the map that's covered in snow. There's sort of the grassy
tundra.
plains, the tundra.
The little bit of a kind of like lakefront area. I don't know.
Yeah. Skyrim's map very much feels samey. you
Yes.
know?
Yeah, there's not a lot of variety. It's like, okay, this area kind of feels Asian-y. This area feels a little bit like fall. This is pure winter.
Yeah.
There's like the weird swamp area that's
Like 2 square
Very-
meters.
yeah, it's very small.
Yep. Tiny swamp.
That's about it. In terms of mainland Skyrim, that's about it.
Then every dungeon is very samey too. Yeah. The dungeons
Yeah.
are probably the worst part in that regard.
Maya the... Now, that's inherently good already, because variety is the spice of life, and it's nice to have very visually distinct areas to explore.
I would say that's not necessarily inherently good. New Vegas is a map that's largely one biome. Like it does get broken up a little bit here and there, but there's nothing wrong with it being one area that is largely the same or similar, I should say. I don't like. What if you have a map where it's just all extremes at all times? And it's a small map too. It's a map like the size of Skyrim, but you've got like tropical area in the south and complete like tundra in the north. That wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah.
I don't think variety is necessarily inherently good. Depends how it's done.
It depends on if the world logically fits together.
Yeah.
So you know Rust by looking around, it helps with navigation. But 76 goes a bit beyond this and gives each region its own gameplay flavour, like say the filthy air in the ash heap causing a risk of disease, or the huge irradiated swamps of the Maya. If anything, I wish these distinct mechanical flavours went further, but they are still welcome. But the real star of the show is something I rarely see getting acknowledged. You see, for the most part, Fallout games populate their world in an extremely pragmatic way. If you run into something, it's going to want to fight you, because it's an enemy and thus it's a fight and thus you get XP for killing it. In Fallout 3, for example, literally every creature in the game is hostile, with the exception of owned Brahmin and owned dogs. Everything else...
There are some wild Brahmin who aren't hostile. Some are, some aren't.
Will try and eat you. But that doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. You can't have a food chain with only predators in it.
Oh!
Oh, wow! We've evolved!
A second admission.
Yeah.
Wow. Alright. It's like 7 days to he deleted the comment. It did say something to the effect of, it's like 7 days to die where the desert biome is touching the winter biome. Yeah.
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 Apparently he cares now. Yeah.
That's just so weird to me, because that is a direct acknowledgement of how fucked the ecosystem in Fallout 3 is, but he's still going to make the argument, well, he did in the past, but I'm sure if you were to ask him now, he would still make the argument that, yeah, Fallout 3 is fine. There's an explanation for the food source.
To recycle a video, the shandification of Fallout, what are all of these creatures and monsters eating when you're not there to be eaten? Fallout 76 instead...
I'm more shocked than anything else right now.
Yeah, but he's actually admitted that he's an idiot.
Huh?
That he actually admitted he's an idiot, because now he's actually saying, no, that's correct now.
Well, it's not so much that he's admitted that he's an idiot, he's just flipped the argument from what it was before. He cited that as a bad argument before, and now he's citing it in defense, like, as a positive, as though it's correct. Like, what? So, with how dishonest he's been in this video and other videos, it genuinely makes me wonder if this is a matter of character development, or if this is a matter of the same thing we've mentioned before, where this is convenient to me now, so I'm going to use it.
Yeah, which is what I think it is. I think it's literally just him being like, well, it's convenient to say this now, so I'll say it now, and then the moment it's not convenient later, I will dismiss it.
Maybe.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Fallout 76 isn't better than you think, 2029. I will not be making that video. That's a free one for many a true nerd, because I hate 76 so much that I see no reason to play it, even to respond to a terrible video defending it.
Yeah.
Are you surprised that he's a hypocrite? No, more just disappointed.
It doesn't necessarily mean he's a hypocrite. If he genuinely, like he probably won't admit it to himself, but if he's genuinely like, no, yeah, that was a stupid argument, that was a bad call for me, and it's like, oh my god, you are learning.
Yeah, if he has changed his mind on that since then genuinely that's a good thing to hear. That, he's growing as a person. I just haven't seen any evidence for that yet. Or an accidental self-report? Yeah, that could be it.
Recycle a line from the well-known video The Shandification of Fallout. what are all of these creatures and monsters eating when you're not there to be eaten? Fallout 76 instead took a leaf out of Skyrim's book and added a huge amount of non-hostile wildlife to the world. Now,
what about the games that came before Skyrim that had non-hostile enemies? Or, sorry, non-hostile creatures. Oblivion had deer. Morrowind had, like, scribs and other creatures in the wild that wouldn't just attack you. What are you talking about?
I think he's just specifically... Oh, I didn't even think about... Yeah, I guess he is lumping Skyrim. I was going to say, I think he's just talking about Fallout, but no, he did lump it Skyrim. Even then, it was
Fallout 1 and everything. We had, like... You could run into just wild packs of non-hostile enemies in some of your random encounters.
Yeah.
New Vegas had bighorners, yeah. Look at the Betty Netch. Look at it. Touch the sky jellyfish.
Yeah, the sky jellyfish that'll poison you. Because it's a sky jellyfish, you idiot.
I remember the first time I was playing, and I think I attacked one of them, and they started shooting poison at me, and I started freaking out because, oh my god, they're shooting poison at me! I'm dying!
It's a poisonous snake.
Technically, the coyotes in New Vegas are also kind of non-hostile as long as you keep your distance. Like, as long as you don't walk right up on top of one, they won't attack you.
Yeah. And actually, mentioning that, even Fallout 4 has that to a degree. You could run into a pack of wild dogs in a random encounter, and if you're far enough away, they won't go after you. If you get too close, they'll go into, like, alert mode, and they'll kind of signaling them growling at you to go away, or representing it, I should say. And then if you do get too close, they will attack.
Yeah, and the rad stags are kind of similar to that too, where as long as you keep your distance, they won't charge you.
Yeah. I guess my main issue is acting like Skyrim is the one that invented this.
Yeah.
Now, that does serve a game. 76 was the first game to have survival mechanics, so there needs to be stuff to kill and cook, but it also made the...
Hold on, that skipped for me. Did he just say what I think he said?
Now, that does serve a gameplay purpose. 76 was the first game to have survival mechanics enabled under all circumstances, so...
Okay, enabled under all circumstances. That was the part I missed
that
before.
Caveat in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
That part did skip for me. That is
did you get Calbeck's Super Chat?
I don't think I did. $5 from Calbeck, thank you. Starfield is going to be more random than you think. Please, no.
Well, they finally admitted now it's going to be massive procedural generation, so yeah.
Oh, the thing we've been saying this entire time. Shocking.
Yep.
So there needs to be but it also made the world much richer. Especially if you compare it to Fallout 3, where the available creatures were dogs, Brahmin, bears, mole rats, bloatflies, ants, mirelurks, roaches, and scorpions. That's literally it. Those were the only creatures in the game. Toss in centaurs and deathclaws if you want to count abominations too. But in 76, we've got a world where you can occasionally run into beavers, frogs, rabbits, radstags, squirrels, foxes, chickens, and fireflies. And all of those are peaceful. Some will actually run away because they're scared of you. It's a really lovely touch, but...
Alright, fair enough. I wasn't expecting to give him a point on Fallout 76, but here we are.
Yeah.
I do think it would help the world to have more passive creatures like that.
Yeah, something that shows that it's a living, thriving ecosystem. Unless the point of it is the fact that it's not a living, thriving ecosystem. Like, if that's your story, that the ecosystem is dead, so we need to get the fuck out of here, then sure, fine.
Yeah.
But if it's one where you're meant to stay here and, like, rebuild and stuff, then you kind of need it.
Yeah. One thing I do want to touch on, though, would a Deathclaw really be considered more of an abomination? Because I understand the Centaur being an abomination, it absolutely is, but... why wouldn't a Brahmin be considered an abomination as well? It's got two heads.
Hey, it would be, technically. But, yeah, Deathclaw wouldn't be because it was an actual experiment before the bombs.
Yeah.
It's not a food chain that's been fleshed out. There's by far the largest cast of monsters ever featured in a Fallout game that are after you too, and I have a particular fondness for the addition of the cryptids, rarely seen monsters that act as a sort of mini-boss, and of course, the Scorch Beasts themselves. And yes, they're not that original, they're basically just Skyrim dragons, but they do serve a fun...
It's not that they're basically, they are. They're just reskinned Skyrim dragons. There's nothing basically about it. They literally are. Another $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All that lovely nature to sterilize with nukes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is, as a large flying enemy, they can do occasional passes over low-level areas just to mess with new players. I have a very fond memory of being trapped in the entrance hall of Sugar Grove by a hostile Scorch Beast, along with a handful of other low-level players. In the end, we tried to fight, we failed miserably, and the Scorch Beast got bored and wandered off because we weren't worth the effort. And that made such an impression on me that in the end, the day I took down my first Scorch Beast, I was so happy I took a photo with it, which I showed you just a second ago. I do think, yes, the variety of enemies and the way the world is populated, it's a really good thing that 76 gets right. Now, as for the bad thing...
Alright, the picture thing still seems weird to me, but fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, I'll take the variety thing. I do agree, more variety, it would be good.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty we could put here, but let's focus on the one that's still getting worse, and we don't need to drag this one out, it's not complicated. The Atom Store is a mess. Originally labelled as a cosmetic-only affair, the goalposts have shifted over time, and it now prominently features utility items that help players, among other things, gather junk, which is basically the most valuable commodity in the game. We've seen artificial scarcity aggressively manufactured through a rotating stock of items.
I will say I'm glad to see that he's not defending this thing, because there are a lot of people who seem to defend this shit, and I am pretty surprised to see him defending it. Or, sorry, not defending it. Going against it.
I would say the other thing to definitely go against is whoever thought of that idea of not having any NPCs, fucking no, gone. You just remove them immediately. That was stupid.
Yeah.
Fire that person for being that stupid as thinking, oh yes, a Fallout game. We should not have any NPCs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a no bueno.
Even multiple camouflage gear that you can take into a PvP Battle Royale mode in a heavily overgrown map. There are buyable items to repair weapons, there are buyable items to automatically break down and teleport components to your stash. At the time of recording, Bethesda has only just unveiled lunchboxes as part of the rewards for the new season system, and you can bet those will be available in the Atom Store within a matter of weeks, so you can buy XP boosters too. The whole thing is it's just a mess. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you make the perfect Fallout game. Take all of the good stuff.
No, that would not make the perfect Fallout game, by the way.
No, it wouldn't.
That would be a mess.
I forgot that was the title of the video, How to Make the Perfect Fallout Game.
Yeah.
That was just, like... It feels like he wanted to talk about a couple positives and one negative from each game. It didn't know what the title of his video, so he just went, How to Make the Perfect Fallout Game. There we go, yeah.
Yeah, especially when a lot of it doesn't even pertain to the core of what a Fallout game is, which we are currently having a massive issue with Bethesda. Doesn't even bring that up.
Photo mode isn't a core aspect of Fallout.
You're going to be surprised to hear this, Creep, but no, it's not.
Oh my god, how can you say it? This is racism.
Yeah. So, $5 super chat from Hellion. Thank you very much. I don't know if anyone has asked before, but why don't people talk about Fallout Tactics much? It didn't really, spread out. It didn't really catch that much attention. You don't get a lot of videos talking about it or anything like that, just because it's just kind of there. It's a tactics game in a Fallout, you know? It's the same thing with, Brotherhood of Steel. A lot of people don't talk about Brotherhood of Steel. It's not a good game either.
No.
Granted, I shouldn't say that. That makes it sound like Tactics isn't a good game. Tactics is actually a pretty decent game, all things considered.
Yeah. Brotherhood is really bad. It's awful. Tactics, I think, is okay. I think it's not a bad game. It's not a bad... I wouldn't say it's a great Fallout game, but it's not a bad game.
Yep. I think it was fascinating to just get the stealth systems and like going prone and like visual indicators on an isometric game, because the way you do isometric games was you paint them. So, in fact, there's a fascinating video on Pillars of Eternity. If you ever want to watch how isometric games are made, watch Pillars of Eternity, and you'll see them literally painting the map, and they just have like boxes where the boundaries will be for things. It is really cool. It takes a very special, a very like someone who's keenly aware of spatial like movement to paint the scenes in those type of games, because you have to paint stuff that looks accurate to where you're going, so it has to be at that specific angle and everything, so it looks like you're actually walking over a footpath or you're walking over a bridge or something like that, right? But you need the gameplay terms to be like, okay, it's a bridge, so you can't walk in this water, so you need to box all that off. So it's a really cool like trick where you have untextured 3D models everywhere, and then they paint a single image over everything. Perspective is really fascinating. Egg, I will kill you. I will smash you and turn you into scrambled egg.
So that's everything for today, I believe.
Yeah.
I just checked who I'm following that's streaming. It appears no one right now. Pippa doesn't have one scheduled, and Geeks and Gamers Mario Kart is canceled this week.
No.
Nah.
Well, shit. I would offer a stream, but I don't know if we want to go to Legal Mindset or not.
Oh, is he streaming?
Yes, he is on right now with the Sarah Boone trial.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to redirect to a trial.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I don't think it's the trial actually going on. Hold on a second, let me see. No, he's going through information about the trial right now. And he just started.
Oh. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anyone I can redirect to right now, so we'll just be ending it. I guess any final words? I'll grab that super chat in just a second, but anything else, Tad, or?
No, not until we start shilling. I got something I want to talk about when we shill.
Alright. $3 from Get Out There, Yo. Thank you. Sad face for your Saints Row video. Stay strong, brother. Thank you. And yeah, I did make the uncensored video, the uncensored version, public again. So you can watch that if you want.
Yep.
Yeah. Pagan, show your stuff.
I have a YouTube channel, literally just at Pagan.
Oh.
I will be streaming tomorrow. Probably gonna be streaming some more Elden Ring, and then 7 Days to Die the next day. So, yeah, come on by.
Yeah.
As for myself, I have a YouTube channel that is eventually where the Halo Reach video will be going. I haven't gotten too much more done on the Reach script, though, sadly. But that's where the Halo Reach video is going, as well as on my Rumble. I'll be doing the Halo Reach video over there as well. I stream every weekday, so that will be tomorrow as well. Every weekday from 10 a.m. Eastern Time to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow, we're actually doing Elden Ring as well. Only, we are doing a new character, completely new character, because I was talking with everybody while we were playing Grim Dawn, and I was like, you know what? I never had like a character that I wrote up for House Drever that was an archer. But it would make sense that House Drever would have archers. I have them in the story, but I never came up with like a named guy and came up with his story or anything. So it's kind of what we're going to do tomorrow. We're just going to make an archer character who has a side sword, and we're going to just play some Elden Ring and just come up with like the backstory for our guy and think about what makes him unique, what's going to be interesting about him. And I might actually use him as a character in the book that goes along with Matthew. So we'll see. Because it would be pretty good. Because, yeah, House Drever are the ones that built the walls well, most of the walls around White Tower. So yeah, they are very keen on being able to man said walls. So, yeah, hopefully you guys will tune in for that and have a good time there while we spitball ideas for a character and just come up with a guy. Because I'm gonna tell you spoilers, he's gonna be strong because that's what archers needed to be in the medieval era. They had to be fucking strong. If you're gonna pull back 150-pound warbow, yeah, you're gonna be a fucking beefy lad.
Yeah, and I tend to stream after such streams, so it's not that you're gonna have to choose between one of us. It'll literally be after such a stream. You can come on by to mine.
Yeah, I usually try to raid towards Pagan. Granted, it's from Twitch to YouTube, but still.
Yeah, which is unfortunately not great, but oh well.
Yeah.
I've got the Saints Row video out that you can go check out. It's been out since January 1st. There's a censored version and the uncensored version. Pick whichever one you prefer. The censored version isn't fully censored, so there's still swear words in there. And I am working on stuff. I've started recording the Pokemon review, which is going to be fairly short. It's not like an in-depth look at the game. It's just a quick review of the game and my issues with it. I might do a video about Velma. I won't do an in-depth breakdown. It'll be similar to, like... I'll watch the episode, then talk about it afterwards, and probably reference or cite a few specific scenes, depending how bad they are. I think that video is unlisted, not anymore. And I am working on stuff. There's still the Bebop Flicks video that I want to do. The comparison of opening scenes. I want to start the Rings of Power stuff. And there's a couple movies I want to do a video on, so maybe I'll do that.
Yeah.
Could someone not familiar with Saints Row understand the video? Yes. Anyways, yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for coming out, and have a good one, everyone. See you next time.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye-bye.
Re.